Chapter 93. After a sleepless night, the moment the sky brightened, Fang Yuan went out to buy things. The house was simple, and the bedding was old. If he stayed here for a long time, the cold would invade his body, and he would fall sick. Although Fang Yuan had used up most of his yuan stone, he still had to buy his daily necessities. These things could not be saved. First was the bedding. He needed at least 2 new cotton blankets. Other than that, he also needed bed sheets and blankets. He had to buy another oil lamp to light up the house, and he had to save up at least 2 pots of oil. Fang Yuan thought for a while. Although the room was not big, it could fit a small table and chair, so he bought it. Most importantly, there was a stove. In winter, if there was no stove to keep warm, he would still wake up from the cold in the middle of the night. Other than these, Fang Yuan also bought some rations. He also prepared some water, enough to last him for 7 days. The winter sun rose slowly, giving off a lazy glow. Gu Yue, Jiao San, and the other Gu masters stood at the village's northern gate, waiting anxiously. Something is wrong. We agreed on this place and time last night. But it has already been 15 minutes. Why hasn't this Fang Yuan appeared yet? A female member said, "Don't be impatient. Let's wait a while more. It is inevitable for newbies to be late." Jiao San laughed. He was worried about not being able to find a chance to suppress Fang Yuan, but he did not expect him to come knocking on his door the next day. "Let's just wait a while." But he wants the group leader to wait for him with us. This kid is too arrogant. Gu Yue said to Kong Jing, his tone indignant. But after half an hour, Fang Yuan was still nowhere to be seen. Jiao San's face was covered in a layer of darkness. This brat, did he remember the wrong location? We agreed to meet at the northern gate. Kong Jing was suspicious. "I will continue waiting here. You guys go search at the other gates." Jiao San ordered, and the 3 members could only follow. After a while, they returned to Jiao San with nothing. This Fang Yuan couldn't have seen through our plan and left the group, right? A female Gu master said, "You think too highly of him. Even if he's first in the year-end exam, he's still just a young newbie. His age is there for all to see." Kong Jing curled his lips. Jiao San's face was gloomy. Whether he sees through it or not is secondary. The most important thing now is to find him. My only worry now is that he has abandoned us and started to strive for the second transition on his own. Upon reaching the second transition, one would be able to voluntarily give up on a mission and directly apply to the Internal Affairs Hall to split from the family. Find him. Find him for me. The village is only so big, and there are only so many houses for rent. We must find him and not give him the time to break through to the second job transition. Yes, in the room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. In front of him, there were a few open money bags, which contained all the yuan stone he owned. "I don't have much yuan stone left." Fang Yuan sighed, his expression grave. Yuan stone was the fundamental driving force for a Gu master to advance. If there was a lack of yuan stone, the recovery of primeval essence would depend on the body's own recovery ability, greatly reducing the cultivation speed. At the same time, if there was not enough food, the Gu worms would starve to death. Fang Yuan's yuan stone had once reached 1,000 during his days in the academy, but it could not withstand the exhaustion over time. Among the Gu masters in the same batch, he only had 3 Gu worms. However, after Fang Yuan obtained first place in the year-end exam, he entered the Gu room and chose a little light Gu for free. He had to make a choice. If he gave up, it would attract suspicion. But in this way, the number of Gu worms in his hands had reached as many as 7. No doubt, this was a heavy financial burden. If this continues, I can only hold on for 2 months. So I have to get back my inheritance. That is the best financial support. But to get back my inheritance, the first step is to advance to rank 2. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. To Fang Yuan, advancing to rank 2 was not easy. Goo Master cultivation. The first was resources, the second was aptitude. Without aptitude, the Goo Master's cultivation would be harder and their future achievements would be lower. Aptitude from low to high was divided into D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade. But this was only a rough division. In fact, every grade of aptitude had its own detailed scale. Take C grade, for example. The storage limit of primeval essence in the aperture was at least 40% and at most 59%. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was only 44%. In this C grade range, he was only below average. To advance to rank 2, he needed at least 55% dark green primeval essence. This was not a problem for A and B grade Goo Masters. To those C grade Goo Masters with 55% primeval essence, 56% primeval essence, all the way to 59% primeval essence, they could easily pass through. So for C grade Goo Masters, as long as they accumulated to a certain level, most of them would advance to rank 2. Only a small portion of them could reach rank 3. Thus, once their aptitude was tested, most people's life achievements could be predicted. Fang Yuan was treated coldly, but he could not blame people for being biased. Although my C grade aptitude is only 44%, it's not impossible for me to break through the crystal barrier and reach the second transition. The most basic method is to find a goo worm that can raise my aptitude. The second method is to get a support goo worm like the liquor worm, which can help the Goo Master break through the barrier. Once again, I can get help from a teacher, but using heterogeneous primeval essence has a huge side effect, unless I can find a cleansing water goo and wash away the heterogeneous aura. Fang Yuan thought in his heart as he took out the yuan stone from the bag, using his fingers to rub the smooth surface of the yuan stone. However, none of these methods are suitable for me right now. I don't have a teacher to help me, and even if I did, I would not leave my aperture in someone else's hands. Goo worms like the liquor worm are very rare. For me to be able to get the liquor worm is already very lucky. As for aptitude-raising goo worms, I got them in my previous life, thus I could cultivate to rank 6 realm. I also know where to get them, but with my current cultivation, I cannot enter those places. Even if I get them, I can't keep them or even use them. But other than these methods, there is also the second most stupid method. That is to use yuan stone to forcefully push. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, his hands gripping the yuan stone tightly. A Goo Master's cultivation, the first is resources, and the second is aptitude. In a situation where aptitude is lacking, resources can be used to make up for it. My primeval essence is at most 44%, and I do not have enough foundation to break through the aperture walls. But if I absorb primeval essence while breaking through and persevere for a period of time, I can break through the aperture walls in at most 4 to 5 days. Having made up his mind, Fang Yuan resolutely closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the aperture. The green-copper primeval sea surged again, the waves continuously rushing towards the crystal membrane aperture walls. But this time, in order to prevent primeval essence from being consumed prematurely and having no excess strength to maintain the cracks, allowing the aperture walls to recover, Fang Yuan purposely slowed down the impact. This way, the green-copper primeval essence's consumption rate was greatly reduced, but the rate at which the cracks on the crystal membrane increased also decreased. But Fang Yuan was still absorbing the natural primeval essence in the yuan stone. The recovery rate of primeval essence was slightly greater than the recovery rate of the cracks on the crystal membrane, although the progress was extremely slow and could not compare to 1% of the effect of using primeval essence with all his strength, but in the long run, there was hope of success. But like this, other than the necessary eating and excreting, Fang Yuan had to cultivate nonstop. The more time he wasted, the more yuan stone he wasted, and the more effort he put in would go up in smoke. At most, he could stop for 15 minutes, and if there was no more primeval essence to continue attacking, the crystal membrane would completely recover. Thus, once he started to attack, he had to persevere until he succeeded and could not be disturbed. Once he stopped for too long, he would have to start all over again. Fang Yuan did not have that many yuan stones on hand. He could do it a few more times. Time passed quickly while cultivating, and in the blink of an eye, the sun had already set. Under the dusk, Jiao San's face was covered in frost, his voice low. After searching for a day, "You still haven't found him?" "No, leader." Kong Jing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "That lad did not even rent the house we recommended. I don't know where he went." "Humph. Continue searching tomorrow. We must find him. Remember to search the inn as well." "I don't believe it. The village is only so big. No matter where he hides, there will be traces of him." Jiao San waved his sleeves and left. At noon of the second day, their search finally bore fruit. A female gu master excitedly ran to Jiao San, reporting, "I found it! I found it! Fang Yuan is in an old bamboo building, renting a room on the second floor. According to the landlord's description, it should be him." "Humph, it's just as I expected. He really hid and tried to break through to rank 2. Jiao Sen laughed sinisterly. Let's go to his house and greet him. He's a newbie, we need to show some concern." He. Everyone laughed coldly. The 4 immediately went to Fang Yuan's house. There was a piece of bamboo paper on the door. Jiao Sen took it down and opened it. On the bamboo paper was Fang Yuan's handwriting, basically saying that he was going into closed-door cultivation for a few days, not going out at all, and trying to break through to rank 2. If outsiders saw it, do not disturb them. If Jiao Sen saw it, it would be an application for leave. Jiao Sen snorted, throwing the bamboo paper away. "How could I let you break through to rank 2 so easily?" He laughed coldly, knocking on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Brother Fang Yuan, are you here?" He purposely raised his voice. "We are here to see you. Seriously, you should have told us about something like going into seclusion first." There was no reply. "Knock, knock, knock." Jiao Sen knocked on the door. "Brother Fang Yuan, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you are acting on your own. Since you have already joined our group, you should listen to orders, obey the group, and move together. We have already accepted the mission to catch wild deer. This is for you to practice. Why don't you stop first? Let's finish this mission first. Then you can cultivate." Jiao Sen squinted his eyes. His face was gloomy, but his tone was gentle. There was still no reply. Jiao Sen suddenly raised his voice. "Brother Fang Yuan, why haven't you replied? Nothing happened to you, right? Breaking through to rank 2 is not so simple. You could have asked us for some advice first. Fang Yuan, did you hear that? Not good, did he faint?" Jiao Sen talked to himself, his face cold, but his tone was filled with concern. The other 3 members watched from the side. Kong Jing interrupted at the right time. "Leader, you might have guessed it correctly. Fang Yuan did not reply for a long time. Let's go in and save him." Fang Yuan, quickly open the door. "You are not saying anything. We are really worried about you. If you don't open the door, we will break in. You are a newcomer. We can't let you fall into danger." Jiao Sen shouted, but there was no reply. Jiao Sen smirked, turning his head to signal Kong Jing. Kong Jing understood and kicked fiercely. With a bang, the entire door was sent flying, crashing onto the bed. Chapter 94. Fang Yuan, hang in there. We are here to help you. Jiao Sen had a concerned expression, shouting as he strode into the room. But at the next moment, he was stunned. There was no one in the room. Fang Yuan was not here. The 4 were silent. How could this be? Where is he? Jiaosen broke the silence, feeling embarrassed and angry. He had been acting for half a day, but it was a one-man show, and Fang Yuan was not even in the room. The three looked at each other, not expecting such an outcome. This is strange. If Fang Yuan is not here, why would he paste that note on the door? Kong Jing said carefully, "Hurry and call the landlord over." Jiao Sen raised his leg and kicked the door away. "You are looking for me, Humph. I am looking for you." As soon as he came to my building, he made a scene and even kicked my door in. "Young man, you are quite capable." The landlord was an old man, but his tone was strong. To have extra houses in the Guyue village that could be rented out, they were all Gu masters. Gu masters' strength and status were above mortals. Mortals did not dare to do this business, and in fact, they did not have any property. All the properties in the village belonged to the Guyue clan. The mortals who lived here were all serfs and servants raised by the Lord. "Senior, we are looking for a young man. He is our group member." Facing the landlord, Jiao San controlled his temper. An old Gu master like the landlord, although he was old and no longer working outside, he still had connections and a network. However, they still had connections and a network. Although they had retired to the second line, they still had a lot of power. Without some trump cards and connections, how would he dare to do business? This world was not peaceful. It was filled with violence and plundering. The landlord shook his head, his tone harsh. "I do not care about the tenant's whereabouts, but I know that you broke my door, so you have to compensate." "Hee, this is our fault. We should compensate." Jiao Sen laughed dryly. His heart filled with anger, but he still compensated Yuan Stone, and even gave a little more. The landlord's expression immediately became much better. "If the young man who rented this house is the person you're looking for, then he hasn't been back for a day. He paid a month's rent, and yesterday morning bought a great many things, and asked me where I could buy coal and stone cheaply. There's no need to buy it. There's a valley to the east of the stronghold. There's a bare mine there that we can excavate directly." He thanked me and left. After that, he never came back. "Is that so?" Jiao San looked at the decorations in the room. Indeed, the bedding on the bed was brand new. There was a square table and chairs, which were second-hand goods. They looked quite sturdy. The stove was empty. There were no coal stones in it. Jiao San let out a long breath and calmed down. "It seems that Fang Yuan was delayed by the coal excavation. Forget it. Let's come back tomorrow." He walked out of the room first. However, on the third day, Fang Yuan did not appear. Jiao San and the others stood in the room and hesitated. It doesn't take that long to dig for coal. Fang Yuan wants to go into closed-door cultivation. Maybe he wants to dig a bit more at once. But that time is already long past. Did something happen to him while he was digging? Kong Jing guessed. Jiao Sen nodded his head, pointing at the bedding and stove that Fang Yuan bought. "This kid is very stingy. He paid a month's worth of Yuan Stone and bought so many things. He even specially pasted a note on the door. He probably wants to go into closed-door cultivation here." Unfortunately, he was unlucky. These days, because of the expansion of the wolf den, the wild beasts around the stronghold have become more active. Maybe he met some wild beasts. Team leader is wise. The two female members praised at the same time, flattering him. Jiao Sen laughed loudly. "Ha ha! I was just worrying about how to deal with him. Although we have a mission to capture wild deer, let's not rush out. If we meet this kid in the wilderness, we can't just leave him to die, right?" He. The other three members couldn't help but laugh. On the fourth day, inside the aperture, waves of dark green water kept surging, crashing against the walls of the aperture. The translucent white crystal wall was already filled with deep cracks, crisscrossing each other. This was the result of Fang Yuan's hard work for 3 days and 3 nights without any sleep or rest. At most, when he could not take it anymore, he would quickly eat a meal to solve the problem of excretion. These days, Fang Yuan had been purposely suppressing the waves, and at the same time, absorbing the natural primeval essence from the Yuan stone. Thus, after such a long time, the green copper primeval sea had only gone from its limit of 44% to 20%. As time passed, when the green copper primeval sea had only 13% of its water left, the crystal wall could not hold on any longer and reached its limit. Kacha, the originally thick and sturdy crystal wall, was broken. Countless crystal shards fell down, landing in the primeval sea, creating waves. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a crystal white dot and completely disappeared. What replaced the crystal wall was a brand new white light wall. This was the rank 2 light wall, although there were not many changes, and it still emitted white light, but it was much more dazzling than the rank 1 light wall. At the same time, a trace of light red primeval essence was formed in the primeval sea and mixed in the bottom of the aperture, in the shallow dark green primeval sea. This was the red steel primeval essence that only a rank 2 beginner stage had. Success! I finally broke through to rank 2. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a ray of light instantly lit up the dark room. But immediately, a strong sense of dizziness came over him. Continuous training for 4 days and 3 nights, the intensity is very high, my body can't take it anymore. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and slowly laid down. The training process was not disturbed. It seems that the set I set up in the rented house has already worked. The money spent was worth it. I will rest well for the night and return to the village tomorrow. Thinking of this, a strong sense of drowsiness came over him. Fang Yuan forced his eyelids open, and with his strong willpower, he covered his body with the quilt at the head of the bed. When he closed his eyelids, in just a few breaths' time, he fell into a deep sleep. The previous training had already used up a large amount of his mental energy. This sleep lasted until the afternoon of the second day. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he felt that his mental energy had recovered by more than half, but there was still a feeling of weakness in his bones. He pushed open the door and walked out of the room for the first time in 5 days. This movement immediately attracted someone. This person had long and thin eyes and a skinny body. It was Jiangya's brother, Jiang He. Seeing the haggard Fang Yuan, he let out a breath of turbid air and said, "You finally came out. Phew, if you didn't come out in a few days, I would have really broken the door and come in. After all, if you died here, I would have to bear a huge responsibility." Fang Yuan smiled and did not say anything. The winter sun shone through the window and on his body and face. It made him look even more pale and weak. As early as 5 days ago, he purposely asked the landlord and gave Jiao San and the rest clues about the coal. Then he left the village and went straight to the village at the foot of the mountain. Because of his relationship with Old Man Wang's family, Jiang, he had become half his ally. Using this relationship, Fang Yuan lived in the village for the past few days, and without any disturbance, he successfully broke through to rank 2. Of course, the rock crack secret cave was much more secretive than Jiang He's, but it was not safe. Fang Yuan also had to consider the possibility that if Jiao San and the rest insisted on looking for him, they might find the rock crack secret cave. Although this possibility was small, once the flower wine monk's inheritance was found, Fang Yuan's life would be in danger. Fang Yuan was cautious in his actions and naturally would not take this risk. At the same time, Jiang He's side was also safer. Although they had a common secret, Jiang He would not kill him because of this. The trouble and risk of killing a Gu master was too great. Without enough benefits, Jiang He would not have the motive to commit murder. On the contrary, because he had to keep the secret, Jiang He would be more worried about Fang Yuan's safety. Once Fang Yuan died, the clan's punishment hall would investigate, and maybe Old Man Wang's family's secret would be unearthed. Seeing Fang Yuan come out safely, Jiang, he heaved a sigh of relief. But very quickly, he felt the aura on Fang Yuan's body, and his expression changed. To think that you really succeeded and broke through to rank 2 in one go? He was very surprised in his heart. 5 days ago, when Fang Yuan came to find him and explained his intentions, he was actually a little disdainful. To absorb the natural primeval essence in the Yuan stone while breaking through to rank 2, this method used both the mind and the spirit, and it consumed a lot of energy. Normally speaking, a Gu master must have extremely strong willpower, patience, and at least a few years of cultivation experience. With these cultivation experiences, a Gu master can absorb the primeval essence in the Yuan stone as a kind of instinct. At the same time, they can skillfully control the primeval sea waves and suppress the impact to a certain degree. And this degree must be just right. Not only can it resist the aperture wall's self-recovery, but it can also not be used up too quickly, complementing the primeval essence recovery and replenishing it in time. In Jiang He's opinion, Fang Yuan's chances of success were almost zero, but he did not expect him to succeed in one go. Fang Yuan laughed indifferently. I was just lucky. I plan to go back to the village today, but before that, it would be best if I can have a meal. He, Brother Fang Yuan, since you're here, of course I'll take care of your food and drink. Jiang, he patted his chest, his attitude becoming even more amiable. Although he was not optimistic about Fang Yuan's future, now that Fang Yuan had successfully advanced to rank 2, it meant that he had passed a hurdle and already had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. After a sumptuous banquet, Jiang he personally sent Fang Yuan to the village entrance. Brother Fang Yuan, be careful on this trip. Recently, the wolf nest has been a little chaotic, causing the wild beasts around the village to move more frequently. It's snowing again. Jiang he paused for a moment, then continued, In my opinion, don't leave. How about staying for a night? Ever since Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 2, he had become even more enthusiastic. But Fang Yuan insisted on leaving and bade farewell to Jiang he. Snow fell bit by bit, quietly like pure white fur, slowly drifting down. The light of the setting sun dyed the snow into a golden color. Bits of snow fell on Fang Yuan's head and shoulders. Far away, the Guyue village stood quietly on the mountainside, in sight. I swear I will never trust Dian Dian's timing anymore. Chapter 95. Let's go, don't fall behind. The people in front are fighting a bloody battle and are waiting for our support. Follow closely. It's easy to get lost fighting at night, especially the newbies. On the mountain road back to the village, from time to time, groups of 5 would run past Fang Yuan. What happened? In less than 500 meters, Fang Yuan had already seen the 13th wave group. He couldn't help but ponder. 500 years of memories was too long and complicated. Speaking of which, ever since Fang Yuan was reborn, he had never given up on his memories. But there were still many memories that seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of fog. If he forced himself to remember, he would only get lost in the fog, which was not worth it. Only a few memories that left a deep impression, like a crystal pearl necklace, ran through the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. Obviously, what was happening now was not in this pearl necklace of memories. Guyue's life in the village was just the early stages of the early stages. It had been too long. And maybe this didn't happen in my previous life, but because of my change, there was a change. Who knows? Just like that, he pondered as he walked. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan arrived at the north gate of the village. Coincidentally, another group was about to set off. Seeing Fang Yuan, one of the people in the group suddenly stopped. Fang Yuan, why are you still here? What's wrong? Fang Yuan looked up. The person who spoke was none other than one of his classmates, Guyue Chung. Chi Chung immediately frowned. Aya, don't you know? There's already a small beast tide forming near the village. If left unattended, it will gradually form into a large beast tide. When that happens, the village at the foot of the mountain will be destroyed. Our village doesn't have these lowly mortal slaves, so sometimes it's very inconvenient. Oh, so that's why. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. With this reminder, he remembered that there seemed to be such a thing in his memories. In this world, it was difficult for humans to survive. Almost every few years, there would be a beast tide. Humans needed resources and space to live. Beasts and insects also needed it. It would be easier to understand if the beast tide was explained as a battle between humans and wild beasts. Take Qing, Mao Mountain, for example. Every 3 years, there would be a large-scale wolf tide attacking the various mountain strongholds. According to my calculations, the real wolf tide should be next year. However, this was the root of the current small beast tide. As the wolf pack continued to expand, the living space of the other beasts in the surroundings was constantly shrinking. After accumulating for a long time and reaching a certain limit, the migration of the beasts would occur. Migrating groups of beasts will naturally affect other groups of beasts. Because of this mutual influence, there is a certain chance that the influence will be amplified, and the large groups of beasts will migrate at the same time, resulting in a beast tide. If we don't control the situation in time, the beast tide will grow bigger and bigger, although it won't threaten the existence of the entire Guyue stronghold. If we don't do anything about it, the strength of the stronghold will be weakened. Wait, if that's the case, Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly shone brightly, but he quickly lowered his eyelids, concealing the changes in his eyes. Seeing that Fang Yuan didn't speak, Qi Qing continued. Currently, the Internal Affairs Hall and External Affairs Hall have already sent out the mobilization order and issued an urgent mission. Fang Yuan, don't think of slacking off. Your group has already set off in the morning. You have to go too. However, saying so, Qi Qing purposely dragged out his words. The beast tide is full of danger. All kinds of wild beasts will appear. Especially fighting at night. It's much more dangerous than fighting in the day. You are just a small rank 1 Gu master, not like us rank 2 Gu masters. You have to be careful. As he said so, he purposely puffed out his chest and touched his belt, his expression proud. His belt was no longer the green color of a rank 1 Gu master, but the red color of a rank 2 Gu master. At the same time, the metal plate at the front of the belt was engraved with the word 2. Not long ago, Guyue Chung successfully advanced to rank 2 with his grandfather Qi Lian's help. I just heard this news, but since it's like this, Fang Yuan smiled. Then I'll go with you. Once we reach the front line, I'll leave the group and return to my group. What? TSK, who wants to bring you along? Qi Chung crossed his arms, curling his lips in disdain. Fang Yuan's tone was unhurried. Clan rules. Lone Gu masters will merge with nearby groups and have the duty to continue fighting. Qi Chung, you don't even know this? You. Qi Chung stared, about to explode. Indeed. Qi Shan, who had been silent, opened his mouth. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with a stocky back and a bear's waist. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were as thick as steel. His whole body's fiery red skin seemed to emit heat. Without a doubt, he was the leader of this group. Seeing him open his mouth, even if Qi Chung was the Qi faction's inheritor, he could not help but shut his mouth. Qi Shan expressionlessly looked at Fang Yuan, continuing, "Let's go, you follow." His voice was deep, his words short and concise, giving off an unquestionable feeling. Fang Yuan shrugged unconcernedly, agreeing to it. Qi Chung sneered, looking at Fang Yuan with ill intentions, emphasizing in a strange tone, "Then you have to follow." Fang Yuan did not pay attention to him. Humph, what's with the arrogance? He's just a rank 1 Gu master. Qi Cheng angrily muttered, but due to Qi Shan's authority, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Immediately, the group of 6 left the door, running down the mountain along the mountain path. Gu Shan took the lead. He was big, but his speed was not slow. Other than him and Qi Cheng, the other group members were 2 males and 1 female, their expressions cold. Along the way, Qi Shan's group started to show the elegance of the 3 strongest groups. Everyone's breathing was even, their footsteps were fast and calm. Only Qi Cheng was in a sorry state, but he used the scarlet pill cricket goo from time to time, barely keeping up. Moreover, it could be seen that he had received good experience. Although he stumbled, he did not fall. At the foot of the mountain, Qi Shan gestured, and the group stopped. Huff, huff, huff. Qi Cheng was already 300 meters behind, the last to arrive. His face was pale, breathing heavily, looking at Fang Yuan with an incredulous expression. Along the way, Fang Yuan had been following closely behind. Up until now, he was only panting slightly. He did not look like a rookie at all. Qi Cheng, remember to regulate your stamina. Qi Shan turned around, reminding Qi Cheng, and then glanced at Fang Yuan, his eyes showing appreciation. The other group members also looked at Fang Yuan with a more relaxed expression. We are nearing the beast tide. Qi Cheng, Fang Yuan, come to the middle of the group. Qi Shan looked at the dark forest ahead and said, these words made Fang Yuan reevaluate this Qi Shan. This big guy seemed to have some tolerance. The middle of the group was usually the safest. Although Fang Yuan was not from the MO faction, Qi Shan still maintained the attitude of a rookie. Compared to him, the sickly snake Jiao Sen paled in comparison. The sky had already turned completely dark, the layers of dark clouds causing the snow to darken. Qi Shan group had already changed their formation, their speed greatly decreasing as they jogged in the complicated terrain of the forest. Fang Yuan and Qi Cheng were in the middle of the group. On the left was the tall Qi Shan, and on the right was an old man. At the back was a young woman with long blue hair, and right in front was a male Gu master called Qi Shi. He was this group's investigative Gu master. He let out hissing sounds, his tongue sticking out from time to time. At this moment, his tongue had already split apart and turned into a bright red snake tongue. As they went deeper into the forest, wild beasts started to appear in the surroundings. Suddenly, Qi Shi said, there are 3 mid-sized creatures ahead, suspected to be wild deer. Disperse. Qi Shan's expression did not change, immediately giving the order. The 6 people did not change their direction, heading straight ahead. The 3 wild deer charged towards them, changing directions and dispersing. Not long after, Qi Shi's expression changed. A group of mid-sized creatures, suspected to be turtleback old apes. Shift, Qi Shan said. The team immediately turned to the left, bypassing the group of troublesome apes. This was the advantage of investigative methods. They could predict in advance and make the correct adjustments. Qi Shi should be using a snake letter Gu. This rank 2 Gu worm can sense heat. But there are 3 obvious flaws. First, its sensing range is small. Second, it can be easily interfered with. And third, it cannot detect cold-blooded creatures. But no matter what, it's better than nothing. I have advanced to rank 2 and will need an investigative Gu to survive in the wild in the future. Fang Yuan thought. Suddenly, Qi Shi hurriedly said, a mid-sized creature, suspected to be a white tiger. It has discovered us and is quickly approaching. Fight. Qi Shan's tone was heavy. Howl. A fierce tiger suddenly rushed out from the bushes ahead, and the group encountered it head-on. If not for Qi Shi's early warning, they might have been caught unprepared. But now, everyone was already prepared for battle. First, The old man on the right suddenly puffed up his cheeks, opened his mouth, and spat out a white sticky object. The object suddenly expanded in midair, turning into a large spider web, using its strong stickiness to trap the white tiger's head. The white tiger struggled fiercely in the web, and Chishan suddenly took a step forward, punching the tiger's head. His fist flashed with a metallic luster, and with a bang, the tiger's head was smashed into pieces, and the white tiger died. The group did not stop, crossing over the tiger's corpse and continuing forward. Qi once again replaced Chishan's position, leading the way. The whole process was smooth like flowing water, and all the group members showed tacit understanding. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. If I were to deal with this tiger alone, I would need at least 5 minutes to deal with it. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. These Gu masters had the same cultivation as him, all rank 2. The main difference was still the Gu worms. The Gu worms they used were all rank 2 Gu worms, complementing each other. The ones in Fang Yuan's hands, however, were all rank 1. Gu master, Gu came before the master, and Gu worms had a huge impact on the Gu master's actual battle strength. Although I advanced to rank 2, I still need rank 2 Gu worms to display the battle strength of a rank 2 Gu master. But I don't have much Yuan stone left, and a large portion was used to advance to rank 2, and every time I fuse a Gu worm, it costs a lot. Fang Yuan was thinking when Qi suddenly said, "We found the sickly snake group." Chapter 96. We found the sickly snake group on the left. They are in a stalemate with a large wild beast. Half a second later, Qi reported again, with more details this time. "What's the situation?" Qishan frowned. "That's right." Qi Tu's tongue flickered in and out. Jiao San's red crag python only has one shop. It is fighting with a king boar. Everyone's expression changed. "King boar, I want to refine a Gu worm and need the tusks of a wild boar. No doubt, king boar's tusks are the most suitable." Fang Yuan's heart moved. In fact, he already had the intention to kill king boar. That king boar. The blue-haired female Gu master raised her eyebrows. Other than that one, there isn't a second one nearby. But with the sickly snake group's strength, wanting to devour this king boar is too greedy. The old Gu master snorted in disdain. Old man Wang could figure out the terrain of this mountain, so these rank 2 Gu masters who were active on Qing Mao Mountain would naturally be even more clear. There was another reason why they didn't eliminate this king boar in advance. Qishan pondered for a while and said, "Go help." "Hee, I'm afraid they won't appreciate it." The old Gu master laughed coldly. "Even if we don't go help, we have to send someone over." Qichun glanced at Fang Yuan beside him and said in an unhappy tone. The group slightly changed direction and moved towards the left. Qishan and the rest had always looked down on them and disliked Guyue and Jiao San. But as a family, when facing an external enemy, even if they had a grudge, they would still unite. This was the cohesiveness of this world's clans. It was also because of this cohesiveness that there were undying 100-year clans and even 1,000-year clans. The group passed through a forest in the dark and arrived at a depression. The 4 Gu masters of the sickly snake group were surrounding King Boar and engaged in an intense battle. In the middle of the battle, King Boar, who was as large as an elephant, was entangled with a red python that was as thick as a bowl. This red python's entire body was made of dark red stones that were very hot. It was like a thick chain wrapped around King Boar's body. King Boar howled angrily and kept rolling on the ground. His snow-white fangs pierced through the night sky and drew streaks of cold light in the air. Its body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and its tail was broken. Some of them were flipped open, revealing bright red wounds. They were right next to the red rock python's body, and had already been scorched by the high temperature. Qi Shan's team stopped approaching and stood in the distance to watch. After a few glances, the old Gu master realized, I was wondering why the sickly snake had such guts. So this king boar was already injured. TSK, this despicable person took advantage of it. Do you guys think that this king boar has the black boar Gu? Qiqing's eyes shone with excitement. Fang Yuan's expression did not change as he watched quietly. At this time, Jiao Sanxi and the rest also noticed the situation here. Immediately, the logistics Gu master Guyue Kong Jing left the battle and ran over. So it's Lord Qi Shan. There are no problems here. We can settle it. There are many beast groups at the front lines, and we need everyone's support. Kong Jing said to everyone, What can be settled? You are lying through your teeth. I think this red rock python can't hold on much longer. The old Gu master's eyes were sharp, and his words hit the nail on the head. They are just afraid that after we attack, we will split the loot. The blue-haired female Gu master directly exposed Jiao Sanxi and the rest's thoughts. This king boar is yours, Qi Shan said, and looked at the old Gu master. The old Gu master snorted, but still bent down and vomited, spitting out a white sticky spider web. The spider web expanded in the air and spread out, trapping King Boar. King Boar struggled intensely in the spider web, breaking strand after strand of spider web, but it could not escape. Using this time, sickly snake Jiao Sen quickly recalled the red rock python. Then, together with the healing female Gu master in the group, they carried out emergency battlefield healing on the red rock python. The red rock python's stone body had many cracks in the intense battle just now. Under the healing, the cracks shrunk and disappeared. Fang Yuan, it's time for you to return. Do you still want to stay in our group? Qiqing said unhappily. Fang Yuan slowly took a step forward, walking out from behind Qi Shan. Guyue Kong Jing was blocked by Qi Shan's huge body earlier and did not notice Fang Yuan. Now that he saw him, his expression turned weird. Jiao Sen turned around and saw Fang Yuan and was overjoyed. Fang Yuan, you are finally here? Quick, the spider web is about to break. You have more strength. Go and suppress King Boar and stall for time. We need time to heal the red rock python. Without a defensive Gu worm, and with only rank 1 cultivation, getting close to King Boar was undoubtedly risky. Qi Shan looked at Fang Yuan. Let's go. Saying so, he took big steps and left. He did what he said. Although King Boar's value was not small, he did not hesitate and turned to leave. Seeing Qi Shan's group leave, Jiao San and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. From start to finish, they did not say a word of thanks. Jiao San continued to shout, Fang Yuan, quick, King Boar is very strong. The spider web is about to collapse. If you perform well this time, I won't pursue the matter of you leaving the group. Okay, Fang Yuan agreed and quickly walked to King Boar. He stretched out his hand and grabbed onto King Boar's 2 huge fangs. He used all his strength to press down, and King Boar was immediately suppressed, its struggling reduced. Good job, Jiao Sen praised, but his triangular eyes shone with a cold light. This Fang Yuan came at the right time. This small-scale beast horde was a great opportunity. Jiao San had never thought of killing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was his group member, and with Fang Yuan's death, the clan's evaluation of him would drop. This was not in line with his interests. He only promised his uncle Guyue Dong Tu that he would delay Fang Yuan's growth. As long as he was 16 years old, he would receive a sum of money from Guyue Dong Tuesday. In fact, even though he was stingy and sinister, he had never thought of killing Fang Yuan. This was not only because the death of a Gu master would attract a thorough investigation from the punishment hall, and the risk was too high. Most importantly, it was because of the clan's philosophy, blood is thicker than water, and family comes first. Unless it was revenge for killing one's father or stealing one's wife, there was no such thing as internal strife. Just like what the Guyuet clan leader had said to the Academy elder, other than rules and regulations, there was also a strong sense of familial love. Any organization's existence must have rules and values, these two foundations. Using this chance, I'll injure Fang Yuan and let him return to the village and lie on the bed. Let's see if he can still break through to rank 2. Of course, I can't do it myself. It would be terrible if they found out. Anyway, there are so many wild beasts in the beast horde. I'll just borrow their strength. Guyuet Jiao Sen laughed coldly in his heart, but he asked, Fang Yuan, how much longer can you hold on? I can still hold on for a while. Don't worry, leader. Fang Yuan replied firmly. Very good. Hua Xian, quickly go and plant the corroding blood grass goo. Jiao Sen ordered loudly as he healed the red rock python. Yes. A female goo master walked up. She came to King Boar's side and stretched out both her hands, raising her 2 little fingers. On the fingernails of her little fingers, there was a faint mark of a purple vine coiling around it. Light red scarlet iron true essence appeared and circled around her cute little finger. Then it completely disappeared into the vine mark. The vines immediately became active, and a thin tentacle grew out from her fingernails. The tentacle slithered like a snake, extending to the corner of King Boar's mouth before moving along its teeth and entering deep into its stomach. He. Fang Yuan's lips that were hidden in the night sky suddenly curled up into a sinister smile. Others would care about familial love and would not easily kill their own clansmen. This was a huge violation of traditional values. But he did not care about these values at all. The strength that was exerted on King Boar's fangs suddenly retracted. King Boar howled in anger, all of his strength burst out, and his fangs fiercely shot upwards. Fang Yuan used both his hands to support the 2 fangs, and along with this huge force, he was thrown high into the air. King Boar fiercely swung his head, and his long fangs swept horizontally. The female goo master was right beside him, and could not defend against this sudden change. She was hit by the fangs, and immediately screamed in agony. Then, her slim body was struck by the wild boar's fangs, and with a crack, she broke into 2. The female goo master flew horizontally, and like a broken sack, she was swept into the air and fell down with a plop. She landed on the ground, her eyes wide open, and died on the spot. Chapter 97. The female goo master's body was like a doll, broken at the waist. Her upper body was on the ground, and her lower body was bent at an angle. Her buttocks were on the ground, and her feet were pointing towards the sky. Far away, Fang Yuan also landed from the sky. He first smashed into the tree crown, breaking many branches and leaves before falling onto the snow. He nimbly flipped his body and stood up from the snow. Because he had activated the jade skin goo, other than the slight pain on his back, he was unharmed. On the battlefield, there was a moment of silence before Jiao San's angry roar could be heard. Fang Yuan, didn't you say you could still hold on? Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but his body suddenly slanted, and he almost fell. He used his hands to hold onto the tree trunk to maintain his balance. He pretended to have sprained his ankle and could not walk, but his gaze swept the surroundings to see if there were any other goo masters. Facing the beast tide, the goo masters were all doing their best to fight. They simply could not focus on their own matters and did not have the leisure to observe Fang Yuan, although he had been observing in the dark and did not find any other goo masters. Even so, Fang Yuan still chose to disguise himself. From there, sounds of intense battle could be heard. Evidently, King Boar had escaped and was fighting with the red rock python again. Fang Yuan moved over step by step, his face anxious. He fell on the ground a few times. The mud, Grass and snow stuck to his body, looking extremely pathetic. Finally, he returned to the edge of the battlefield. On the battlefield, 3 humans and a pig were entangled. The red rock python's body was tightly wrapped around King Boar's body, as well as the latter's 2 hind legs. King Boar's 2 hind legs could only move around randomly, causing it to roll on the ground and struggle at times. With its 2 front legs, it charged around randomly. There were more wounds on its body, and the boiling pig blood had already dyed the ground red. Seeing that Fang Yuan had arrived, Guyue Kong Jing, who was the furthest away, shouted, "Fang Yuan, you bastard, you caused Hua Xian's death. I didn't mean to, but I can't hold on anymore." Fang Yuan shouted, "Fuck, if you can't hold on, then why were you so confident just now? If you can't, then you can't. You'll kill someone by talking nonsense like that." Guyue Kong Jing opened his mouth and stared furiously. If not for the fact that he was fighting, he really wanted to go up and give Fang Yuan 2 slaps. "So, sorry. I won't do it again." Fang Yuan quickly said, "Fang Yuan, I will settle the score with you later." The sickly snake Jiao Sen roared, feeling immense pressure. The dying boar had gone mad, and the red rock python's body was full of cracks. "Kong Jing, don't bother with Fang Yuan. Quickly take out the blade scale net." Jiao Sen saw that the red crag python was on the verge of collapse, and his forehead was filled with cold sweat as he hurriedly shouted, "Yes." Kong Jing quickly took out the big-bellied frog and activated his Jinyuan, spitting out a barbed wire net. The barbed wire was covered with sharp spikes and shiny blades. "Fang Yuan, grab the other end and rush up with me to trap King Boar." Kong Jing shouted, "But I sprained my ankle, I can't walk anymore." Fang Yuan had an anxious expression as he limped over. Useless thing. Kong Jing had no choice but to do it himself. He dragged the blade scale net with both hands and threw it towards King Boar. King Boar was trapped by the blade scale net and instantly let out a loud cry as fresh blood gushed out. It had a premonition that death was coming, and it struggled even more violently. However, as it struggled even more violently, the blade scale net became tighter, and its injuries became more severe. And because the red rock python's body was made of stone, it didn't suffer much damage from the blade scale net. What a pity for its fur. Jiao San's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. Finally done. Kong Jing let out a long breath. At this moment, Fang Yuan shouted, "Let me help you." Chi 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 chi. Several moon blades flew out and landed on the blade scale net, cutting through the iron wire. Under King Boar's intense struggle, the hole was pulled open, and the blade scale net broke into pieces, allowing King Boar to escape. In an instant, Kong Jing stared with his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the scene. Fuck, fuck. The other female Gu Master no longer cared about her ladylike image and loudly cursed. I seem to have gotten into trouble. I wanted to help you." Fang Yuan shouted, his voice sincere and innocent. Jiao Sen dodged King Boar's charge and rolled on the ground. Before he got up, he shouted, "Fang Yuan, you idiot, look at what you have done. You are a pig teammate." Group leader, "You have to believe me, I really didn't do it on purpose." Fang Yuan defended himself. "Shut up, you are not allowed to attack now, stay at the side." Jiao Sen shouted, and rolled again, dodging King Boar's kick. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but he obeyed and retreated tens of steps. "All of you, retreat." Jiao Sen snorted and started to show his true trump card, breathing out 2 traces of yellow poison gas from his nostrils. The poison gas continued to flow out of his nostrils, increasing in quantity and gradually forming a yellow poison cloud. King Boar and Jiao San's figures could be vaguely seen outside the poison cloud. Kong Jing and Fang Yuan retreated to the yellow cloud to watch the battle. Fang Yuan said to the remaining female, "Gu Master, heal my leg. I sprained my ankle." The female Gu Master was furious. "My good sister is dead, and you only sprained your ankle. Why don't you go and die?" Fang Yuan felt wronged. I didn't want this to happen. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Should he make a move and get rid of these people? Now was a good chance to make a move. In their subconscious, they would never expect that I would have killing intent. If the sickly snake group is eliminated, the restriction on me would lessen. But if this process is seen by other Gu Masters, I will be doomed. The crime of killing a tribesman is the most unforgivable crime in this world. Not only will they be executed, they will also be tortured for 7 days and 7 nights in public. Of course, he was not afraid of death, but for such a small group, it was not worth the risk. To kill them, he had to use the beast tide, and he had to be clean himself. Unfortunately, King Boar was about to die. After this battle, the sickly snake group suffered heavy losses, and their battle strength was at its limit. They had to leave the battlefield. What a pity, such a good chance. Fang Yuan felt a wave of regret. But he had already done his best. If he went any further, the smell of a trap would be too strong. The others were not idiots. They would definitely sense it, and the other Gu Masters might also see it. And the risk would be huge. 5 minutes later, King Boar fell to the ground with a plop. The yellow mist dissipated, and Jiao Sen stood there panting, his face pale. He had used his trump card, and had little primeval essence left. "You guys dissect the corpse. Quickly, bring the spoils of war, and we will retreat." Jiao Sen shouted. Fang Yuan and the rest surrounded King Boar, and started dissecting the corpse. King Boar's blood was boiling, and the smell of blood was thick. The surrounding was a dark forest, and there were roars of wild beasts, as well as the sounds of intense battles. But there were no other wild beasts in this small battlefield. This was the majesty of a beast king. Wild beasts had their own rules. King Boar's thick aura caused ordinary wild beasts to tremble in fear. When the beast tide advanced here, they would split into 2. Of course, if a stronger beast group or beast king appeared, they would not care about King Boar's aura. But at this moment, pairs of blue eyes suddenly appeared in the surrounding darkness. Gu Master's screams and howls could be heard from other places. "It's wolves, a wolf group." The lightning wolf group actually appeared. Damn it, why would there be a wolf group? Now is not the time for the wolf tide to erupt. "Retreat, don't care about King Boar. We need to retreat as well," Jiao Sen shouted. The surrounding people's faces also turned pale. A single lightning wolf was not scary, but once the lightning wolves formed a group, even King Boar would have to avoid them. More importantly, lightning wolves had high endurance and their speed was fast, and they were best at chasing. At such a critical moment, Jiao Sen could not care about anything else, abandoning the other 3 and escaping backwards. "Group leader, wait for me," Kong Jing shouted in fear, and quickly followed. "I do not have a goo worm to increase my speed. I cannot escape." Jiao San and the rest do not have much primeval essence left. Even if they have a goo worm to increase their speed, they cannot escape from the lightning wolves. Under the threat of death, Fang Yuan's heart was as calm as snow. He decisively chopped the female Gu Master's neck with a knife hand strike, knocking her out. Then he dragged her into the Wild Boar King's open stomach. The Wild Boar King's belly had already been cut open with a deep and long gash. Fang Yuan squeezed into the bloody body of the wild boar, and at the same time he dragged the female Gu Master, using her body to block the outside and cover his body. The wolf group rushed over, and most of them chased after Jiao San, Kong Jing, and the rest of the retreating Gu Masters. The remaining portion surrounded King Boar's corpse and started to eat. Fang Yuan was inside the wild boar's body, and he could clearly hear the sound of the lightning wolves chewing and swallowing as well as the shaking when they bit. A lightning wolf group actually appeared in the first beast tide. This is an accident. The clan will definitely send reinforcements. King Boar's body is huge, and the lightning wolves will need some time to devour his insides. As long as I can hold on for a while, I will be able to survive. Fang Yuan was deep in thought. Jiao San and Kong Jing, if there were no accidents, were already dead. They did not have much primeval essence left, and were not good at speed. In such a short distance, they would definitely be killed by the wolves. In a panic, people would make stupid choices. Under the pressure of death, there were very few people who could be as clear-headed as Fang Yuan and instantly choose the best response. Even King Boar's flesh was eaten, revealing Fang Yuan who was hiding inside. The number of lightning wolves that Fang Yuan faced was definitely not as many as the others. According to his experience, there were at most 5, and he still had a fighting chance. His chances of survival were much higher than the others. The sound of the lightning wolves biting and tearing could be heard continuously, and it was getting closer. Most of King Boar's flesh had already entered the mouth of the lightning wolves. If a normal person was in such a situation, they would feel that every second was like a year. But Fang Yuan closed his eyes instead and took out the spare yuan stone and held it in his palm, racing against time to recover his primeval essence. Chapter 98. The primeval essence that Fang Yuan recovered in the boar's stomach was not used in the end. This beast horde was under the watchful eyes of Guyue's higher-ups, and the appearance of the lightning wolf pack was just a small accident. Very quickly, Guyue's higher-ups made a swift response. The 3 elders personally led the team and quickly stabilized the situation. 10 minutes later, Fang Yuan could hear the sounds of fighting from outside the boar's stomach, as well as the cries of the lightning wolves. He quickly kicked the female Gu master in front of him away and crawled out with his body covered in blood. Fang Yuan was not worried about the lightning wolves, but he was worried that he would be affected by the aftershocks of the battle. If a Gu master's technique hit the boar's corpse by accident, then wouldn't he be wronged? Who could he find to reason with then? Suddenly, a living person crawled out of the boar's stomach. This caused the Gu masters who were fighting with the lightning wolves to be shocked. Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood, and there was even a king boar's intestine wrapped around his leg. His body emitted a pungent smell of blood, causing the Gu masters to frown. But Fang Yuan did not mind. He took a few deep breaths and stretched his limbs, looking around the battlefield as if nothing had happened. As he expected, there were a total of 5 lightning wolves. But these lightning wolves were all old, weak, sick, or disabled. They were the lowest in the wolf den. As the wolf pack grew stronger day by day, the wolf king would chase the old and weak out of the wolf pack in order to protect the young and strong lightning wolves due to limited resources. These lightning wolves gathered together and first attacked the surrounding beast groups. Then the beast groups influenced each other, finally forming this small-scale beast horde. Under the attacks of the Gu masters, the 5 lightning wolves quickly suffered casualties. They had eaten too much, and their stomachs were round, affecting their battle strength. At the same time, the newly arrived Gu masters all had ample primeval essence in their apertures, and their battle strength was at its peak, unlike Jiao San and the rest. Primeval essence was especially important to Gu masters. A phoenix in trouble was no better than a chicken. With less primeval essence, the Gu master's battle strength would fall. And a Gu master without primeval essence could not even be compared to a mortal. So why was the liquor worm and black and white boar Gu so precious? It was also reflected in this aspect. Firstly, with the liquor worm, it can refine primeval essence, allowing the Gu master to store more primeval essence. And the black and white boar Gu's amplification to a Gu master's strength does not require primeval essence to display its effects. And for the black and white boar Gu, after one person uses it, It can be given to another person to use, thus it has great collective value. The battle lasted for a while before it ended. The 5 lightning wolves fell one after the other, and the reinforcement team that rushed over did not go any deeper. Their quintessential essence had been greatly consumed, and their combat prowess had been greatly reduced. For the sake of safety, they stopped where they were. While resting, he waited for reinforcements to arrive. In a group of 5, the investigative goo master was on guard while the other 3 were using yuan stone to quickly replenish their primeval essence. The healing goo master squatted down and inspected the female goo master's corpse. Dead, the healing goo master sighed deeply, looking at his sorrowful expression. He seemed to know this female goo master. Fang Yuan looked on coldly. This female goo master that he had knocked unconscious had been blocking in front of him. Now he had lost his right chest and a calf. On his arm, there was a huge bite wound from the lightning wolves, revealing his pale forearm bone. But these wounds and the large amount of blood loss were not the true cause of her death. The true cause of her death was the paralysis of her heart. The bite of the lightning wolves carried electricity. The electricity flowed through the unconscious female goo master's body, causing her heart to be paralyzed. The once beautiful and sexy body was now lying on the ground, motionless. After death, there was no trace of her previous elegance left, only an ugly corpse. She's dead, it's all your fault. As a man, why did you hide behind a woman? You are a disgrace to men. The healing goo master raised his head and stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently, his face calm. The truth is, she fought with me for the position inside. But I won in the end, and I am glad about this. Bastard! The healing goo master rushed up. Bam! Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked him away. The healing goo master's battle strength was usually weak, and due to the clan rules, he did not dare to use his goo worms. With just his physical strength, how could he be Fang Yuan's match? Damn bastard! The healing goo master climbed up dejectedly, wanting to rush up again, but was stopped by the investigative goo master. If you think I committed a crime and caused her death, then you can report it to the punishment hall. I will accept it. Fang Yuan looked at the healing goo master indifferently and left. Damn it! Damn it! The healing goo master's eyes seemed to be spewing fire, staring fiercely at Fang Yuan's back. He wanted to rush up, but was held back by the others. Calm down. Even if we report it to the punishment hall, the clan will not punish him. We all know you have feelings for her. Although the clan rules cannot punish him, we can spread the news. Under the persuasion of the group members, the healing goo master slowly calmed down, lowering his head and sobbing. The boat is in trouble. A man grabbed a wooden plank and was temporarily saved. At this time, another man swam over, also wanting to grab that wooden plank. However, this wooden plank can only hold one person's weight. In order to save the first man, he pushed the second man away, causing him to drown in the sea. The rescued man was put on trial, but was not convicted. This is the wooden plank incident on Earth. It means in order to save yourself, if you have no choice but to endanger someone else's life, you will not be punished. On Earth, it is the emergency refuge in the punishment hall. In this world, there are similar clan rules. That is to say, even if the healing goo master reports it to the punishment hall, I will not be punished. But Fang Yuan pondered as he walked back. He walked at a steady pace, unhurried and unhurried. Along the way, Fang Yuan would find corpses on the ground from time to time. Most of them were wild beasts of all kinds, and there were even some goo master corpses. At the same time, small groups of reinforcements were rushing to the front lines. When they met Fang Yuan on the streets, most people would cast a strange and puzzled gaze at this blood-stained young man. Fang Yuan did not mind, his gaze deep as he continued to ponder. But if I was found to have knocked out the female goo master, I would be severely punished for murdering my own kin. But at that time, no one should have seen that scene. Jiao San and Kong Jing both had their backs to me, running for their lives. Fang Yuan's footsteps paused. He saw Kong Jing and Jiao San's corpses. The former's body had been gnawed beyond recognition, while the latter's body was preserved in a relatively good condition. That snake Gu, the red rock python, had already turned into pieces of rock, completely dead. And beside the sick snake, there were more than 10 lightning wolf corpses. Obviously, Jiao San fought back before his death, and there was an intense battle. Not bad. This way, other than me, the other 4 in the group are all dead. Fang Yuan evaluated in his heart, feeling slightly happy. This way, there are fewer obstacles around me. Fang Yuan stopped. He had just seen Jiao San's finger twitch slightly. Not dead yet, such a tenacious life. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, his killing intent surging. At this time, more than 10 healing Gu masters came running from the front. Quick, save the injured. These are our clansmen. Saving one life is another. If they are confirmed dead, remember to retrieve the Gu worms. Fang Yuan's gaze froze. What to do? The enemies were so close. If he wanted to kill Jiao San, it would be a huge risk. No matter if he used his hand or the moonblade, there would be traces left behind. In front of these Gu masters, there was no time to clean up the traces. Then, should he let Jiao San go just like that? Speaking of which, even if Jiao San was saved now, he might not survive. No. If I can get rid of Jiao San, the obstacles in my path will be greatly reduced. If I let go of such a good opportunity, it would be difficult for it to appear again. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He slowly half-knelt beside Jiao San, taking off his shirt and covering Jiao San's face and upper body. He had been in the boar's stomach for a long time, and the boar's blood had already soaked his shirt, causing it to be heavy and wet. The shirt was tightly stuck to Jiao San's nose and mouth, preventing him from absorbing air. Fang Yuan half-knelt on the ground, watching quietly, his face showing a solemn and pained expression. At this time, a Gu master walked over. "Little brother, I am the medicine hall's Gu master. Let me take a look." "Get lost!" Fang Yuan shouted angrily, pushing him away. The Gu master fell on the ground, but was not angry, instead consoling. "Little brother, my condolences. I know how you are feeling. I also understand the pain of seeing your clansmen die in front of you. But you are covered in blood. Your injuries are not light. For these sacrificed clansmen, you have to live well. Come, let me treat your injuries." Fang Yuan did not speak. He was silent, his lowered face shrouded in a shadow. He allowed this Gu master to inspect his body. The results of the inspection surprised the Gu master. Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood, looking terrifying. But in fact, there was not a single wound on his body. But the Gu master quickly retracted his thoughts, focusing his attention on Jiao San. "My apologies. The clan wants to take back the Gu worms." The Gu master sincerely looked at Fang Yuan, then slowly took off the bloody shirt. Jiao San's half-opened eyes had lost their luster. The Gu master skillfully used his fingers to pry open Jiao San's eyelids, looking at his pupils and touching his neck, but he could not feel any pulse. Dead. Completely dead. The Gu master did not suspect anything, sighing and placing his hand on Jiao San's abdomen. There was still some warmth in his abdomen, and the aperture in his body was slowly disappearing. There was not a single Gu worm inside. The Gu master looked at Fang Yuan, saying unintentionally, "Every Gu master's Gu worms are recorded clearly. After the Gu master dies, his Gu worms will be left to the inheritor. Taking it without permission is against the clan rules." Fang Yuan was fearless, meeting the Gu master's gaze. "Of course I know this." Are you suspecting that I stole the group leader's goo worms? Taking these goo worms was risky and troublesome. If other secrets were exposed, the gains would not make up for the losses. Fang Yuan knew that although he had the spring-autumn cicada and could instantly refine goo worms, it was not easy to sell them in the clan. It was not worth it to get himself into trouble for such a small profit. Other than that, there was another point. His current financial situation was not good. Even if he took them, he might not be able to keep them. Facing Fang Yuan's question, the Goo Master quickly laughed. Of course I did not mean that. The dead cannot come back to life. Little brother, please restrain your grief. For the sake of those who have died, you should live well. Fang Yuan slowly stood up. He stared at the sick snake's corpse with a sorrowful expression, concentrating for a while. The night wind whistled in his ears. You are right. After a long while, Fang Yuan broke the silence, his gaze cold, saying with deep meaning, For the dead, I should live well. Chapter 99. Internal Affairs Hall, Interrogation Room. The winter sun shone through the only skylight shining on the ground. The specks of dust slowly floated in the light pillar, revealing even the smallest details. The light pillar shrouded a chair. Fang Yuan sat on this chair, bathing in the sunlight. In front of him, in front of the wall shrouded in shadows and darkness, there was a long table. 3 clan elders were sitting behind the table. The interrogation had been going on for an hour. Fang Yuan, are you sure you did not make any mistakes in what you just said? One of the clan elders asked. Yes. Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids, looking at his toes. The sunlight shone on his fair face, making him look like a white statue. He had already expected this situation. After all, the other 4 Goo Masters in his group were all dead, and only he was alive. In fact, every Goo Master would be interrogated to a certain extent to help the clan gather information on the battlefield. However, Fang Yuan had already been interrogated for an hour, and it was clear that someone was targeting him, making things difficult for him. This was completely understandable. As long as he was human, he would have social connections, and there would be a chain of people behind him. Then can you describe the situation on the battlefield in detail? The elder continued to ask. Yes, I used a few days and broke through to rank 2. Just as I returned to the village entrance, I met the Qishan group. After finding Jiao San and the others, I joined the group. At that time, they were fighting with King Boar. Fang Yuan spoke with his usual calm tone. He had exposed his rank 2 status, and without the corresponding goo worm to conceal it, his rank 2 aura could not be concealed. Now that Sickly Snake and the others were dead, he could make up whatever he wanted. However, Fang Yuan only hid some important details, and most of the things he said happened. This was Fang Yuan's 5th time narrating. The 3 clan elders frowned as they listened. They could not find any loopholes, but they knew one thing. He was making up lies, and they were afraid of saying too much. If he said it a few more times, there would naturally be loopholes. But after 5 times, Fang Yuan's narration was slightly different each time, but the content was the same. It should be true. The 3 clan elders looked at each other, communicating with their eyes. However, one of the elders was not satisfied. One of her daughters was a healing goo master in the Sickly Snake group. She was the one she doted on the most, but in the end, she died tragically in the wolf's mouth. This caused her to feel resentful. At this moment, she looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. Fang Yuan, let me ask you, you used the moon blade to cut open the scaly blade net. Why did you do that? The middle-aged female elder asked sternly. Because I panicked. I wanted to make a contribution, but in the end, I helped more than I helped. Fang Yuan said. Then let me ask you again. When you hid in the pig's stomach, did you purposely let the female goo masters in the same group block the calamity for you? The elder asked again. I don't know. I was so scared that I wanted to hide inside King Boar's body, but she got inside and fought with me for the position inside. She did not rob me, was bitten by the electric wolf body, died. I'm ashamed, Fang Yuan replied. The middle-aged female elder gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's answer was very cunning, only stating a fact. In fact, he did not say his own subjective intentions. This caused the elder, who wanted to suppress him, to be unable to find any evidence to use against him. Naturally, she was furious, but could do nothing about it. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan could not be judged guilty. 3 days had passed since the small beast tied. The casualty figures were tallied, causing the clan's higher-ups to have ugly expressions. In the past small beast tides, although there were losses, it was definitely not this serious. The reason was because of the lightning wolf pack. If it was before, there would be at least 3 small beast tides before these wolf packs would appear. In this world, the environment was harsh and survival was difficult. To humans, to survive, other than competing with other humans for resources, they also had to fight against ferocious beasts, as well as the harsh weather. And these battles were often extremely difficult. The small beast tide was only the prelude. The truly terrifying thing was the large wolf tide a year later. At that time, there would be tens of thousands of lightning wolves attacking the village, along with the terrifying Thunder Crown wolf head. The female elder unwillingly asked a few more questions. Finally, under Fang Yuan's impeccable answers, she chose to give up. Then, Fang Yuan, what do you plan to do next? Another clan elder asked, with deep meaning in his words. I plan to apply for the family separation mission, inherit the inheritance left behind by my parents, and live on well. Fang Yuan said frankly there was no need to hide this. Because the sickly snake group was almost completely wiped out, only Fang Yuan was left. Thus, he did not need to use the rank 2 Gu Master's right to give up missions, and could accept the family separation mission. The elder who asked the question nodded, then shook his head and said to Fang Yuan, You still don't understand what I mean. Other than you, your group members have all been sacrificed. My suggestion to you is to join another group. The Internal Affairs Hall's mission difficulty is designed for small groups, and it is very difficult for one person to complete it, whether it is your family separation mission or the monthly compulsory mission. It is the same. Fang Yuan was silent, not replying. The elder continued, Of course, there is another choice. You are already a rank 2 Gu Master and have the qualifications to become a group leader. As long as you pass an assessment mission, you can create your own group. Which one do you want to choose? Fang Yuan blinked. I haven't decided yet. I need time to think about it. Then you can leave. After you go back, think about it quickly. The reorganization of the group will take place in the next few days. After this period, it will be difficult for you to join a group again. The elder said with concern. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He would not choose either of these 2 paths. He had too many secrets on him. And moving alone was not only safer, it was also more convenient for him to act. Otherwise, if he had to move with others, wouldn't it annoy Fang Yuan to death? After leaving the interrogation room, Fang Yuan did not immediately leave the Internal Affairs Hall, but instead applied for the family separation mission. In the end, he was told that he was busy recently and would come back in 3 days. Walking out of the main door of the Internal Affairs Hall, he looked at the sky. It was only a winter afternoon, and it was extremely ordinary. The winter day was bleak, and the cold wind pierced the bone. The air seemed to be filled with sorrow and heaviness. Today is a collective memorial service. Gu Yue and Jinju died. Fang Yuan, do you know? Ma Bei, and a group of youths passed by here and stopped. Other than Ma Bei, there was also Fang Zheng, Qi Cheng, and the others. Ma Bei and Qi Cheng usually did not get along, but today they seemed to have forgotten each other's grievances and walked together. Brother, Jinju has been studying and living with us for a year. Come with us, Fang Zheng said. Guyue and Jinju. In Fang Yuan's mind, the figure of a young girl suddenly appeared. She had once fought evenly with Ma Bei in the arena, but lost because of her lack of stamina. She was a hard-working girl. However, under death, no matter if it was beautiful or ugly, it was all the same. Most people would feel that it was a pity, but in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was already very common. Oh, she's also dead, but birth, old age, sickness, and death are all human nature. After seeing it many times, it will fade away. You guys go, I don't have time. Fang Yuan brushed past the crowd. This guy. Immediately, many youths started to feel indignant. So cold-blooded and heartless. He doesn't care about schoolmates at all. Recently the news has spread throughout the clan. You guys should have heard about it. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to survive was because he hid in a pig's stomach and used a female Gu master in his group as a shield. What a disgrace, to drag out an ignoble existence. He doesn't have any manliness. Chicheng crossed his arms and sneered. Brother. Fang Zheng lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Hearing such discussions as Fang Yuan's younger brother, he felt a wave of shame. Fang Yuan walked, the sarcasm behind him getting further and further away until he could not hear them clearly. His heart was calm. So, what if they insulted me? If they want to scold me, then scold me. So what if they scold me? Short-minded people often get angry because of cursing and happy because of praise. But in fact, these are just other people's opinions of you. Because of other people's views, those who live are destined to be pitiful people. In fact, after some intentional people purposely spread the news, Fang Yuan's reputation was already very bad. Sacrificing a female companion to protect himself. Although such an act would not be punished, it would be condemned by the public. But this was the situation that Fang Yuan wanted to create. Once you enter the system, you are a chess piece. You have no choice but to follow the rules. To Fang Yuan, it was too much of a hindrance. He needed resources, and even more so, he needed to be alone. So he wanted to be a loner. So what if he was ostracized by others? Only the weak-hearted would be afraid of being ostracized. If this situation were to happen on Earth, no matter who it was, they would be dead. After all, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Social connections were the guarantee of survival. But in this world, as long as one's cultivation was strong, one person could fight against 10 people, 100 people, or even 10 million people. So what if they were ostracized? If they were in the way, they could just kill them. If there were no resources, they could just take it by force. The rules of every world were different, and it determined that there would be differences in social forms, resulting in differences in human behavior. The higher the martial arts level of the world, the weaker the collective concept. So in this world, demons ran amok. Chapter 100. What? That kid is actually a rank 2 Gu master now, and even applied for a family-splitting mission from the Internal Affairs Hall. Uncle Guyue Dong Tu's shocked, an angry voice reverberated in the guest hall. That is indeed the case. Although I took your Yuan stone, I could not stop him, so I could only tell him to come 3 days later to get the mission. Delaying for so many days is already the limit of what I can do. The middle-aged male, Gu master sitting at the side said. Guyue Dong Tu snorted in his heart. He understood the meaning of this Internal Affairs Hall Gu master. What delaying for 3 days is already the limit. He was just trying to extort some money from him. However, the most important thing now is to do my best to protect the family assets. This brat is really too worrisome. Guyue Dong Tu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Fang Yuan's growth speed made him feel a sense of fear. I came specially to tell you. Goodbye. The middle-aged male Gu master stood up and was about to leave. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, brother. There are some things that I need your help with. Guyue Dong, too, quickly stood up and took out a money pouch, stuffing it into the male Gu master's hand. The male Gu master stuffed the pouch full of yuan stone into his arms and immediately changed the topic, laughing loudly. Brother Dong, too, you are too polite. What kind of relationship do we have? We've known each other for more than 10 years. Don't worry, I will prepare the most difficult mission for Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan may hire other Gu masters. You have to be careful. Don't worry about this. Although I have retired, I still have my connections. I have already hired people to watch him. If that kid hires an outsider, he will be violating the clan rules. And I was just worried about not having anything to use against him. Then I am relieved. Goodbye. I will send you off. No need, please stay. Guyue Dong too looked at the Gu master's departing figure, and the smile on his face gradually collapsed. This Fang Yuan is clearly a C grade. How did he advance to the second transition so quickly? Damn it, what are Jiao San and the others doing? You can't even watch over a living person. Sigh, now, the 3 or 4 of us actually died in the beast tide. How useless! Fang Yuan had also advanced to the second transition. In this case, he would definitely be able to receive the inheritance mission. He could no longer use the method that he had used to restrain him. However, he's all alone now, and it's really difficult for him to complete the inheritance task alone. That's inappropriate. This brat's luck was a little strange. Just as he asked Jiao San and the others to suppress him, a small beast tide came. What if he relied on luck again and completed the mission? I have to prepare for the worst. The fact that Guyue was able to live up to this point in the frozen earth represented success in itself. Compared to the fledgling Fang Yuan, his interpersonal skills were much better. Collect honey wine? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly when he received the family property mission. This mission was very troublesome. It required him to collect 5 tails of the golden bees, honey wine. The golden bees were the size of a fist, their bodies were black and gold, and their stingers were sharp, possessing strong offensive capabilities. That was not all. A normal small bee colony only had honey, only in large and medium-sized beehives. When enough honey was accumulated, it would ferment into the more precious honey wine. This mission is very difficult even for a 5-man group. Because it's useless to have more people, the Gu master who collects the honey wine must have a defensive Gu worm to withstand the stingers. It seems that Uncle is behind this, taking advantage of the fact that I don't have a defensive Gu worm. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Now, it was evident that the flower wine monk's inheritance had hidden benefits that couldn't be said. It was easy to do things in secret, but difficult to do things in the light. The more aboveboard the action, the easier it would be for others to see through it, and the easier it would be to stop it. On the other hand, doing things in secret and hiding one's trump cards would make others unable to see the situation clearly and unable to deal with it properly. However, if I want to collect the honey wine, just relying on the jade skin goo is not enough. The jade skin goo is only a rank 1 goo worm. If it can advance to the rank 2 white jade goo, I believe it will be easy. There was no need to take a risk. His rich life experience allowed Fang Yuan to avoid taking a detour. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan was now a rank 2 initial stage goo master, but the goo worms on him, other than the spring-autumn cicada, were all rank 1 goo worms. This situation was like a burly man who could use a large glaive to chop people, holding a small dagger. The dagger could not fully display the burly man's fighting strength. Only by forging it into a large glaive would it be the most suitable. Fang Yuan had 7 goo worms on him: vital goo, spring-autumn cicada, moonlight goo, liquor worm, white boar goo, jade skin goo, and 2 little light goo. Among them, the moonlight goo and the two little light goo could be refined into the rank 2 moon glow goo, while the white boar goo and jade skin goo could be refined into the white jade goo. The moon glow goo represented an increase in attack power, while the white jade goo increased defense. If Fang Yuan had enough yuan stone, he would naturally refine both. But not long ago, in order to push his cultivation to rank 2, he had used up most of the yuan stone. Now, the yuan stone he had was only enough for one use. No doubt, choosing to refine the white jade goo was the wiser choice. With the white jade goo, I can collect honey wine. And with the white jade goo, it will be helpful for the flower wine monk's inheritance. But if I fail this refinement, the consequences will be severe. My finances are on the verge of collapse, and without the white jade goo, I cannot inherit the inheritance. If I am stuck at this step, it will seriously slow down my growth. Fang Yuan could faintly feel a pressure. He knew he had reached a crucial moment, and if the refinement succeeded, his future would be bright. But if it failed, it would be like falling into an abyss, and if he wanted to climb back up to his current level, he would need to work even harder and spend even more time. Goo masters use their own primeval sea as their foundation, and use goo worms as their means. Goo are essential to a goo master, and without goo, there is no goo master. Other than their own cultivation, goo masters also need to refine goo, nurture goo, and use goo. In the room, clan leader Guyuepo carefully explained to Fang Zheng. Refinement, nurture, and use, these three aspects. Any one of them is broad and profound, and a person's whole life cannot be explored. Among them, in terms of goo refinement, you already know how to refine a goo worm and use it for yourself. But this is only single refinement. Other than single refinement, there is a more important fusion. Through fusion, you can combine many different goo worms into a higher rank goo worm. This is the evolution and refinement of life. Fang Zheng, you are already rank 2, but your goo worms are all rank 1. It is time to refine a rank 2 goo worm. Fang Zheng asked, Lord Clan Leader, then how do I refine? Guyuepo said, to refine, you need to know the recipe. Some goo worms cannot be fused with each other. After countless years of development and precipitation, the ancestors, through continuous practice and countless failures, summed up a lot of secret recipes. Our Guyue clan has the most in-depth research on the moonlight goo, and now we already have 2 rank 5 recipes. What is a rank 5 recipe? According to this recipe, by continuous fusion, you can finally refine a rank 5 goo worm. Fang Yuan, you have a jade skin goo and a moonlight goo, which fit one of the rank 5 recipes. If you follow this recipe, you can finally refine a rank 5 goo worm, Moonlight Treasure King Goo. Moonlight Treasure King Goo? Fang Zheng's face showed a yearning expression. He, it is still too early to tell you about a rank 5 goo worm. Come, take out the jade skin goo and moonlight goo. I will guide you on how to fuse these 2 goo into the rank 2 moon raiment goo. Saying so, Guyuepo's expression turned solemn. The most important thing in fusing goo worms is to multitask and fuse your consciousness. Right now, the moonlight goo and jade skin goo in your hands no longer have their wild consciousness and have been replaced by your own consciousness. What you need to do now is to fuse these 2 consciousnesses together. Fuse together? Fang Zheng blinked, his expression confused. Guyuepo laughed. Don't worry, with more practice, you will be able to grasp this feeling. Let's begin. Okay, Fang Zheng nodded. And under Guyuepo's guidance, the light red steel primeval essence rose up like smoke and lifted the jade skin goo and moonlight goo in the air. Fang Zheng closed his eyes and began to feel and manipulate these 2 goo worms' consciousnesses. Guyuepo was observing from outside and saw the jade skin goo and moonlight goo revolving around each other like 2 stars. As the consciousnesses fused more and more, the distance between the two goo worms also got closer. After 3 hours of continuous experimentation, the consciousnesses in their bodies were finally manipulated by Fangzheng and completely fused together. Immediately, the jade skin goo and moonlight goo burst out with a dazzling white light. The two white lights linked together, and soon formed a ball the size of a wash basin. Maintain your current state, and then throw Yuan stone into the ball of light. Guyue Bo instructed in time. Fangzheng took out a piece of Yuan stone and threw it into the ball of light. Strangely enough, after the Yuan stone was thrown in, it turned into a pure natural primeval essence and completely fused into the ball of light. Only some white stone powder was left, which fluttered and fell onto the bed sheet. Continue throwing until you fuse into a rank 2-goo worm, Guyue Bo said. Fangzheng threw out the second piece, but at this moment, the white light suddenly disappeared, and the 2-goo worms seemed to have been pushed by each other, flying in opposite directions. The fusion had failed. Oh no, I forgot to maintain the fusion of consciousnesses. Fangzheng immediately realized his mistake. Don't worry, the first few failures are very normal. Guyue Bo comforted Fangzheng, and then reminded, but you have to be careful, you can't fail too many times. Otherwise, the moonlight goo and jade skin goo will die. Fangzheng recalled the jade skin goo and moonlight goo, and as expected, found that the surface of the moonlight goo had a slight crack, while the jade skin goo was somewhat dispirited. His heart sank, and he truly experienced the difficulty of refining goo. Chapter 101. Swish, 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 waves undulated in the primeval sea, rising and falling. As far as the eye could see, it was a patch of light red. It was no longer the rank 1 bronze sea, but a red steel sea. The aperture's 4 walls were a thin layer of light, the sign of a rank 2 initial stage. The entire red steel primeval sea took up 44% of the aperture. In the air above the sea, the spring-autumn cicada appeared. After close to a year of recuperation, it had already shown signs of improvement. Originally, its body did not have any luster. It was rough and dull, like a rotten firewood. But now, it looked like it was stained with oil. Originally, its wings were like withered leaves in the autumn wind, and there were many gaps at the edges. But now, there was a hint of green, and a black line was drawn at the edge of the wings, forming a complete arc without any gaps. Spring-autumn cicada, spring and autumn, so that's it. For it to recover, it needs to experience spring and autumn. Since rebirth, a year has passed, which is also a cycle of spring and autumn, so it has recovered. Fang Yuan stared at the spring-autumn cicada, and his mind could not help but start to think. His understanding of the spring-autumn cicada deepened. Goo masters refine goo, nurture goo, and use goo. The use was categorized into thousands of categories. Fang Yuan interacted with the spring-autumn cicada day and night, and his understanding of the spring-autumn cicada slowly accumulated and deepened. But the spring-autumn cicada is still very weak and only managed to crawl a few steps forward from the precipice of death. It can only use its aura to suppress goo worms and increase the effect of the single refinement. As for the fusion of goo worms, it cannot help. There were other mystical goo worms that could increase the success rate of fusion. Everyone had their specialties, and the spring-autumn cicada only had the ability to rebirth. Other than the spring-autumn cicada, on the sea surface, the chubby liquor worm had curled up into a ball, floating in the sea, having fun. The ladybug-like white boar goo and the jade-like jade skin goo flew around each other. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and slowly opened his right palm. In the center of his palm, there was a crescent moon and 2 pentagonal stars. It was the little light goo and the moonlight goo residing there. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed and shifted his gaze to the bed. There were 3 money pouches on the bed, 2 bulging, and the other half deflated. Other than that, there was also the snow-white tusk of a king boar. It looked like an elephant's tusk, lying quietly on the bed sheet next to Fang Yuan's leg. After Sickly Snake's team tried their best to kill King Boar, they were attacked by a pack of lightning wolves. Most of King Boar's flesh was devoured by the lightning wolves, leaving only 2 snow-white fangs as the most valuable spoils of war. According to the rules of the tribe, as one of the members who killed King Boar, Fang Yuan received one of King Boar's fangs for free. Fang Yuan looked at the items in front of him with a solemn expression. I don't have much Yuan stone left. It's only enough for 1 fusion. After this fusion, regardless of success or failure, my finances will collapse. But if I don't fuse in time, in less than 10 days my Yuan stone will continue to be used up, and I will even lose the chance to fuse. Fang Yuan raised 7 goo worms, and the financial burden was quite big. And because of his C-grade aptitude, he used the liquor worm many times in order to cultivate quickly. Thus, the expenditure of Yuan stone was higher than normal people. Recently, he did not use Yuan stone to quickly replenish his primeval essence. The red steel sea in his body was the result of his self-recovery. Fang Yuan had long been holding on to Yuan stone, calculating his living expenses. Yuan stone could not be casually used. The current situation was like he was about to fall off a cliff, and was relying on the wild grass in his hand to temporarily maintain his body at the edge of the cliff. But as time passed, the wild grass in his hand began to crumble. If he did not make any risky efforts, he would fall off the cliff soon. What he needed to do now was to use the wild grass in his hand to climb up the cliff. If he succeeded, he would be able to obtain the family assets and ascend to another level, and everything would have a new look. If he failed, he would fall off, and if he wanted to climb back up, he would have to spend a lot of time and energy. No matter what, let's begin. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, his gaze determined. White boar goo, jade skin goo. The 2 goo worms came out of his aperture with his thoughts and floated in front of Fang Yuan. Fuse! Fang Yuan shouted in his heart, and the white boar goo and jade skin goo suddenly burst out with a piercing white light and collided with each other. This collision was soundless, but it produced a ball of light. The white light was even more dazzling than before. This meant that Fang Yuan's 2 consciousnesses were fusing. Fang Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the white ball of light, and at the same time took out Yuan's stone from his bag and threw it into the ball of light. The ball of light swallowed the Yuan stone, and only powder was left, falling on the bed. Every time it swallowed a piece, the edge of the ball of light would expand a little. The ball of light absorbed the natural primeval essence and became bigger and bigger. Slowly, it went from the size of a wash basin to the size of a stone mill. It's about time. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and grabbed the king boar's snow tusk in his hand and threw it into the ball of light. If anyone saw this, they would scream in shock, because the recipe of white boar goo and jade skin goo to refine the white jade goo was known by everyone for thousands of years, but no one had ever heard of adding king boar's snow tusk. However, not having it in the past did not mean not having it in the future. 150 years later, a goo master improved this recipe and found that adding a wild boar's tusk would greatly increase the success rate of the fusion. Fang Yuan had been reborn 500 years ago and naturally knew of this trick. Once the snow tusk was thrown into the ball of light, a miraculous change occurred. The originally dazzling white light instantly became gentle. Originally, it was just blindly shooting in all directions, but now there was a kind of rippling light and the natural rhythm of changing between light and dark. Under Fang Yuan's gaze, the ball of light slowly shrunk and finally dissipated into the air. The jade skin goo and white boar goo were gone, and a brand new goo worm quietly floated in front of Fang Yuan. It was like an oval pebble, completely white. But this white was not the white of rice paper, nor the milky white of milk, but a kind of white with a jade luster. This was the rank 2 white jade goo. At this point, Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, and the stone in his heart settled. Don't look at this process. It seemed very simple, but it was not. First, to fuse the consciousness, one must be able to multitask. Ordinary people draw circles with one hand and draw squares with the other. This is multitasking. Many people found it hard to do this. Not to mention the higher difficulty of multitasking, one must have countless accumulations, painstaking cultivation, and endure countless failures and setbacks, as well as a certain amount of talent to be able to multitask. Fong Yuan could do this with ease. It was all because of 500 years of thick accumulations, and not the slightest bit of it could be faked. Second, it was the understanding and knowledge of goo worms. The deeper the goo master's understanding of goo worms, the higher the success rate of the fusion. This was also a penetrating insight that would be widely recognized in about 300 years in the future. Thus, the longer a goo worm is used, the higher the success rate of fusion. Third, it was the correct and unique recipe. For example, this time, the addition of the snow tusk was like a finishing touch, suddenly raising the success rate by 20%. The effect was truly extraordinary. Some recipes were widely spread in this world, but there were also many recipes that were treasured and not spread. For example, Guyue Village's moonlight goo. The recipe to refine it was only in the hands of a few clan elders, as well as generations of clan leaders. This was especially true for those secret recipes that could reach the fifth revolution and above. They were hidden by goo masters, treasuring them as much as their lives. Many goo masters would not impart them until they were on the brink of death. But even with these 3 points, there was no way to achieve absolute success. Even a person like Fong Yuan, with his 500 years of memories, extremely rich experience, deep understanding of goo worms, able to multitask, and know many recipes. But there was still a chance of failure when he fused goo worms. It could only be said that his failure rate was relatively low. The fusion of goo worms could be said to be a kind of sublimation of life, a kind of creation. It condensed time to the limit, allowing the long evolution process to blossom in an instant. On Earth, the only ones who could do this were the gods. No doubt, this was a miracle of life. Goo masters using mortals to create miracles. How could they succeed every time? If they succeeded every time, they would not be humans, but gods. Chapter 102. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Inside the mountain, in the underground stone forest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Dozens of jade ice stone monkeys appeared in the air, their blurry figures flashing. They leaped and jumped, launching fierce attacks at Fong Yuan. If it was before, Fong Yuan would definitely retreat. But now he stood on the spot, his expression cold and unmoving. The stone monkeys rammed, scratched, and bit Fong Yuan's body, giving off crisp sounds, as if they were not attacking a person, but a sturdy jade pillar. A faint white jade light stuck closely to Fong Yuan's body. This layer of light was much thinner than the jade skin goo's jade green light, but its defense was more than twice as strong. The jade skin goo's defense could at most withstand the simultaneous attacks of 16 stone monkeys, but now Fong Yuan was facing more than 30 stone monkeys alone. On the stage, I could break Fong Zheng's jade skin goo's defense with my bare hands, but if Fong Zheng were to use this white jade goo, even if I break my bones, I would not be able to break this defense. Fong Yuan pondered, and at the same time, he split a portion of his attention to his aperture's primeval sea. In the red steel primeval sea, the white jade goo was at the bottom of the sea, absorbing primeval essence. Its surface was also emitting a faint white jade light, like a light bulb. Every time the stone monkeys attacked Fong Yuan, This oval-shaped white jade goose surface would flash slightly. At the same time, Fang Yuan felt that his primeval essence expenditure had increased. The white jade goo's defense is the same as the jade skin goo, requiring constant primeval essence. At the same time, the more attacks it receives, the more primeval essence expenditure. Fang Yuan concluded in his heart. At the same time, he launched his counterattack. Punches and kicks created a gust of wind. His moves were simple and ruthless, swift and fierce. Although the whiteboard goo had disappeared, the power it gave to Fang Yuan was still in Fang Yuan's body. More and more stone monkeys were struck by Fang Yuan. Some were sent flying and crashed into stone pillars, while others were killed in midair. After turning into stone, they fell to the ground and broke into pieces. At the same time, as Fang Yuan waved his hand, moonblades flew out one after another. They were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of the stone monkeys. Under the activation of the red steel primeval essence, the rank 1 moonlight goose, every attack dealt the greatest damage to the stone monkey. Creak, creak. The stone monkey cried out in fear and kept on retreating. In the short time that Fang Yuan counterattacked, a large number of stone monkeys had perished, and only 5 or 6 were left. Fang Yuan killed another one. The remaining stone monkeys finally broke down and fled into the depths of the stone forest. Fang Yuan did not chase after the defeated soldiers. Instead, he continued to advance deeper into the center of the stone forest. These days, he had been diligently searching for the next clue of the inheritance. As he continued to explore, he had already stepped into the surroundings of the stone forest, but he didn't discover anything. Fang Yuan had an understanding, vaguely guessing the flower wine monk's thoughts. He felt that the next clue was likely to be placed in the center of this underground stone forest by the flower wine monk. The deeper he went into the stone forest, the larger the stone pillars, and the more stone monkeys there were. As Fang Yuan walked, he gazed into the distance. In the center of the stone forest, there was the largest stone pillar. Even if a dozen adults held hands and hugged it, they would not be able to hug it. This stone pillar was his next destination. However, the deeper he went, the larger the size of the stone monkey groups, and the higher the difficulty would be. Fang Yuan took the crucial step and broke through the warning line of the monkey group. Creak, creak, creak. From the holes on the stone pillars, angry jade, ice stone monkeys drilled out. There were more than 100 of them, and they pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned and ran, facing the attacks of so many stone monkeys. Even with the white jade goo, he would not be able to hold them off. The stone monkey group chased after Fang Yuan for a while, and one after another, the stone monkeys gave up and turned back. Gradually, there were only 30 or so stone monkeys left, hanging behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the time was ripe and turned to fight. After a round of fighting, only a few stone monkeys were left, and they ran away in panic, not even daring to return to their original cave. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan had killed more than 100 stone monkeys. Along the way, he saw the stone fragments of the dead monkeys. Not enough primeval essence. Fang Yuan checked his primeval sea and sighed, having no choice but to stop moving forward. If it was in the past, he would have used Yuan stone to quickly recover. But now, after refining the white jade goo, his Yuan stone was severely lacking and his finances had completely collapsed. Fang Yuan picked up the jade stone eyeballs scattered on the ground and put them into a bag. It should be under the stone pillar in the center, but to get there, I need to open a path. This feeling was getting stronger, and Fang Yuan looked back one last time and opened the stone door, returning to the second secret room. At the corner of the secret room, there were some miscellaneous items. A small gunny sack containing hundreds of eyeball jade beads. Fang Yuan opened it and poured all the jade beads he had killed today. The jade beads collided with each other, producing a series of crisp sounds. There was another gunny sack containing wild boar tusks. But now, Feng Yuan no longer needed to kill wild boars. He used the white boar goo and jade skin goo to successfully refine the white jade goo. With the white boar goo gone, his need for pork was reduced to zero. The newly born white jade goo was more like the jade skin goo, and its food was also jade stones. The jade skin goo needed to eat 2 taels of jade stones every 10 days, while the white jade goo needed to feed 8 taels of jade stones every 20 days. Normally, the higher the rank of the goo, the longer the interval between food intake. Rank 2 goo, for the most part, took more than half a month. Rank 3 goo took more than a month. Of course, the higher the rank of the goo, the more food it needed. On average, the white jade goo's feeding cost was more than the jade skin goo and the white boar goo combined. But for Feng Yuan, he had this underground stone forest and did not lack jade stones. At the same time, he did not need pork and did not need to kill wild boars. This saved him a lot of trouble and a lot of time. Tying up the mouth of the small sack, Feng Yuan picked up a cowhide water bag beside it. The water bag was bulging and was filled with golden honey wine. A few days ago, Feng Yuan had relied on the jade skin goo to withstand the attacks of the golden bees and collected enough honey wine from the beehive. I only have 2.5 pieces of yuan stone on me now. It is time to go to the Internal Affairs Hall and hand in the Family Assets mission. Feng Yuan kept the cowhide water bag and returned to the underground tunnel, squeezing out of the crack and returning to the outside world. At this time, it was dusk. The winter dusk, the weather was good, and one did not feel cold. The setting sun showed a warm orange-red color, and the fine sunlight shone through the canopy of the pine trees shining on the mountain. Walking alone, he walked towards the village. But Feng Yuan did not move forward directly, but purposely took a few detours to reduce the chances of the rock crack secret cave being discovered. The winter wind blew on his face. This was the taste of freedom. When he was in the academy, he could only sneak in at night. Now that Feng Yuan had advanced to rank 2, he could enter and leave freely in the day and would not arouse suspicion. Of course, the most important thing was that with the death of Sickly Snake and the other 3, Feng Yuan had one less restriction when he was alone. The only obstacle was that Feng Yuan was alone now, without the support of his team members. Completing the clan's monthly mission would be even more difficult. Now, after the small beast tied, all the small groups had finished reorganizing, and Feng Yuan had missed this opportunity. And because of his reputation, Feng Yuan was secretly ostracized by other Gu masters. It was not easy to join other groups. So be it. The more I wander outside, the less people will pay attention to me, and the more advantageous it is for me. As for the clan's monthly missions, they are mandatory, so I have to accept them. But thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He had a plan for this long ago. On the clan's side, it was mandatory for Gu masters to accept at least one mission every month, but it was not mandatory that the mission must be completed. If the mission could not be completed, the evaluation would drop. This was something that almost all Gu masters did not want to see, so they did their best to complete it. But to Feng Yuan, the so-called evaluation was nothing. Walking into the village on the bluestone paved streets, there was an endless stream of pedestrians. Usually at this time, it was the peak of the human traffic. Many Gu masters, after completing their missions, returned to the village with injuries and a sorry figure. The farmers who had worked for a day dragged their tired bodies with their bare feet and muddy feet, silently moving forward. In this world, life was not easy. There was bitterness and pain. The setting sun gradually lowered to the top of the mountain, spreading the last bit of warm light. Then this light was shattered by the crisscrossing withered tree branches, turning into fragments of time, scattering on the green bamboo walls. "Ah, my toy!" a girl shouted, chasing a spinning top in the crowd. The spinning top rolled to Fang Yuan's feet, and the girl knocked into Fang Yuan's leg, falling to the ground. I'm sorry. I've offended Lord Gu Master. Please forgive me." The girl's father hurried over. Seeing Fang Yuan's clothing, his face was pale as paper. He brought the girl, kneeling down on the spot, kowtowing to Fang Yuan nonstop. The girl was so scared that she cried, her eyes rolling down from her pink and tender face. The mortals on the side of the road saw this, and all took a detour, avoiding to the left and right. Some Gu masters cast cold gazes, but quickly shifted away. "Don't cry, you troublemaker." The father was shocked, angry and scared, swinging his hand to slap, but was grabbed by Fang Yuan, unable to move. "It's just a small matter, no need to worry." Fang Yuan smiled lightly, patting the girl's head, comforting her softly. "Don't be afraid, nothing will happen." The girl stopped crying, using her watery eyes to look at Fang Yuan, feeling that this big brother in front of her was really gentle. "Thank you, Lord, for your forgiveness. Thank you, Lord, for your forgiveness." The girl's father cried tears of joy, kowtowing to Fang Yuan nonstop. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. The house he rented was not far away, and under that bamboo building, his uncle Guiyue stood on the frozen soil, looking at Fang Yuan from afar, evidently waiting for him. Chapter 103. With Guiyue Dongtu's abilities, he could naturally find Fang Yuan's residence. Today, he wore a Gu master's attire. There were leggings on his legs and a red belt around his waist. He was clean and tidy, exuding a faint majestic aura. He looked at Fang Yuan walking over slowly, his gaze landing on the young man's belt, and his heart was filled with emotions. Only C-grade talent, but he already broke through to rank 2 at 16. This is really unexpected. I really don't know how he managed to do it. But this fast speed, most of it should be due to the liquor worm. Unfortunately, the liquor worm can't be used after reaching rank 2. Next, he saw the faint smile on Fang Yuan's face. It was this smile, but it made Guiyue Dongtu's heart turn cold. Then, a wave of anger surged in his heart. This kid is so calm. Does he think he has me under his thumb? Fang Yuan walked over slowly, stopping in front of Guiyue Dongtu's. He knew he was here for him. As expected, his uncle Guiyue Dongtu opened his mouth. "Fang Yuan, I think we can have a talk." "Talk about what?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Guiyue Dongtu laughed, but changed the topic. "You know, I am different. I started my career at 15. At that time, it was the wolf tide, and many Gu masters died. Without a choice, us students had to go up. I had B-grade talent, and reached rank 2 initial stage at 16, upper stage at 17, and peak stage at 18. At 19, I had already started breaking through to rank 3. At that time, I thought I could advance to rank 3 Gu Master at 20. I was too frivolous, and looked down on everyone, always thinking I could do anything. I was even omnipotent, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. At the age of 20, I went out on a mission and was defeated by a Xiong clan Gu master. At that time, I was on the verge of death, and luckily the medicine hall elder helped me, saving my life. But after that, my talent was wasted, and I fell to C-grade. I was unable to recover for 8 whole years. On my 29th birthday, I started to reevaluate myself and this world. I realized that a person's power was limited. So what if I advanced to rank 3? Living in this society, the most important thing was not personal strength. It's about socializing with others. I started over when I was 30. He retired to the second line at 45. During this period, dozens of times, hundreds of Gu masters submitted petitions to elect me as clan elder, although my cultivation is only at the peak of the second transition, and I won't be able to take that step in my lifetime. There's no need for me to do so. I have succeeded. My clansmen call me Hidden Elder. Most of my peers are dead, but I'm alive and well. Towards those Gu masters who are struggling outside, my influence still exists. At this point, Guyue Dong too finally returned to the main topic. He looked at Fang Yuan and smiled. Fang Yuan, you're still too young and inexperienced, just like me back then. He thought that he could make his own decisions and do whatever he wanted. He. Dong Tu Guyue Dong Tu shook his head and continued, but when you have more experience in life, you will understand that humans are members of society and not solitary beasts. Sometimes, life requires you to lower your head and give in. Being extreme, untamed, and flamboyant would only lead to isolation and destruction. I believe you have already felt it. No group is willing to accept you, and everyone around you is rejecting you. Even if you received the mission to split from the family, what can you do? You are already alone and have no chance of completing the mission. Just give up. Fang Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him indifferently, his expression calm. If he knew he had 500 years of life experience, I wonder what expression he would have. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. In fact, his uncle's thoughts were his life philosophy for a long period of time in his previous life. Thus, he created the Blood-Winged Demon sect and relied on the system and human relationships to create a huge force. With a single call, he occupied resources and resisted strong enemies. However, when he broke through to rank 6, he saw a completely different scene. Among Gu masters, rank 5 became mortals, and rank 6 became immortals. When he stood at this height and looked at life again, he suddenly realized a huge force was indeed his help, but it was also a huge burden. No matter which world, there was only one person who could be truly relied on, and that was himself. It was just that people were often weak. They could not endure loneliness and could not stand being alone. They liked to pursue family, friendship, and love to fill their hearts. They were infatuated with the group and were afraid of being alone. Once they suffered a setback, they would hide in the group and complain to their family and friends. They did not dare to face fear and failure alone. When there was pain, they were busy sharing it. When there was happiness, they were eager to show it off. Did Guyue Dong too succeed? Without a doubt, he succeeded. He could not continue on his original path, so he changed to another path and walked out of the sky. However, he was also a failure. He lowered his head because of a setback. He was just a coward, but he was still proud of his escape. Of course, Guyue Dong too did not know that Fang Yuan had already regarded him as a coward. He saw that Fang Yuan did not speak, so he thought that Fang Yuan had been intimidated by his words. He continued, Fang Yuan, you are not Fang Zheng, so I will be frank. If you can give up your plan of inheriting the family property, you can obtain my friendship and make use of my connections. At the same time, I will compensate you with 1,000 pieces of yuan stone. I know that you have been short of money recently. You have even delayed paying your rent for 2 days. Fang Yuan smiled indifferently and said, Uncle, you don't wear these clothes often, right? Guyue Dong too was startled. He did not expect Fang Yuan to suddenly bring up this topic. However, Fang Yuan was right. He had retired for a long time, and this set of clothes was hidden at the bottom of the box. Today, when she came to meet Fang Yuan, she purposely wore this to increase her persuasiveness and deterrence. Fang Yuan sighed. He looked at Guyue Dong's 2 clothes and said slowly, A Gu master's clothes are not this clean and tidy. It needs to be stained with sweat, mud, and blood. It needs to be tattered. Only then will it have the smell of a Gu master. You're already old. Lord Uncle, you lost your ambition when you were young. He had lived a comfortable life these years. Has corrupted your heart. You fought for the family property not to cultivate, but to maintain a prosperous life. How can you possibly stop me with such a mentality? Guyue Dongtu's face instantly turned pale, and anger rose in his heart. In this world, there would always be a group of old people. They went around peddling social experiences, treating other people's ideals as fantasies, treating other people's enthusiasm as frivolity, and treating other people's persistence as arrogance. They often found their own sense of existence and superiority in teaching their juniors a lesson. Without a doubt, Guyue Dongtu was such a person. He wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson, but he did not expect that not only did Fang Yuan not listen to him and submit to him, he even came to teach him a lesson. Fang Yuan, he shouted, as your elder, I guided you with good intentions. I tried to persuade you, but you didn't know what was good for you. Humph, since you want to go against me, then bring it on. I'm not afraid to tell you. I already know the details of your family separation mission. Young man, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I want to see how you complete this mission. Fang Yuan laughed mockingly. There was no need to hide now. Since the conflict was irreconcilable, he might as well enjoy Guyue Dongtu's interesting expression. Thus, he took out a cowhide water pouch and opened the lid. A hint of honey wine's unique sweetness floated out. What do you think is inside? He asked. Uncle turned pale with fright, his heart sinking to the bottom. How is this possible? Where did you get this honey wine? He shouted, an incredulous expression appearing on his face. Fang Yuan ignored him and closed the lid, putting the water pouch back into his pocket, and walked towards the internal affairs hall. Uncle's head was covered in cold sweat, his thoughts churning intensely. Where did he get this honey wine? I've already told him that as long as he finds another group, I will get the news immediately. Did he do it alone? No. How is that possible? He doesn't have any defensive goo worms. Someone must have helped him. No. The important thing now is not to find the reason. Fang Yuan already has the honey wine. He is going to hand in that mission. Thinking of this, Guyue Dongtu's heart was already flustered. He no longer had the calmness he had earlier. He quickly caught up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, wait, everything can be discussed. Fang Yuan did not speak. He continued to walk. Guyue Dongtu could only follow closely beside him. If 1,000 yuan stone is not enough, then 2,000, no, 2,500. Guyue Dongtu kept increasing the price. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, but in his heart, he had some expectations for this family. Guyue Dongtu was so anxious that he kept increasing the price. It seemed that the family's true assets were very valuable. Guyue Dongtu was sweating profusely. Seeing that Fang Yuan was not moved, his face turned sinister, and he threatened in a low voice, Fang Yuan, you better think carefully. What will happen to you if you offend me? Humph, if you lose an arm or a leg in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fang Yuan laughed. This Guyue Dongtu was such a pitiful person. He was bound by the rules. The water pouch was clearly in front of him, but he did not dare to snatch it. He was so cowardly, yet he still wanted to fight for benefits. How could he succeed? No matter which world, if you want to obtain something, you must pay the price. Fang Yuan, don't think that everything will be fine just because you got the family's assets. Let me tell you, you're still too young. You don't know what society is, what danger is. Guyue Dongtu roared in a low voice in Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan shook his head and ignored him. He stepped into the internal affairs hall under Dongtu's angry glare. Actually, he did not hate this uncle of his. He did not even hate him. He had seen many people like this. He could understand this kind of person. If Fang Yuan had enough yuan stone to support his cultivation, he would not even fight for this family's assets. However, it was just a small profit. So what if he gave it to his uncle? What was the purpose of his rebirth? It was not to fight for a short period of time, but to reach the peak of the strongest, this kind of passerby. As long as they did not interfere with this matter and let them roar at the side, Fang Yuan, would not even bother to step on them. However, this Guyue Dong too just happened to obstruct Fang Yuan's advancement. Since that was the case, he would just step on you to advance. Fang Yuan! Fang Yuan! Uncle Guyue Dong too watched as Fang Yuan stepped into the internal affairs hall. His entire body was trembling, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The light of the setting sun shone on his temples, causing them to turn white. He was indeed old. The year he was injured at the age of 20, he was already old. Chapter 104. Fang Yuan went to the internal affairs hall and handed in the golden honey wine. The middle-aged male Gu master in charge of receiving him was shocked, asking, "You completed the family inheritance mission? What do you think?" Fang Yuan asked back. The middle-aged male Gu master frowned. He had specially chosen this mission to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. To think Fang Yuan completed it so quickly. He looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes shining with a sharp light as he said solemnly, "Young lad, you have to answer whatever I ask you. If you don't answer clearly, it will affect your evaluation. Let me ask you, did you complete this mission alone? Be honest, we will investigate it." "Of course I did it alone," Fang Yuan replied. "All right, I will note it down." The middle-aged male Gu master recorded as he sneered in his heart. He is just a newbie. How could he complete this mission alone? With such a false report, the clan will definitely find someone to investigate. By then, there will be huge trouble. But Fang Yuan continued, "But this situation is a little special. That day I was just scouting. I didn't expect to encounter a wild bear raiding a beehive. I took the chance to take this honey wine." "What?" The middle-aged male Gu master's pen stopped, raising his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged, smiling. "Otherwise, do you think I could complete this mission alone? Speaking of which, it is all thanks to you for choosing this mission for me." The middle-aged male Gu master was stunned. The complex emotions in his heart could not be expressed in words. After a while, he laughed dryly and continued to write. Fang Yuan stared at this person with a calm gaze. He knew in his heart that the difficulty of this family inheritance mission was due to this male Gu master's contribution. Unfortunately, he had already completed this mission. Even if the clan were to investigate, Fang Yuan had the appropriate arrangements. Even if this person wanted to stop him, he could not. Even if this was done by him personally. This was the tragedy of being part of the system. Identity became the shackles that shackled one's actions. All right, your mission is completed. You can inherit the family inheritance. However, your parents' inheritance is currently in the hands of your uncle and aunt. Internal Affairs Hall will get it back for you. Come back 3 days later. A moment later, the middle-aged male Gu master said. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew this rule, but he stared at the middle-aged male Gu master's paper, saying, "According to the clan rules, the mission records of the Internal Affairs Hall need to be confirmed by the person who completed it. Please show me this record." The middle-aged male Gu master's expression changed. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so familiar with this process. He snorted lightly and handed the record to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took it and looked at it. There was nothing wrong with it. There were a few hundred words, and at the end was the evaluation, good. He instantly saw the intimacy between Master Gu and Guyue Tundra. This evaluation was very pertinent. It could be seen that the middle-aged Gu master did not give up his professional principles just because of Guyue Dong Tuesday. The reason why he helped Guyue Dong too was probably because of their friendship, and it was a transaction. It was the kind of person who took someone's money to get rid of a disaster. After returning the record to the middle-aged Gu master, Fang Yuan left the Internal Affairs Hall. When he walked out of the door, Gu Dong too was nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh coldly. Gu Dong too's influence was not big enough to affect the Internal Affairs Hall's operations. Even clan leader Gu Bo had to withstand the huge pressure from the clan elder group and pay a huge price in terms of political benefits to achieve this. There was a saying on Earth, "In the pugilistic world, one cannot do as he pleases." The rules in the pugilistic world were actually a kind of system. Once you enter the system, no matter who it was, you would be a chess piece that restricted each other and had no freedom. Unless the individual's strength could reach the stage of resisting the entire organization, otherwise it would be a wishful thinking to want unrestrained freedom after joining the organization. With the help of the clan system, it was already a fact that Fang Yuan would take back the family inheritance. Not to mention Gu Dong too. Even the clan leader would not pay the price for such a small matter. In the guest hall, "Brother Dong too, I really can't help you with this matter." The middle-aged Gu master sighed and stood in front of Gu Dong Tuesday. Gu Dong too's expression was dark as water. He sat on the main seat and did not speak. "Is there really no other way?" At the side, his aunt asked in panic, her tone filled with anxiety and unwillingness. The middle-aged Gu master shook his head slowly. "This matter is already settled and has entered the Internal Affairs Hall's process. Only the two clan elders in power or the clan leader have the ability to stop it. Brother Dong too, this is the Internal Affairs Hall's list. It has the details of the inheritance. Please return it all. Don't make things difficult for me." As he spoke, he handed over a list. The list was densely packed with records, ranging from large properties to small tables and chairs. Other than that, there were also the Gu worms left behind by Fang Yuan's parents, after a Gu master died in battle. If their Gu worms were retrieved, they would be left as inheritance to the Gu master's heir. This was also one of the clan's policies. His aunt glanced at the list and screamed, "Damn it, you can't do this. These are all our things. Ours. Master, why don't you say something? Quickly think of a way. Without these assets, what will our family have left? I'm afraid we will have to fire most of the servants. We won't be able to provide for them." Uncle Gu Dong too suddenly stood up and gave his aunt a slap, causing her to fall from her seat onto the ground. "What are you yelling for?" Uncle flew into a rage. He was flustered and exasperated. "Ignorant thing, the clan's rules are there. You think you can refuse to return it just because you don't want to? Ignorant, stupid." His aunt covered her face with her hands. She was stunned for a moment. She collapsed on the ground and stared blankly at her husband. "Humph." Gu Dong too snatched the list, gritted his teeth, and looked through it. His eyes were bloodshot. He panted like a bull and said hatefully, "Return. I will return all of these things. I will definitely return them all." But the veins on his forehead bulged, the muscles on his face twitched, and his expression was ferocious. "But Fang Yuan, I can't stop the Internal Affairs Hall, but I can deal with you." 3 days later, Fang Yuan walked out of the Internal Affairs Hall, holding a stack of house deeds, land deeds, and land deeds. Contracts to sell himself. "I didn't expect this inheritance to be so rich." He was slightly dazed. Even though Fang Yuan already had a lot of expectations, this inheritance still exceeded his expectations after he obtained it. More than 10 mu of farmland, 8 servants, 3 bamboo buildings, and a tavern. "No wonder Uncle is making things difficult for me, thinking of ways to stop me." Fang Yuan suddenly understood Gu Dong too's actions. With this rich family property, even in a world like this, it was enough to not worry about food and clothing. More than 10 mu of farmland, 8 servants, this was not mentioned for now. The 3 bamboo buildings were real estate. Just for rent, the monthly rent was enough to support Fang Yuan's current cultivation. Other than that, there was also a tavern. One had to know that in the entire village, there were only 4 taverns. This kind of family property, if it was on Earth, would be a small, wealthy family with a few villas, a hotel, and servants. It was worth mentioning that the living environment in this world was harsh and difficult, and the village was the safest place. So the housing prices were more expensive than on Earth. It is said that in my Fang family 3 generations ago, there was a powerful elder who left behind a lot of family property for his descendants. With this family property, not to mention 7 goo insects, even if the number of insects were doubled, I would still be able to afford it. But the most important thing is not the family property, but this grass goblet. At this moment, in Fang Yuan's arms, there was a grass goblet lying quietly. It was small and exquisite. Its emerald green roots were like ginseng roots. Some of the translucent roots were like emerald. The 9 round leaves were emerald green and surrounded the rhizome, forming a circular shape. This was the 9-leaf vitality grass, a rank 2 goo insect with healing effects. But if it was just an ordinary healing effect, then it was not much different from the vitality grass. Its true value lay in the fact that each and every one of its leaves, if torn off, would be a vitality leaf. Vitality leaf was also a type of grass goblet. Rank 1, it was a consumable type, disappearing after 1 use. It had another flaw. That is, after using a vitality leaf to heal, within an hour, the other vitality leaves would not have any healing effect. But the flaw did not obscure the beauty. It was easy to refine, instant healing, cheap to feed, and was the most popular healing method for rank 2 goo masters. Every team only had 1 healing goo master. But if the team members were injured at the same time, how could 1 healing goo master take care of them? If the healing goo master was the first to die, or was separated from the healing goo master, what would happen? Thus, goo masters often prepared some healing methods, and the vitality leaf was the best and most basic one. Basically, goo masters who were traveling outside would have 1 or 2. After I refined the 9-leaf vitality grass, every leaf I tear off is a vitality leaf. Infusing primeval essence into the vitality grass, it will grow new leaves. It can be said that this 9-leaf vitality grass is a moving gold mine. It is the most important inheritance. There is no other. Controlling the 9-leaf vitality grass is equivalent to controlling a business vein. This world's living environment is very harsh, which goo master who goes out on missions would not be injured. The demand for the vitality leaf had never stopped. No wonder Guyuedong too is known as the Hidden Elder. Although he has retired these years, he still has influence on the outside. So the root cause is this 9-leaf vitality grass. Goo masters need vitality leaves, and Guyuedong too sells vitality leaves. With such a demand, it allowed Uncle's influence to be maintained. Fang Yuan was enlightened. It is in this world that the values of familial love have been raised to a whole new level, restricting uncle and aunt. If it was on Earth, with such high profits, Fang Zheng and I would have been assassinated by them long ago. Not good. It seems there will be more trouble. Uncle and aunt will not be willing to give up like this. But now that I have grown up, I have rank 2 cultivation. They want to deal with me, but they also have to consider the clan rules, so their hands and feet are bound. Humph, no matter what methods they use, just bring it on. I will deal with whatever comes my way. I will take it all on. Fang Yuan walked on the street, his eyes shining with uncertainty. A gust of winter wind blew, bringing a chill to his face. It was still far from spring, but Fang Yuan knew that he had already welcomed the spring of his life. Chapter 105. The wine shop was not big, but its location was very good. It was located on the east side of the village, next to the east gate. The east gate and the north gate were the 2 gates with the most traffic. Therefore, the The wine shop's business was good every afternoon or evening. "Young master, please take a seat." An old man nodded and bowed to Fang Yuan. Several waiters wiped the benches and tables hard and smiled at Fang Yuan, trying to please him. Fang Yuan shook his head and did not take a seat. Instead, he strolled around the wine shop and looked around. He thought to himself, "This is my wine shop." The wine shop only had one floor, but there was an underground wine cellar. The floor was covered with large and square green bricks, and there were 8 square tables. 2 of the tables were against the wall, while the other 6 tables were surrounded by 4 long benches. After entering the wine shop, one could see a dark brown long counter. On the counter were ink, paper, inkstone, and an abacus. Behind the counter was a wine cabinet with large and small wine jars on it. Some were large black pottery wine jars. Some were small, bright porcelain wine bottles. Fang Yuan walked around casually, the old man, and the waiters did not dare to sit down and followed him step by step. They were all uneasy. The news of the wine shop's change of ownership came very suddenly. The previous owner, Guyue Dong II, was as shrewd as a ghost, strict and unkind. They were pressured to the point that they could not breathe. This young man in front of them could actually take the wine shop from Guyue Dong II's hands, forcefully snatching it. This was an incredible method. Therefore, these people looked at Fang Yuan with uneasiness and fear. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. "Not bad, but this shop is a little small." The old man hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "It's like this, young master. Every year in summer, we would build a shed at the outer gate. We would also put up some tables and benches. But now, the winter wind is biting cold. Even if we built the shed, no one would sit. Therefore, we left." Fang Yuan turned slightly. He glanced at the old man. "You are the shopkeeper." The old man bowed even lower and said even more respectfully, "I don't dare, I don't dare. Young master, this wine shop is yours. Whoever you want to be the shopkeeper will be the shopkeeper." Fang Yuan nodded and glanced at the other workers. They all seemed to be smart and capable, if they were on Earth. He was worried that the shopkeeper and the waiter would collude to deceive him, the master. But in this world, Gu masters were high and mighty. They could kill mortals with just a thought. Even if his uncle and aunt urged him to do so, these mortals would never dare to target Fang Yuan. "All right, go get the account book and pour me a pot of tea." Fang Yuan sat down. "Yes, young master." The shopkeeper and the waiters were all flustered. There were a total of 16 account books, and each book was made of bamboo paper that exuded a faint green hue. Holding it in his hand, it was much more brittle and hard than rice paper, suitable for the humid climate of the southern border. Fang Yuan casually took out a few books, browsed through them, and asked a few questions. The shopkeeper hurriedly answered. Not long later, his head was covered in sweat. Fang Yuan had founded the Blood-Winged Demon sect in his previous life and had hundreds of thousands of followers. He was naturally experienced and had sharp eyes. Others might be confused and dazzled by a mere account book, but in his eyes, all doubts were clear to him, and he could see through them as clearly as looking at a fire. This wine shop was the second biggest source of income after the 9-leaf vitality grass. Fang Yuan naturally had to hold on to it tightly. The problems in this account book were not big, just some mistakes and omissions. These mortals did not dare to be presumptuous. But when Fang Yuan flipped to the last page, he found that this month's income had been taken away by Guyue and Dong Tuesday. Young master, the previous master personally came to make this request. We don't dare to disobey. The shopkeeper replied while wiping his sweat. His aged body was already trembling slightly, and his face was very pale. Fang Yuan was silent. He gently placed the account book on the table and glanced at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately felt an enormous pressure, like a mountain pressing down on him. He was frightened and knelt on the ground with a thud. Seeing the shopkeeper kneel, the other waiters were also smart and immediately knelt down one by one. Fang Yuan sat calmly and turned his gaze to sweep across them. The waiters instantly felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow. They could not resist Fang Yuan's aura, and all kept quiet out of fear. To mortals like them, working in the wine shop was not only stable, but also safe. It was the most ideal job. So, they did not want to lose this job. Fang Yuan saw that the effect of establishing his authority had been achieved. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough, so he slowly said, "Let bygones be bygones. I looked at the account book. Your wages are a little low. In the future, the waiters' wages will be increased by 20%, and the shopkeepers' wages will be increased by 40%. Do your work well, and you will all be rewarded." With that, Fang Yuan stood up and walked towards the door. Everyone knelt on the ground and was stunned for a while before they understood. Tears flowed down their faces. "Thank you, young master, for your great kindness." "Young master is kind and generous. We will definitely do our best to work." "Young master, you are like our second parent. Please take care." Behind him came the grateful voices of the people, as well as the sound of kowtowing and forehead hitting the bricks. Using kindness and power was the only way for the superior to control their subordinates, no matter which world it was. Among them, power was the foundation. Under power, any small favor would be magnified 1,000,000 times. Kindness without prestige would only be rewarded with the title of a good person who was too much of a good person. Over time, such kindness would not only not attract gratitude, but it would also attract greed and disaster. However, these methods of controlling people, they are all small tricks. On Earth, they would be respected by the people, but here, the only way is to increase one's own strength. No, even on Earth, strength is the number one. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the Red Dynasty's ancestor Qi back then. Ancestor Qi had experienced a lot of hardships and came to a conclusion: political power comes from the barrel of a gun. This was the naked truth. The foundation of any political power was power. The so-called power. It was just a byproduct of power. In fact, not only power, wealth and beauty were all derived from power. After leaving the tavern, Fang Yuan went to the 3 bamboo buildings. These 3 bamboo buildings were rented out by his uncle and aunt, and were almost full. This world was particular about having more children and more children. As for the growing population, the space in the village was very small. In the family, it was the eldest son's inheritance system. The other children had to rely on themselves. Many people relied on the family's policies. They received some meager family assets and worked hard outside, but in their entire lives, their savings were not enough to buy a bamboo building. Firstly, raising goo consumed a lot of resources. Secondly, the village had limited space, and housing was expensive. Of course, outside the village. Naturally, they could build houses, but it was not safe. There would always be wild beasts and poisonous snakes intruding into homes, especially after every beast tied, no matter what houses were outside the village. They would all be destroyed. Expanding the village was the only solution. But once it was expanded, there would be more places to defend. When the beast tide came, the village's strength would not be enough to defend. Moreover, if the place was big, if goo masters from other villages sneaked in, it would be hard to search. In history, Guyue village had expanded several times, but they were all destroyed by the beast tide. After learning from the experience, the current village was at its largest scale. Fang Yuan browsed through it, and after understanding the situation, he had an idea. These 3 bamboo buildings were well managed by his uncle and aunt, and the rent was also set to a good price, so he decided to develop it like this. He calculated. These 3 bamboo buildings brought him profits, although not as much as the tavern. It was about the same. The overall situation was much more optimistic than what Fang Yuan had expected. Just the day before yesterday, he was an empty-handed poor kid with less than 5 yuan stone on him. But now, he had become one of the wealthiest people in the clan. Those female tenants were all rank 2 gu masters who had been through many hardships. After knowing Fang Yuan's identity, they looked at him with seductive gazes. As long as they could get close to Fang Yuan and marry Fang Yuan, these female gu masters would no longer have to run around and risk death, and would be able to live a stable life. This kind of life was what they had been striving for. That is to say, as long as Fang Yuan was willing, he could immediately retire and live the rich life his uncle once enjoyed. He just needed to hook his finger, and many female gu masters would flock to him. But none of this is what I want. Fang Yuan stood on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building, letting the burning gazes of the female gu masters fall on him. His brows were tightly furrowed, his hands on the railing as he gazed into the distance. Far away, there was a continuous stretch of green mountains like a sleeping giant, using the gray-blue sky as a blanket and sleeping soundly. Thousands of miles of rivers, boundless land. When will I be able to roam freely? The winds and clouds change, dragons and snakes rise from the land. When will I be able to look down on all living beings? Since rebirth, I have been like a rootless duckweed, drifting along with the waves. Now that I have worked hard and obtained this property, it can be called a foundation, and I can be considered to have succeeded in standing on my own feet. Next, I will dig out the flower wine inheritance, work hard, cultivate to rank 3, and roam the world. Fang Yuan's deep black eyes burned with fire. Qing Mao Mountain was just one of the 100,000 mountains in the southern border. And the southern border was just a corner of the world. Too small, too small. How could such a place support his wild ambitions? Compared to his ambitions, this small property, which others fought for until their heads bled, what they yearned for day and night, was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Brother, come down. I have something to say to you. Unknowingly, Guyue Fangzheng arrived at the bottom of the bamboo building, raising his head and shouting at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's thoughts were interrupted, his expression cold as he looked at Fangzheng downstairs. The 4 brothers looked at each other. Speechless, his younger brother, Fangzheng, was standing downstairs, shrouded by the shadow of another building. He looked up and frowned, his eyes shimmering with light. Big brother Fang Yuan stood upstairs, the sunlight shining on him. His slightly lowered eyelids, his pupils were as dark as the night. Their similar faces were reflected in each other's eyes. With regards to his younger brother's appearance, Fang Yuan was not surprised at all. Fangzheng was a weapon used by his uncle and aunt to fight for the family property. But what could he do? Fang Yuan looked down at Fangzheng from above, his heart letting out a soft sigh. So what if you have a great aptitude? You are just a chess piece, really insignificant. Chapter 106. In the end, Fang Yuan did not go downstairs, and his younger brother did not take the initiative to go up. Their persistence and the distance between them seemed to indicate that the gap between the 2 brothers was getting bigger and bigger. The conversation was not pleasant. Brother, you're too much. I can't believe you're this kind of person. Downstairs, Fangzheng stood with a frown, loudly reprimanding. Fang Yuan was not angry. Instead, he chuckled. Oh, what kind of person am I? Brother. Fangzheng let out a long sigh. After our parents died, it was uncle and aunt who took us in. We're indebted to them for bringing us up. I can't believe you're so heartless. repaying kindness with enmity. Brother, is your heart made of stone? At this point, Fang Jing's tone was slightly trembling. That's strange. These family assets were originally mine. What kind of saying is repaying kindness with enmity? Fang Yuan retorted lightly. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth, nodding to admit, yes, I know. These assets were left behind by our parents, but you can't take it all away. But you can't take them all. You have to leave some for uncle and aunt when they're old. What you're doing is really disappointing. It makes me look down on you. After a pause, he continued, have you ever gone home to take a look just to see how the two of them are living now? Half of the servants in the house have been dismissed. We can't afford to keep them. Brother, how can you be so heartless? Fang Jing's eyes were bloodshot, clenching his fists, loudly questioning Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh coldly. He knew that uncle and aunt had been managing the family assets for years. They must have accumulated a lot of money. Even if they did not, just based on the wine tavern's income at the end of the month, they could certainly afford to keep those servants. The reason why they were so poor was because they wanted Fang Jing to come here and cause trouble. Fang Yuan looked at Fang Jing, directly saying, my cute brother, if I insist on not returning it, what can you do? Although you're also 16, don't forget, you've already recognized them as your parents. You have already lost the right to inherit the family property. I know. Fang Jing's eyes shone brightly. That's why I invited you here for a gu battle. I want to challenge you. Let's fight it out in the arena. If I win, please return a portion of your family's assets to them. The gu battle in this world was similar to the martial arts competition on Earth. If there was an irreconcilable conflict between the clansmen, this was the way to solve the problem. Gu fights were also divided into many types. There were one-on-one fights and two-on-two fights. There were battles of wills and battles of wills. There was also a death match. Of course, if there was a gu battle between Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, it would not reach the level of a life and death battle. Looking at his younger brother's determined expression downstairs, Fang Yuan suddenly laughed. It seems that uncle and aunt have specifically instructed you before this trip. However, as someone who lost to me, I will not be able to defeat him. Are you that confident that you can defeat me? Fang Zheng narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but think of the recent incident, that humiliating scene on the arena. Since then, every time he thought about it, he would feel a surge of anger in his heart. This anger was directed at both Fang Yuan and himself. He hated himself for not living up to expectations and panicking before the battle. In fact, he had performed poorly in that battle. His aura was seized by Fang Yuan, and he only thought of using the jade skin gu at the last moment. In the end, he lost very suddenly and was very sullen. Fang Jing's anger towards himself gave rise to an intense unwillingness. Thus, he couldn't help but have this thought, if I could do it all over again, I would definitely perform better and defeat brother. Thus, when uncle and aunt complained to him, Fang Zheng not only wanted to get back a portion of his family's assets for them, he also wanted to compete with Fang Yuan in public to prove himself. Things are different now, brother. Fang Zheng looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Last time, I performed poorly and let you win. This time, I have successfully refined the rank 2 moon raiment gu. You can no longer break through my defense. As soon as he finished speaking, a hazy light blue mist appeared around his body. The mist enveloped him, and within the mist, it gradually condensed into a long, fluttering ribbon. The ribbon went around his waist and coiled around his arms. The middle section of the ribbon fluttered high behind his head, causing Fang Zheng to involuntarily emit an elegant and mysterious immortal aura. It really is the moon raiment, so stupid, actually exposing his trump card. Fang Yuan stood on the second floor, his gaze flickering as he saw this scene. Moon raiment gu was a rank 2 gu, a defensive type. Although in terms of defense, Moon Raiment Goo was inferior to the White Jade Goo, it had the ability to help others defend, and when fighting in small groups, it contributed greatly to the whole team. With this goo in Fang Jing's possession, Fang Yuan could no longer use his fists to break through his defense. When the fists hit, it was like hitting a thick layer of cotton, completely losing its explosive power. Even if he used the Moonlight Goo, it would not work unless it was the Moonglow Goo. Thus, if Fang Jing really came up with a strategy and challenged Fang Yuan to a goo duel according to the clan rules, Fang Yuan had to accept. Under the situation where he could not expose the White Jade Goo, Fang Yuan might really lose. A great aptitude was after all, and with the clan leader's meticulous nurturing, Fang Jing grew very quickly. If it was said that in the academy, Fang Yuan was suppressing Fang Jing, but now he had to admit that Fang Jing was gradually showing the brilliance of a genius and was gradually becoming a threat to Fang Yuan. But do you think I didn't expect this? Fang Yuan looked at his younger brother downstairs, the corners of his lips curling up. He said to Fang Jing, "My stubborn younger brother, of course you can challenge me. But have you asked for your team members' permission? If during the duel, your team has to go out for a mission, how would you choose?" Fang Jing was stunned. He had not thought about this aspect. He had to admit that his brother Fang Yuan's words made sense. The team naturally had to move together. And if the team members wanted to move alone, they had to report in advance. So, why don't you go back and find your team leader, Guyue Qingshu, and tell him about this situation? I will wait for you at the East Gates Wine Tavern. Fang Yuan said. Fang Jing hesitated for a moment and finally clenched his teeth. "Brother, I will go now, but I have to tell you, delaying tactics are useless." He arrived at Guyue Qingshu's residence, and a servant led him in. Guyue Qingshu was practicing using goo. His figure jumped and moved on the martial arts field in his courtyard, extremely vigorous and vigorous. "Green vine goo." He shouted lightly, and with a whoosh, a dark green vine appeared in his right palm. The vine was 15 meters long, and Qingshu grabbed it in his hand, using it as a whip to swing, chop, lift, and sweep. Crack, crack, crack. Whip shadows crisscrossed. It swept across the ground, cracking the bluestone tiles. Pine needle goo. He suddenly kept his vine whip and swung his long green hair. Immediately, a dense rain of pine needles shot out from his long hair. A fluffy needle hit a wooden puppet not far away, instantly piercing through its entire body, creating a dense number of needle holes. Moonwhirl goo. Next, he stretched out his left hand. There was a green crescent moon imprint on his palm, suddenly emitting a green glow. Qingshu swung his hand. A green crescent blade was flung away. Different from normal moon blades, this was a straight line attack. This green moonblade's arc was even more curved, and as it flew in the air, it drew a curved line, making it harder for the enemy to defend against it. Senior Qingshu is indeed the #1 ranked Tugu master in our village. Under such an attack, I can't even last 10 breaths. He's really too strong. Fang Jing was dumbstruck. For a moment, he forgot his reason for coming here. "Oh, Fang Jing, why are you here? The last mission just ended. You need to rest more and strike a balance between work and rest." Guyue Qingshu noticed Fang Jing. He retracted his stance and smiled warmly. "Senior Qingshu." Fang Jing bowed respectfully towards him. This respect came from Fang Jing's heart. Since joining the group, Fang Jing had received Qingshu's careful care. In Fang Jing's eyes, Qingshu was his older brother. "Fang Jing, it seems you have something to discuss with me?" Qingshu wiped the sweat off his forehead, smiling as he walked over. "It's like this." Fang Jing explained his reason for coming here, as well as the entire situation. Qingshu's eyebrows rose slightly when he heard this. In fact, He knew a lot about Fang Yuan. Compared to Fang Zheng, he was more interested in Fang Yuan. I might as well meet him. Thinking so, Guyue Qingshu nodded. I also have something to discuss with your brother. Since that's the case, let's go together. Fang Zheng was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. He, no need to thank me, we are in the same group. Qingshu patted Fang Zheng's shoulder. Fang Zheng immediately felt a warm feeling in his heart, and his eyes reddened uncontrollably. The two arrived at the entrance of the tavern, and a waiter was already waiting for them, leading them into the tavern. On a square table by the window, there were a few dishes, 2 wine cups, and a jar of wine. Fang Yuan sat at the side, and when he saw Guyue Qingshu, he smiled and gestured, "Please sit." Guyue Qingshu nodded at Fang Yuan, sat down, and said to Fang Zheng, just stroll around. I want to have a talk with your brother. He was a smart man, seeing that there were only 2 wine cups. He knew that Fang Yuan wanted to talk to him alone. In fact, he had the same intention. Fang Zheng responded with an, "Oh," and reluctantly left. I know you, Fang Yuan. Qingshu smiled, opened the jar of wine, and poured a cup for Fang Yuan, and another for himself. You're very interesting, a smart man. Then he raised his wine cup and pointed it at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed and raised his cup in return. The two drank it at the same time. Qingshu poured another cup for Fang Yuan and another for himself. As he poured the wine, he said, "There's no point in beating around the bush when talking to smart people. I'll just say it directly. I want to buy your liquor worm. I wonder how much you want to sell it for." He did not ask Fang Yuan if he would sell the liquor worm. Instead, he asked directly, "I wonder how much you want to sell it for." This showed his strong confidence. He was the number 1 rank 2 Gu master, and at such a young age, his cultivation had reached rank 2 peak stage. He was able to suppress the rank 2 upper stage Qi Shan and Mo Yen. Once he appeared, he took the initiative, pouring wine for Fang Yuan, toasting and taking the initiative. His confidence, coupled with his gentle smile, formed a unique temperament. It was not overbearing and made people feel disgusted, but it made people feel his persistence. He had a head of long green hair, and the winter sun shone through the window, shining on his fair skin and gentle face. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the beautiful spring scenery. He is an outstanding person, but it's a pity. Fang Yuan thought. He didn't care about Qingshu's sudden change of position. He sighed softly with some admiration. Chapter 107. Like Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, Guyue Qingshu was also an orphan. His parents, when he was a child, were sacrificed in the Wolf War. He was personally raised by the clan leader Guyue. After he was tested to have B grade aptitude, he was personally taught by Guyue. His aptitude was excellent and could be considered outstanding among the B grade, almost being called a pseudo-A grade. Guyue had always nurtured him as a clan leader candidate. Guyue Qingshu had a gentle temperament and was very amiable and was well received by the surrounding clansmen. He was very loyal to the clan, and Fang Zheng's appearance cut off his hopes of inheriting the clan leader position. But he was instead happy and wholeheartedly took care of Fang Zheng. Such a person, if placed on earth, would be Yu Fei, Wei Zheng, Bao Zheng, and the like. Unfortunately, a year later, during the Wolf War, the northern gate fell. To block this gap and protect the clansmen from harm, he stepped forward bravely. In the end, he used his rank 2 cultivation to forcefully activate a rank 3 Gu worm, one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies, and successfully defended the village. But he himself, because of this, his aperture was destroyed, and he eventually turned into a tree man and died. Because of this, Guyue Qingshu left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Guyue Qingshu saw Fang Yuan sigh. Of course, he did not know that Fang Yuan was recalling his own death, and thought that Fang Yuan was also troubled by the liquor worm. He smiled. Feng Yuan, I think you already know the limitations of the liquor worm. That's right, the liquor worm is only a rank 1 goo worm and can only refine rank 1 green copper primeval essence. And you are already a rank 2 goo master and have no way to refine the red steel primeval essence liquor worm. Although you have a wine tavern now, it can be more convenient to feed the liquor worm. But if it's useless to me, what's the point of raising it? Then he changed the topic. But the liquor worm is useless to you, but it is effective to other rank 1 goo masters. Especially after the awakening ceremony next year, there would be a new batch of students emerging from the family. The liquor worm would be of great help to them. Therefore, it is better to sell the liquor worm to the family and contribute to the family. Feng Yuan remained silent. Qing Shu pondered for a moment. Guessing Feng Yuan's thoughts, he said, I understand. You are reluctant to part with the liquor worm and want to refine it. If I'm not wrong, you should be thinking of refining the rank 2 white worm cocoon, then the rank 3 monstrous sweat butterfly. This secret formula is the most widely circulated and also the most practical one. The mist sweat butterfly was also a good goo worm, but the white cocoon was powerless. To you, this fusion route isn't worth much. You have C-grade aptitude. Right now, he was at rank 2. As for the white cocoons, they don't have any abilities and only consume food to feed, so they are of no help to you. What are the chances of you advancing to rank 3? Even if you successfully advance to rank 3, you would already be middle-aged. Are you going to feed the useless white cocoons for tens of years? Using the cost of feeding the white cocoons, you might as well feed other goo worms. It is more practical and helpful to you, isn't it? The true value of the liquor worm. It is to refine primeval essence and raise a small realm. If you refine it like this, don't you think it is a pity to use the liquor worm as a material? Any goo worm. They only have one ability. For example, the spring-autumn cicada, although it is rank 6, it only has the ability of rebirth. A new goo worm after fusion can only retain one goo worm's ability and strengthen it. For example, the white jade goo. It retains the jade skin goo's defensive ability and strengthens it, at the same time losing the white boar goo's strengthening effect. That is to say, if someone obtains the white jade goo will only help in defense and not raise the goo master's strength. Qing Shu was right. The liquor worm's most valuable aspect was to refine primeval essence and raise a small realm. To a goo master, this was another form of increasing their primeval essence reserves. At the same time, it was a great help in nurturing the aperture and advancing cultivation. If one followed the route of white worm cocoon, mist sweat butterfly, the goo worms obtained would not have the ability to refine primeval essence. It was indeed a pity. In fact, the flower wine monk used this route. After he promoted the liquor worm to mist sweat butterfly, he carried it with him. Many times he bewitched women and committed evil acts. But after he died, the mist sweat butterfly did not have enough food and continued to degenerate, finally reverting to the liquor worm. Seeing Feng Yuan not speaking, Qing Shu's eyes flashed, and he continued, Actually, my clan has a secret recipe. According to this recipe, the liquor worm can be promoted to rank 2 moon invitation goo and rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm. The 7 fragrances liquor worm also has the ability to refine primeval essence. Feng Yuan, if you don't want to sell the liquor worm, then we can change to another method of transaction. You sell the liquor worm to the clan, and if the clan successfully refines the 7 fragrances liquor worm, then you will have 5 years of usage rights. If you fail, the clan will give you another sum of compensation. What do you think? According to this method, the risk of the fusion would be completely transferred to the clan. Such superior conditions, if it was anyone else, they would probably be moved and agree. But Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He knew his limits. With his 44% C grade talent, advancing to rank 3 was almost impossible. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was stuck at this level for over 100 years. Finally, by chance, he obtained a talent-raising goo worm and became a rank 3 goo master. 5 years of usage, rights seemed wonderful, but to Fang Yuan, it was like a flower in the mist or the moon in the water. The reason why Gyue Qingshu said this was because he saw that Fang Yuan had the ambition to break through to rank 3. He purposely threw out this sweet offer, wanting Fang Yuan to take the bait. But from the start, he had miscalculated. The recipe to fuse the liquor worm, Fang Yuan had the best one in his memories. First to advance to rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm, then to rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm. Whether it was the 4 flavors liquor worm or the 7 fragrances liquor worm, they both had the ability to refine primeval essence. But to fuse the 4 flavors liquor worm, it was not easy. First, it needed 2 liquor worms to fuse, and Fang Yuan only had 1 now. Secondly, there must be 4 types of wine in the fusion. These 4 types of wine must have the 4 tastes of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. Not to mention that the liquor worm was priceless and hard to buy. Just these 4 types of wine. Spicy wine was the most common, and most white wine was spicy wine. Sour wine could be red bayberry wine. Wine was sour. Sweet wine could be glutinous rice wine. But bitter wine, it would take a lot of thought. As far as Fang Yuan knew, there was only one kind of green bitter wine, brewed from mugwort, in AI Family Village. Unfortunately, this AI Family Village was thousands of miles away. How could it be? The liquor worm had been kept in Fang Yuan's hands, not because he was waiting for a good price and wanted to sell it for a high price, but Fang Yuan had wanted to take this fusion route from the start. If it was any other route, the liquor worm would be wasted. How could Gyue Qingshu know what Fang Yuan was thinking? He saw that Fang Yuan did not nod and finally threw out his trump card. Fang Yuan, if you sell the liquor worm, then I can mediate your relationship with Fang Zheng. At least I won't let him use the family fortune to have a goo battle with you. You know it too. According to the rules of the clan, once a challenge is issued, it must be accepted, even if it is a goo battle request. If the higher-ups do not approve it, it must be accepted. Even if you know you will lose, if you don't go up the stage, just admit defeat. You have to accept the challenge first. This world-revered martial arts, and the clan did not need cowards. Once a challenge was issued, the goo master had to accept it. Accepting it proved that you were not a coward. Even if you admit defeat in public, that was a courageous act. This was a value formed naturally under the pressure of the cruel natural environment, and the clan's higher-ups would act as an arbitrator according to the results of the goo battle, resolving problems and disputes. Of course, the prerequisite for a goo battle was that there must be a reason for it. The challenger must be confident and reasonable, or both sides must reach an agreement similar to a bet. Only then would the goo battle be approved. Fang Zheng's request for a goo battle is reasonable and should be approved. This way, no matter the result, win or lose, it will be decided by the clan elders. Between you and Fang Zheng, who do you think the clan elders will favor? Qingshu's smile became wider, his eyes shining as he stared at Fang Yuan, continuing to exert pressure. Fang Yuan, if you win, you will only have to return less family fortune. But if you sell the liquor worm to the clan, it will be a contribution to the clan. The clan will remember you, I guarantee here. Fang Zheng will not use the family fortune as a reason to challenge you. In other words, Fang Zheng would still look for Fang Yuan for a goo battle, but with a different reason. This was something that Gyue Qingshu and Gyue Bo were happy to see. They naturally hoped that Fang Zheng could defeat Fang Yuan, dispelling the shadow in his heart and establishing his self-confidence. Fang Yuan smiled. He had been listening to Gyue Qingshu's incessant persuasion from the start. Only now did he speak. "If we fight, do you think I will lose?" Fang Yuan asked Qingshu. Qingshu also smiled, replying, "It's a battle. It is full of variables. No one can predict it. But I need to remind you, Fang Zheng has already refined the rank 2 moon raiment. I'm afraid you won't have much of an advantage." He. Fang Yuan shook his head, the smile on his face widening. "I will lose. I will definitely lose." Qingshu was stunned. Fang Yuan stared at his eyes, continuing, "Not only will I lose, I will lose miserably. I will hand over all of my parents' inheritance and live on the streets from now on, begging in the village." Gyue Qingshu was a smart person. He could tell what Fang Yuan was really trying to express. His expression immediately changed, no longer maintaining the confident demeanor he had since they met, his expression turning grave. Fang Yuan's words were a naked threat. Fang Zheng was being nurtured as the next clan leader. If it was revealed that he had acknowledged someone else as his parents again and used his cultivation and aptitude to bully his own brother and steal the inheritance, it would be a devastating blow to Fang Zheng's reputation. Even on Earth, people who did such actions would be looked down upon and disgraced by the world. Moreover, in this world, the value of family was raised to a whole new level. If Fang Zheng was a demon, then so be it. If he was to be the clan leader, the leader of the righteous path, then he had to uphold morality and cherish his own wings. For a moment, Gyue Qingshu stared blankly at Fang Yuan. He realized that even though he already understood Fang Yuan very well, he had still underestimated him. Since they met, the advantage he had accumulated with every sentence had collapsed at this moment. Fang Yuan's words had hit the nail on the head, directly pointing at Gyue Qingshu's weakness. If it was someone else, Fang Yuan would naturally have said something else. But he, Gyue Qingshu, was incomparably loyal to the clan. He was willing to sacrifice himself in his previous life to preserve the clan. Therefore, Fang Yuan's threat made him have no choice but to be cautious. But he quickly calmed down, his eyes staring intently at Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth and said, "But you won't do that, because the inheritance has always been your goal. If you give it up, how will you cultivate?" Fang Yuan was not afraid. He met Qingshu's gaze, the corner of his mouth curled up. He smiled and said, "Therefore, I believe that you will also give up the idea of buying the liquor worm, and at the same time persuade Fang Zheng not to challenge me, right? If it were anyone else, they would not be able to convince Fang Zheng. But he, Gyue Qingshu, had the ability to do so." Fang Yuan had no doubt about this. The scene was in a stalemate. After a moment, Gyue Qingshu turned his gaze away, his eyelids drooping. He stared at the wine glass in his hand for a while, then suddenly laughed. "Interesting, then let's do it this way." There was a hint of melancholy in his words. Chapter 108. A day later, on the bed, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged. A huge ball of white light floated an arm's length away from his face, quietly floating in midair. Fang Yuan took out pieces of yuan stone from his money bag and threw them into the ball of light. The white light slowly shrunk, but became more and more dazzling. When it shrunk to the size of a fist, the white light became blinding, causing Fang Yuan to squint his eyes to observe. This should be the last one. Fang Yuan held the yuan stone in his hand, knowing it was a crucial moment. He threw the yuan stone into the ball of light. Vaguely, the yuan stone could be seen floating in the ball of light, like ice falling into boiling water, continuously melting. Large amounts of stone powder fell down. The yuan stone completely disappeared, and the ball of light suddenly exploded. With a soft sound, the 3 goo worms shot out in 3 different directions. One fell on the bed, while the other 2 hit the wall and fell to the floor. The fusion of the moonlight goo failed. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He quickly hooked his finger and recalled the goo worms. The moonlight goo and the little light goo swayed and floated up, slowly flying into his hand. But the remaining little light goo did not respond. It lay quietly on the floor, its milky white star-shaped body beginning to gradually dissipate into the air. In a few breaths' time, it completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. This was the price of a fusion failure, depending on the fusion recipe. The goo worm would be injured. When luck was bad, the goo worm would die immediately. Even with Fang Yuan's rich experience, single-mindedness, and the correct recipe, there was still a chance of failure. Fang Yuan was not discouraged. He had seen this kind of thing many times. He had done his best, but still failed. That could only be attributed to luck. But fortunately, if it wasn't for the moonlight goo dying, the little light goo dying, I could still buy it from the shop. It's easy to replenish. If the moonlight goo dies, I can't easily replenish it. He was quite rich now, losing a little light goo. He could just buy it again. Next, Fang Yuan checked the moonlight goo and the remaining little light goo. On the surface of the two goo, there was no light. This was a sign that the refinement had failed and the goo worm itself was damaged. Once the goo worm is injured, the success rate of the fusion will decrease. It's better to wait for these two goo worms to recover before continuing the fusion. Fang Yuan knew that haste makes waste, so he kept the two goo worms. He estimated that it would take at least 3 days before he could start the fusion again. The cultivation was not over yet. Fang Yuan opened his right hand. His left hand was fair, and his palm was white. There was a green imprint of a blade of grass, which looked like a dark green tattoo. With a thought, the primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture flowed out like a faint red mist into the imprint along his arm. The green mark immediately came to life. The tip of the grass emerged from Fang Yuan's palm, followed by 9 jade green round leaves, and finally the translucent stem of the grass. As for the roots that looked like ginseng roots, they were not exposed. On his palm, the dark green tattoo had already disappeared. Only traces of dark green lines were left. It represented the grass root, intersecting with Fang Yuan's palm lines. It was the rank 2 grass goo, 9-leaf vitality grass. At this moment, Fang Yuan's palm was like a piece of land, and the 9-leaf vitality grass was growing on it, like an exquisite piece of art carved from jade. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand and plucked the blades of grass. Every time he plucked a blade of grass, Fang Yuan would feel a slight pain, like a strand of hair being plucked. After the 9 leaves were plucked, Fang Yuan placed them on the bed, and the 9-leaf vitality grass in his palm was left with a bare stem. Fang Yuan continued to activate his primeval essence. Faint red rank 2 primeval essence continuously rose from his palm, like a mist wrapping around the green stem. The stem continued to absorb the primeval essence, and gradually a tender sprout emerged from the bottom of the stem. This tender sprout was pinkish-green in color, delicate and small, and extremely fragile, breaking with a pinch. Fang Yuan continued to activate his primeval essence, and the tender sprout gradually grew bigger, its color also becoming darker. Finally, it grew into a dark green, fully matured leaf. 20% primeval essence was consumed. Fang Yuan inspected his aperture and concluded he only had 44% primeval essence, which meant that he could only grow 2 vitality grass leaves in one go. After growing one more, Fang Yuan held a yuan stone and quickly recovered the primeval essence in his aperture. When his primeval essence C rose to 40%, he continued to grow vitality grass leaves. Repeating this cycle for half a day, the 9-leaf vitality grass was once again filled with 9 blades of grass. He no longer plucked the leaves, and with a thought, the 9-leaf vitality grass returned to his left palm, turning into a green mark. He stored the 9 vitality leaves in a small bag and kept it close to his body. One vitality leaf was a rank 1 goo worm, and each leaf could be sold for 50 yuan stone. That is to say, just these 9 leaves goo could allow Fang Yuan to earn 450 yuan stone. Of course, Fang Yuan had a cost to grow them. But even if he did not count these costs, Fang Yuan had earned over 400 yuan stone. Among all the family properties, the most valuable one was the 9 leaves vitality grass. Controlling it was equivalent to controlling a gold mine. Moreover, this 9-leaf vitality grass had an advantage: it was easy to feed. It only needed water and sunlight to survive, thus there was almost no cost to feed it. To Fang Yuan, he could give up all the family assets, but this 9-leaf vitality grass, he had to hold it firmly in his hands. Of course, this 9-leaf vitality grass goo was not just owned by Fang Yuan alone. In the village, there were also several people who had this grass goo. There were even 5 9-leaf vitality grass, which were the family's collective assets. Every day, there were specialized logistics goo masters carrying out production tasks, taking turns to grow large amounts of vitality leaves. To Fang Yuan, this was a good thing. If he was the only one with the 9-leaf vitality grass, then the clan would definitely act and purchase this grass goo, just like how Guyue Qing Shu represented the clan to purchase his liquor worm. Rare goo worms like the liquor worm, black and white boar goo, 9-leaf vitality grass, the higher-ups of the clan hoped to control them, to serve the entire clan. 3 days later, a ball of light suddenly exploded under Fang Yuan's gaze, and a brand new goo worm floated in the air. It was crystal clear. It was curved like a moon, like a blue crystal. In short, it was the moonlight goo. The form after its body was enlarged by 1 fold. But it was not the moonlight goo, but a higher grade, the rank 2 moonglow goo. This time, Fang Yuan succeeded in the fusion. The moonglow goo was refined from a moonlight goo and 2 little light goo. 1 little light goo could increase the moonblade's attack power by 1 fold. 2 little light goo would still increase it by 1 fold, and this increase could not be stacked. But the rank 2 moonglow goo's attack power was 3 times that of the moonlight goo. Actually, there were many fusion recipes for the moonlight goo, and there were also many advancement routes. The route that Fang Yuan took was to increase the moonblade's attack power to the maximum. The moonblade's attack range was still 10 meters and did not increase. There was one route. It was to use the moonlight goo and scarstone goo to fuse. The fused moonlight scar goo's attack power did not change, but the attack range would double, reaching 20 meters. There was another common route, and that was to use the moonlight goo and whirlwind goo to fuse. To refine the moonwhirl goo. Once used, the moonblade would turn from blue to green, and at the same time, the attack would change from a straight line to a curved line. Guyue Qing Shu took this route. As for Guyue Fangzheng, he used the moonlight goo and jade skin goo to fuse to refine the moon raiment. This was a relatively rare route, and the highest it could reach was rank 5. Complete the treasure moonlight king goo. However, having a rank 5 recipe did not mean that one would definitely be able to refine a rank 5 goo. Many rank 5 goo masters did not even have a single rank 5 goo on them. The biggest reason for this awkward situation was not the lack of materials, but the success rate. Fusing goo was not 100% success rate. The higher the level of the goo, the lower the success rate. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he refined the spring-autumn cicada, the success rate was less than 1%, and he failed countless times. Sometimes he was lucky and fewer goo died. Sometimes he was unlucky and all his goo died. To refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, he needed rank 5 goo. Once these goo died, it was as if all the hard work that Fang Yuan had put in would be for naught, turning into bubbles and vanishing. Fang Yuan failed again and again, and had to start all over again, refine again and again, collecting goo worms and special materials. In the end, he caused a huge commotion, causing the heavens to be angry and the people to be disheartened, and corpses floated in the sea of blood. His luck was good, and he succeeded in the refinement, obtaining the spring-autumn cicada. But once he got this rank 6 goo, he was attacked by the righteous people who had been coveting it, and before he could even warm up the treasure, he self-destructed. For thousands of years, it was this terrible failure rate that caused countless high-ranked goo masters to fail at the last moment and return to their original state. There was only one way to slightly restrain this failure rate. That was vital goo, no matter if the fusion result was a success or failure. A goo master's vital goo would not die. At most, it would be injured. Why was it like this? Many people guessed that it was because the vital goo was a goo master's first goo worm and was intertwined with the goo master's life, forming a mysterious life connection. As long as the goo master was still alive, after the vital goo failed the fusion, it would at most be in a dying state. Of course, the other goo worms that were fused with the vital goo still had the possibility of dying. But even so, a portion of the goo master's results could be preserved and accumulated. The vital goo was a goo master's greatest wealth and reliance. What the vital goo was would greatly affect the goo master's development. Conversely, the goo master would also actively search for and discover recipes to raise the level of the vital goo. Some rank 2, rank 3 low-level recipes to the goo master would instead reduce their development prospects. When Fang Yuan found out that the spring-autumn cicada had become his vital goo, why was he so happy? The reason was this. The spring-autumn cicada was a rare and precious goo worm, able to revive people, and its ability was heaven-defying. No matter how it was refined, it would not die. If it was in Fang Yuan's previous life, the spring-autumn cicada was not his vital goo, and if he continued to refine it, there would be the danger of dying. The spring-autumn cicada, reaching rank 6, was already an achievement that most goo masters could not reach in their lifetime. Many goo masters did not even have a rank 6 recipe and were bitterly searching for it. Although the spring-autumn cicada could not be used to its full potential, it was his greatest treasure. The flower wine monk's strength inheritance, compared to it, was like the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 109. The plum blossoms in the cold snow, the willows in the spring wind return. Unknowingly, winter had passed, and spring had arrived. The frozen mountain stream began to flow again. The icicles under the eaves of the bamboo houses, the tree branches, all dripped crystal clear water under the sunlight. In the morning, the tavern was a little quiet. There were not many customers. Fang Yuan sat inside, close to the window. At his request, wooden screens were erected around his seat, making it into a compartment. A light breeze blew in from the window, carrying with it a fresh and fragrant smell of the earth, making people feel relaxed and happy. Jiangya sat opposite Fang Yuan, his face full of smiles. "These are the primeval stones for this trip. Please accept them." He placed 4 full money bags on the table and pushed them towards Fang Yuan. Naturally, the money bags were filled with yuan stones. Fang Yuan did not open them one by one, but weighed them in his hand. He had been doing business for more than 100 years in his previous life. He knew how many yuan stones there were in his hand. He could immediately sense if a yuan stone was missing. There was nothing special about this skill. On Earth, there was an oil seller who placed a copper coin at the mouth of a bottle and dripped oil into it. The oil formed a line and passed through the small hole in the middle of the coin. Not a single drop spilled out. There was also a godly archer who could shoot leaves from 100 steps away. Every shot was accurate. An old butcher who had been working for many years could weigh the meat with his hands and would know exactly how much it weighed with a scale. How did he train to this level? There was no other reason Practice makes perfect. The accumulation of experience. Sometimes a miracle could be created. After his rebirth, this kind of feeling that came from experience naturally came with him. Fang Yuan weighed them with his hands, and after confirming that there were no problems, he took out a small cloth bag and handed it to Jiangya. Jiangya quickly took it with both hands, opened the bag, and checked carefully. Although Fang Yuan had the 9-leaf vitality grass, he did not directly sell it. If Guyue was in the tundra, he would be eager to do so. He was eager to do so. It was good for maintaining social relations and increasing his influence. But Fang Yuan was not willing to do so. This was a waste of time and energy. Thus, he sold the vitality leaves to Jiangya, and as the shop owner, Jiangya sold these rank 1 healing grass goo. Jiangya was Jiang, his younger brother. While Fang Yuan was looking for the liquor worm, Jiangya's eyes lit up. I've met him before. His brother, Jiang He, was half an ally to Fang Yuan. Therefore, he was asked to be the agent. Appear to sell. It was relatively safe and reliable. 1, 2, 3, 9. There are indeed 9 vitality leaves, not bad. Jiang, you counted 3 times before closing the bag and carefully putting it away. Then, he raised his cup and toasted Fang Yuan. Sir Fang Yuan, it's been a pleasure working with you. Let me toast you. The way he looked at Fang Yuan hid a strong sense of envy. It even turned into a trace of jealousy. Just a year ago, it was also spring. The first time he met Fang Yuan was just a student in the academy. He did not even have the qualifications to wear the Gu Master uniform. But now, not only was Fang Yuan wearing the uniform, he was also wearing a red belt with a square metal plate in the middle. He was already a rank 2 Gu Master. And now, he was still a rank 1, wearing the green belt. Forget about these. What made Jiangya even more envious was that after Fang Yuan obtained the inheritance, he jumped from a poor kid to a rich man. The wine tavern, bamboo building, and 9-leaf vitality grass that he controlled, these were all wealth that Jiangya could not obtain even if he worked for his entire life. But Jiangya did not dare to show his jealousy. Fang Yuan sold the vitality leaves to him, and he earned the difference in price. Fang Yuan had already become his sugar daddy, and Jiangya did not dare to offend this junior in front of him. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Jiangya raised his cup, his face full of smiles, but in his heart he sighed deeply. Fang Yuan also raised his cup and drank it all in one gulp. Although Jiangya's expression was obscure, he was old and experienced. How could he not see through it? Fang Yuan did not take it to heart. If Jiangya was not jealous, it would mean that he had great ambitions, and on the contrary, it would make Fang Yuan look up to him. But he was envious of Fang Yuan's fortuitous encounter, and just this scheme was too small, not worth mentioning. Drinking a cup of wine with him was only because he currently had some value to him. Jiangya put down his cup and said excitedly, "The vitality leaves in the clan. Each one sells for 55 yuan stone. After listening to your instructions, our grass goo only sells for 50 yuan stone. As expected, the supply cannot meet the demand. Lord, why don't you grow some vitality leaves every day? That way we can earn even more." Fang Yuan heard this and shook his head, resolutely rejecting. "No way, growing 9 vitality leaves is already my limit. It wastes a lot of my cultivation time." This was the difference between Fang Yuan and Jiangya, these ordinary people. To Fang Yuan, yuan stone was only a cultivation resource, a tool. Everything was for the sake of cultivation. And Jiangya treated yuan stone as his life's goal. The reason why he cultivated was to earn more yuan stone. But even if Fang Yuan only grew 9 vitality leaves every day and earned over 400 yuan stone after these few days of accumulation, his wealth had increased to a considerable level. Seeing Fang Yuan reject, Jiangye did not dare to force him, and could only pout his lips in pity, and attentively poured wine for Fang Yuan, and then for himself. "That's true," he sighed. "Lord, you have so much wealth. Why do you need to work so hard every day? From what I see, why do you still need to stay in that shabby rented house? Why don't you empty out a bamboo building and live there yourself? Then marry a beautiful wife and hire 7 to 8 servants to serve you. That would be a happy life. TSK, TSK. Fang Yuan laughed lightly and did not say anything. How could a sparrow and swallow know the ambitions of a great swan? He turned his head and looked outside the window. Bamboo buildings, with snow on top, bathed in the bright spring light. Far away, there was a willow tree, its branches with yellow and green tender leaves, gently swaying in the gentle spring wind. Fang Yuan's gaze was a little absent-minded, thinking about his current situation. After solving Fang Jing's problem, his family property could be said to have been secured. White jade goo and moon glow goo had been successfully refined. It could be said that he had both offense and defense. Next was to refine the liquor worm. But the matter of the liquor worm was more troublesome. To refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, he needed a second liquor worm, as well as sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy wines. These things he did not even have a clue about. The liquor worm must be refined. Without it, my progress will be more than halved. But to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, I have to wait for the caravan to arrive. Using the caravan as an opportunity, I can also expose the white jade goo. This way, my battle strength can be displayed, and I don't need to hold back. Fang Yuan now had the moon glow goo, white jade goo, and together with his 500 years of battle experience, he was already above most rank 2 goo masters, sickly Snake Jiao San and other slightly famous group leaders. If they fought him one-on-one, they would not be Fang Yuan's match. But for Qi Shan, Mo Yen, and Qing Shu, Fang Yuan was still weak. Firstly, his cultivation was insufficient. Fang Yuan was only rank 2 initial stage, but they were all upper stage or even peak stage. Secondly, he did not have enough strong goo worms. Fang Yuan used goo worms for battle. He only had 2, but Qi Shan, Mo Yen, and Qing Shu each had at least 3, and they also had hidden trump cards. And among his peers, Fang Zheng, Ma Bei, and Qi Cheng were unsurprisingly starting to show their talents. Especially Fang Zheng, after obtaining the rank 2 moon raiment, he already had the strength to fight Fang Yuan. And as time passed, his cultivation would get higher and higher. Gradually, he would leave Fang Yuan far behind. Unless Fang Yuan could quickly refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, he would not be able to keep up with Fang Zheng in terms of cultivation speed. As for the higher levels, those rank 3 and rank 4 goo masters, to Fang Yuan, there was no need to talk about a draw. Even keeping his life was a difficult matter, not to mention challenging someone of a higher level. It was very difficult to challenge someone of a higher realm. Fang Yuan had no trump cards and also no aptitude. Even if he had rich battle experience, even a clever housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. Without a strong goo worm, these experiences would not be of any advantage. If I can refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, my cultivation speed will be more satisfactory. But I still need to replenish some goo worms. I have the white jade goo for defense, the moon glow goo for offense, and the 9-leaf vitality grass for healing. I still lack detection and movement-type goo worms. Although these 2 goo worms are only supplementary, once I have them, I can make up for my shortcomings and increase my battle strength by at least 3 times. Fang Yuan pondered. He did not need to learn step by step through practice. His rich life experience had already let him know his exact position. Jiangya's voice sounded in his ears. I heard that recently there seems to be someone looking for trouble with Lord. specifically causing trouble in the bamboo building and wine tavern you rented out. Fang Yuan frowned. His train of thought was interrupted. But Jiangya was right. Fang Yuan had already investigated clearly. It was his uncle, Guyue Dong too, who was stirring up trouble in the background. After being warned by Guyue Qingshu, he no longer dared to use Fang Zheng to cause trouble. But after a period of silence, he was filled with unwillingness and resentment. Using his connections, he hired some Gu masters to cause trouble at Fang Yuan's place. Businessmen were most afraid of this kind of trouble. So recently, he had taken some time out to check on the place. Young master, someone is causing trouble again. At this moment, a waiter walked into the room with an anxious and fearful expression. Oh! Fang Yuan's brows relaxed to think he would bump into him today. Not waiting for Fang Yuan to make a move, Jiangya suddenly stood up, eagerly saying, "Lord, please wait for a moment. I will go take a look." He walked out of the screen and turned around in a blink of an eye. "It's Guyue Man, sure." Jiangya's face turned pale, saying in a low voice. His eyes were also filled with fear and worry. "Guyue Man, sure." Fang Yuan acted cautiously, knowing the importance of information. In this period of time, he had already gathered information on all the rank 2 Gu masters in the clan and had memorized most of them. Guyue Manshur was a Gu master with some reputation, good at defense, and had some strength, taking up the role of Manshur's group leader. In terms of reputation, he was slightly higher than sickly snake Jiao San. Bam! From outside came the sound of wine jars smashing on the ground. Then a rough and arrogant voice sounded. "Pfft, what kind of wine is this? It's like horse piss. You dare to sell it to me?" Humph! Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. Standing up, Chapter 110. Jiangya saw that Fang Yuan had the intention to leave, and quickly stopped him. "Lord Fang Yuan, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. This man sure is very strong. He was once able to escape from Bai Ningbing's hands. He cannot be underestimated. Publicizing his defeat as glory, what is there to fear from such a person?" Fang Yuan laughed lightly and pressed his hand on Jiangya's shoulder. "Just sit here and drink." "Lord!" Jiangya opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him again, but met Fang Yuan's cold gaze. The coldness in Fang Yuan's eyes made his heart shudder. He was tongue-tied and was at a loss as to what to do as he was pressed back onto his seat by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a few steps, going around the screen and into the hall. At the center of the table, a rank 2 Gu master had one foot on the bench and the other on the table. His body was short, but his waist and arms were thick and strong. A thick black beard extended down from his cheeks, converging at his chin. His whole body seemed to be emitting a fierce aura. On the ground nearby, there were broken wine jars. Most of the wine had seeped into the ground through the cracks between the bricks. Only 2 to 3 puddles of wine were on the surface of the bricks or in the broken wine jars. The old man, who was the shopkeeper, hung his head very low and apologized while trembling with fear. "Sir, please don't be impatient. If you are not satisfied with this jar of wine, I will give you another jar of our best wine for free." "Humph, I don't want wine. Your wine is so disgusting. Why are you still opening a tavern? Compensation? You must compensate. I was originally in a good mood, but you guys ruined it just like that. You have to compensate at least 500 pieces of yuan stone." Manshur demanded an exorbitant price. "This is already the 3rd time. It seems this tavern has offended someone. Sai, I better not come here to drink anymore. Leave quickly. When Gu masters fight, we mortals suffer." The surrounding people left their seats, and only a few Gu masters sat still, chatting. "I heard this tavern is Fang Yuan's. Who is it that doesn't like him?" "Oh, she was the one whose parents had died. The kid who inherited the inheritance and became rich overnight." No wonder some people don't like it. Even if it was me, I would also be jealous. You see, we're working so hard just to earn these riches, to live a peaceful life. Fang Yuan is just a newbie. What right does he have to obtain these things? Not bad. Even if it was his ancestors' sinister intentions, that was then, and this was now. The family's resources were limited. Everyone was only given a small amount. How could he, a mere C-grade talent, enjoy so much wealth at such a young age? How preposterous. Man sure isn't trying to provoke him into betting. Is he? If it's really a goo battle, I might really be able to get a piece of fat meat. Someone shook his head. Hey, do you think those elders are fools? Someone nodded. But that might not be the case. Haven't you all understood the family's policies after all these years? In a way, it is tacitly allowing us to fight. Powerful people deserve more resources, don't they? If the weak couldn't keep their property, they could only part with it. Everything is for the family's strength. That makes sense. But let's watch first. This water is a bit deep. It is said that Manshur has a retired senior behind him. Someone lowered his voice and said, "What are you leaving for? Stop right there. No one can leave." On the table, Manshur suddenly shouted. Those mortal drinkers were already at the door. They didn't dare to disobey the Goo Master's words and immediately stood there in silence. Many passers-by also noticed the commotion here and stopped at the door to watch. As expected, they are purely here to cause trouble. Fang Yuan looked at this scene with an indifferent expression. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Manshur noticed him. You are that Fang Yuan. Junior, you open a good tavern, but you're trying to swindle my money. But seeing that you are a newbie, I will give you a chance to apologize in front of everyone. Otherwise, people will say that I, Manshur, used my status as a senior to bully a junior like you. Ha ha ha. Manshur laughed. As long as you apologize and bow, I will let this matter go. I am a man of my words. He beat his chest so hard that it made a loud thump. He showed a forthright attitude, but his intentions couldn't be hidden from the surrounding Goo Masters. Manshur's move is sinister. That's right. If Fang Yuan really apologizes, he won't be able to raise his head in the future. Anyone would rush over, step on his head, and bully him for his weakness. But if he doesn't apologize, this is disregarding his seniors, arrogant, and unruly, he will be ostracized by the entire circle. That's right, he is in a dilemma. Oh my fuck, the Goo Masters whispered, and suddenly someone's mouth opened wide enough to swallow a duck egg. The other spectating Goo Masters were not much better off. Someone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Someone spat out the wine in his mouth. Someone looked on with incomparable shock, like a statue. They had been staring at the scene, wanting to watch a good show. In the end, not only did Fang Yuan fulfill their wishes, he even gave them a huge surprise. The young man waved his hand, and a moonblade flew out. Swoosh! This was the Moonglow Goo's moonblade. The eerie blue moonblade flew in the air, as big as a wash basin. Along the way, a square table was sliced in half like tofu. Manshur's laughter stopped abruptly. His pupils shrunk as the moonblade grew larger in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the eerie blue moonlight shone on his face, revealing every strand of his beard. A strong aura of death assaulted him. At the crucial moment, Manshur lost his composure and shouted, "Monolith Goo!" Immediately, his whole body shone with a dark gray light. His skin bulged, growing into rock skin. But before the rock skin had fully grown, Fang Yuan's moonblade had already imprinted itself on his chest. With a soft sound, the rock skin split open, and a long, slanted wound appeared on Manshur's chest. Blood spurted out like a stream. An intense pain assaulted his nerves, and Manshur screamed in fear. his voice filled with shock and disbelief. He had never expected that Fang Yuan would attack without saying anything. He really dared to attack. In the village, he directly used a goo worm against his own clansmen. Not to mention Man Sure. Even the other spectators were flabbergasted. A look of disbelief. What's going on? Is this kid crazy? He didn't say anything and just attacked. He's not afraid of killing Man Sure. He was rejected by the punishment hall, and now he has to pay with his life? Young people are so impulsive. Did you see that moonblade just now? That is not the moonlight goo, but the moon glow goo. To think that Fang Yuan has already refined the moon glow goo. Fang Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Man Sure stood on the square table, shouting with a malevolent expression, his voice like thunder. His skin bulged, growing into a rock skin and becoming even thicker. The wound was also covered by the rock skin. However, large amounts of blood still flowed out, but it was no longer gushing out like before. Fang Yuan's expression was cold and indifferent as he slowly walked over. He did not speak, or more accurately speaking. To be precise, he did not speak. He responded to Man Sure with a movement. Another moon blade. Swoosh. The crescent blade flew across the short distance. Man Sure did not have time to speak, and quickly raised his arms to protect his head and chest. Both of his arms were covered with thick, dark gray stones, as if they were carved from stone. They were thick and strong. The moon blade imprinted on his arms, creating a deep wound. A deep gash was carved out, and countless small stones splashed out. The moon blade's strength caused Man Sure's body to lean backwards. His body was covered in thick rocks, causing his weight to increase sharply. Finally, the square table he was stepping on could not bear the weight, and with a crack, it completely collapsed. Man Sure could not stand steadily and fell to the ground, revealing a flaw in his defense. Fang Yuan walked slowly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Grasping the flaw, he shot another moonblade. The moonblade cut through the air, creating a whistling sound. Man Sure quickly stretched out his hands, but he underestimated Fang Yuan's battle experience. Although the moonblade was a straight-line attack, it was slanted at a crafty angle, not completely perpendicular to the ground. Man Sure's arm blocked half of the moonblade, but the other half was imprinted on his chest. Immediately, his injuries worsened, and large amounts of blood flowed out of Man Sure's chest. Is he going to kill someone? The rank 2 goo masters who were sitting on their seats could not sit still and stood up. The mortals did not even dare to breathe. They looked at each other in fear and excitement. The goo masters killing each other had triggered something in their hearts that had been suppressed for a long time. Man Sure breathed roughly, trying to get up, but it pulled at his wounds. The intense pain caused him to fail, and with a bang, he fell down again. Fang Yuan walked over slowly. Man Sure had lost a large amount of blood, his face pale. He looked at Fang Yuan in fear. Fang Yuan's cold and slow steps approached him, giving him a huge pressure. Fang Yuan, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be arrested by the punishment hall. Man Sure's legs scraped against the ground, moving backwards. His blood flowed out, following his body, drawing a bright trail on the green brick floor. Everyone was silent. Everyone was stunned by Fang Yuan's cold aura, holding their breaths as they watched. No one felt that Man Sure was useless without any style. If it were them, they would not be any better than Man Sure. Fang Yuan walked in front of Man Sure, raised his leg, and fiercely stomped on the wound on Man Sure's chest. Man Sure sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. Fang Yuan stomped on the ground again, and Man Sure felt like he was being rammed by a wild boar, trampling on his body as it continued to trample over him. He could not bear it anymore and screamed in pain. Even with the protection of the thick rock skin, His chest was being crushed by Fong Yuan, and blood flowed out of his wound. More importantly, Fong Yuan's right hand was covered in a layer of eerie blue moonlight, condensed and not released. This was the sign of the Moonblade's attack. Manshur was anxious and did not dare to move. You can't kill me. He stared with his eyes wide open and shouted with difficulty. I won't kill you. Fong Yuan said his first words since he appeared. His tone was very calm. In the dead silence of the wine tavern, his words clearly entered everyone's ears. But I can cripple you, break one of your arms or one of your thighs. According to the clan rules, I will have to compensate you with a large amount of yuan stone, and I will be imprisoned. But you can only spend the rest of your life in bed. Your disability has greatly reduced your battle strength. You can no longer go out to carry out missions. Do you think this kind of result, can you accept it? Fong Yuan looked down at Manshur and said slowly. A cold voice entered Manshur's ears. It made his heart stop, and his body trembled. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath. His mind became even more chaotic. The power of Fong Yuan's foot made him feel like he was being pressed by a huge rock, and he felt that breathing was becoming more difficult. Damn it. If I had taken precautions, if I hadn't been caught off guard and been seriously injured from the start, how could it be? Manshur's voice stopped abruptly because his gaze met Fong Yuan's eyes. He laid on the ground and looked up. Fong Yuan's eyelids were half closed, and his dark eyes were looking down at him. What a pair of eyes! If it was filled with killing intent, Manshur would not be afraid. But this pair of eyes, it was filled with a kind of coldness. This coldness was arrogance towards reality. It was disdain towards the people of the world. It was trampling on life, and it was abandoning the rules. This pair of eyes. Manshur's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and the deepest memories in his heart surfaced. That was the nightmare of his life. 2 years ago, a moonlit night in the bamboo forest, a white-clothed youngster similarly stepping on him. Damn it. If I had refined the monolith goo, how could you have broken my defense? Death was approaching. He screamed hysterically, filled with unwillingness. Oh, since it is like this, I will not kill you this time. The white-clothed youngster's lips curled, showing an interested smile. After you return to the village, cultivate well, and refine the monolith goo, then we will fight. He. I hope in the future you can add some excitement to my life. Saying so, the youngster lifted his foot, letting him go. Manshur breathed roughly, lying on the ground. He did not expect such a sudden turn of events. He stared blankly at the white-clothed youngster. The youngster looked at him like he was looking at an ant, speaking indifferently, still not scramming. Manshur's body trembled, and he quickly got up, stumbling as he escaped. This white-clothed youngster was none other than Bai Village's #1 genius, Bai Ningbing. Back then, he was only rank 2, but he could already kill a rank 3 clan elder. Manshur managed to escape with his life, and thus his reputation rose. In these 2 years, Bai Ningbing's face had already become a blur in his memory. The only thing he remembered was his eyes, that pair of indifferent eyes, high and mighty, hid a pride that mortals could not hope to understand. To think that he would see this pair of eyes in his own village. At this moment, Manshur's heart was filled with fear. The unwillingness and anger in his heart disappeared, and he had no fighting spirit left. Manshur's change in expression was seen by Fong Yuan. The youngster was slightly surprised, not expecting this Manshur to be so useless. But forget it, he is just a coward. Fong Yuan had already achieved his goal, and he loosened his foot. You can scram now. Manshur seemed to have heard the voice of an immortal, and with a pale face, he stumbled out of the tavern. Everyone was speechless. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, looking around. The surrounding Gu masters, some rank 1 and some rank 2, all avoided his line of sight. The shopkeeper and the waiters looked at him with shock, excitement, and worship. Who doesn't want a strong backer? Behind him, Jiangya was dumbstruck. He heard the commotion and ran out, only to see the scene of Fang Yuan chasing Manshur away. That was Guyue Manshur. He was extremely shocked, and his gaze towards Fang Yuan had already changed. Jealousy had already disappeared. At this moment, Jiangya suddenly understood why Fang Yuan had such achievements. Because he could not keep up, he was not the same type of person as me. Chapter 111. Guyue Manshur was defeated by the newbie Fang Yuan. This news quickly spread, causing a small wave among the rank 2 Gu masters. Everyone was familiar with the two main characters of this incident. Manshur was a slightly famous rank 2 Gu master. 2 years ago, he had escaped with his life from Bai Ningbing and was not to be underestimated. And Fang Yuan was this year's number 1. During the year-end exam, many people saw him defeat Fang Zheng. After that, because he inherited the inheritance, he became rich overnight, causing everyone to be envious. The difference between the two should have been obvious, but the strong Manshur lost to the weak Fang Yuan. Such a contrast caused people's jaws to drop. Many people inquired about the incident, and Fang Yuan's reputation rose. The rank 2 Gu masters started to pay attention to this young junior. He actually made a move without saying a single word. He is young and impulsive. He has wealth on hand, and after refining the Moon Glow Gu, he can be considered to have some ability. This is a madman. His actions are ruthless. I heard that after Guyue Manshur was defeated, he rested on the bed for 3 days. People commented on Fang Yuan, although he suddenly attacked during the battle with Manshur and took the initiative, heavily injuring Manshur and establishing a huge advantage. It seemed like he had an unfair advantage. But victory was victory, and defeat was defeat. The result spoke for itself. Maybe on Earth, there were many people who focused on the process and not the result. But in this world, life was tough and filled with fatal dangers. Winning often meant that they were still alive. Defeat meant death, losing everything. The concept of the winner being king and the loser being a bandit was strongly acknowledged by almost everyone. Fang Yuan won. No matter the process, that was the truth. A newbie rose, stepping on Manshur's shoulders, officially stepping into everyone's field of vision. And Manshur became a stepping stone, his reputation ruined. After returning, he resigned from his position as the group leader. This was the outcome of a loser. Relatives would sympathize with such a loser, but they would worship and acknowledge the winner. The winner represented strength, and strength meant that people's lives were safer. After this incident, Guyue and Frozen Earth also wisely stopped their little tricks. The fate of Guyue and Manshur finally made the shrewd uncle realize the reality. Fang Yuan's growth made him feel helpless, resentful, and unwilling. He knew that it was impossible for him to get this inheritance back. It was meaningless to persist any longer. Using his connections to hire others to cause trouble for Fang Yuan was a waste of Yuan stone. As for Fang Yuan, he was rolling in money. If the stalemate continued, even if he had a large amount of Yuan stone, he would still be the one to lose in the end, because he had lost the bamboo house, the wine tavern, and the 9-leaf vitality grass. He had become like water without a source. It would be very difficult to replenish the Yuan stone that he had consumed. On the other hand, Fang Yuan, although there was a shortage of Yuan stone, it was increasing day by day. More importantly, Guyue Tundra discovered to his dismay that this stalemate had no benefits to speak of. So when he heard the news of Manshur's defeat and escape, he immediately stopped this pointless action. In fact, when Fang Jing's trouble was resolved by Fang Yuan, It meant that Guyue and Frozen Earth had lost. Thus, Fang Yuan's wine tavern could operate as usual, which was a happy event. There was another happy event, which was the early arrival of the caravan. March. The spring sun shone brightly, and the light song of spring came with a cheerful beat. Spring flowers bloomed. The grass grew long, and the orioles flew. On Qingmao Mountain, as far as the eye could see, it was all green. On some of the hillsides facing the sun, wild flowers bloomed, forming a colorful and gorgeous sea of flowers. The gurgling flowers bloomed like raging flames, interweaving with the sunlight. The newborn dragonpill crickets slowly grew from the thin eggs, forming new swarms of insects, and began to be active at night. During the day, large flocks of colorful parrots appeared, circling in midair, chirping. Spring brought light to all living things. Under such a scenery, a caravan slowly entered Qingmao Mountain. The black-skinned fat beetle wriggled slowly. It was filled with people and goods. Proud ostriches with colorful feathers pulled carts after carts. Mountain spiders ignored the terrain. Winged serpents twisted their bodies and moved forward, occasionally spreading their wings and flying for a distance. A treasure brass toad, 5 meters tall and orange in color, led the way. Sitting on it was the rank 4 Gu master, Jia Fu. After knowing the caravan had entered the village, Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. It's changed again. In his previous life's memories, this caravan should have arrived in summer. According to previous years, the caravan would have arrived in summer. But now it has arrived 2 to 3 months earlier in spring, and on a larger scale. Fang Yuan's rebirth changed his current situation and also affected the surroundings, causing the future to change. But the root cause was because he killed Jia Jinsheng. After deceiving everyone, Jia Fu mistakenly thought that Jia Jinsheng's death was a scheme by his rival, Jia Gui. After Jia Fu returned to the clan, he took a series of drastic measures, causing the competition between the brothers to become even more intense. In order to strive for a better result for the merchant caravans, before the snow had completely melted this year, the brothers of the Jia clan rushed to set off, leading various merchant caravans to start their business in all directions. The clan leader, Guyue met Jia Fu. The 2 rank 4 Gu masters were the leaders of their respective clans. "Brother Guyue, how have you been?" Jia Fu's face was full of smiles, brimming with warmth. But there was a long scar on his face. "Ha ha ha, Brother Jia Fu, you came early this year." Guyue looked at the scar on Jia Fu's face. His heart moved, but he did not ask. The early bird gets the worm. This time, I've brought a lot of precious goods. I believe that the noble Guyue clan will need them in large quantities. In order to fight for results, Jia Fu had gone all out this time. "Oh, that's good news." Guyuebo's eyes flashed. He continued, "It just so happens that the day after tomorrow is the awakening ceremony of my clan, and I would like to invite you to attend." "Ha! It is my honor to witness the prosperity of the Guyue clan." Jia Fu cupped his fists and said sincerely, to be able to invite outsiders to the awakening ceremony of their own clan meant that they were treating outsiders as distinguished guests. From this invitation, Jia Fu, he felt the sincerity of the Guyue clan. "Actually, there's one more thing." Jia Fu hesitated. "Esteemed guest, you've come from afar. If you have any requests, feel free to state them. My clan will definitely do our best," Guyue said. Jia Fu sighed. It's all because of Jia Jinsheng. This time, he had specially brought along a few scouting experts from the clan, hoping that they would be able to conduct an investigation. Hopefully, they will be able to make things easier. Guyue immediately showed a look of understanding. It seemed that Jia Jinsheng's death had caused Jia Fu to fall into an awkward and passive position in the competition for the clan assets. It was said that after returning to the clan, Jia Fu and Jia Gui had an argument in front of everyone, resulting in an intense battle. The scars on his face were most likely the scars from that intense battle. It was no wonder that he came over at the start of spring. It was clear that he, Jia Fu, was under a lot of pressure. Fang Yuan strolled around the tents and shops. The scale of this year's caravan was much larger than any of the previous years. Not only did the number of tents increase, there was even a gu house. Gu houses were something that only large-scale caravans had. Usually, a large-scale caravan would have many gu houses. Usually, there were 2 or 3 gu houses in a large caravan. Jia Fu's caravan could only be considered average, but it had a gu house. This gu house was a large tree. It was 18 meters tall, a true towering tree. The roots were thick and strong, and the branches were like entangled dragons and snakes. A small portion was exposed on the surface, while the rest were deeply rooted under the ground. The trunk at the bottom had a diameter of 10 meters. As it went up, it decreased, but the decrease was not obvious. The brown trunk was not dense, but there were 3 layers of space in the trunk. The surface of the trunk. There were also windows. Sunlight and fresh air passed through the windows, entering the 3 layers of space in the trunk. The tree's branches were sparse, and the leaves were sparse. Only the crown of the tree was green and lush. The spring wind blew, and the leaves swayed, creating a slight rustling sound. This was the most commonly seen house gu, rank 3 grass gu, called 3-star cave. It was planted by a logistics gu master and nurtured with primeval essence, causing it to grow. The 3 layers of space in the trunk were 3 rooms arranged in a row. Its defense was not something that tents could compare to. In the continuous stretch of tents, a huge tree stood tall like a tower, giving off a feeling of being a crane among chickens. At the bottom of the huge tree, there were 2 wide doors, allowing people to enter. Fang Yuan followed the crowd and walked into the huge tree. The 3 layers of space in the tree house had been modified into a shop layout. On the counters, there were all sorts of gu worms. These counters were made of wood and were a part of the huge tree. Green leaves grew on them. 3-star cave tree gu could grow according to the gu master's wishes. Other than these counters, there were round stools and benches for customers to rest on. A rank 3 logistics gu master was somewhere in the giant tree, controlling and monitoring the situation. Once someone snatches the gu worm on the counter, he would control this huge tree to grow and immediately close the door at the bottom of the trunk, instantly creating a secret room. Countless branches would grow crazily, forming a concentrated attack. At the same time, the gu masters guarding the tree house would also participate in the battle. Tree houses were much safer than tents. Thus, the goods sold inside were more valuable. Fang Yuan had just arrived at the first floor and first saw a liquor worm on a lone counter in the center. Many gu masters were already surrounding this liquor worm, commenting on it, or clicking their tongues in admiration. Fang Yuan looked around and saw many more precious gu worms on the other counters. There was the jade skin gu, whirlwind gu, scarstone gu, and so on. These gu worms could be used with the moonlight gu to fuse into higher-ranked gu worms. Although Jia Fu was not completely clear about these fusion recipes, after so many years of business he had accumulated experience and knew which gu worms the Guyue clan needed more. Jia Fu's business is naturally not targeting the Guyue clan. From this, it can be seen that he really went all out this time. It seems he was provoked after returning. Fang Yuan saw this, and his heart jumped. Chapter 112. Liquor Worm. Fang Yuan murmured softly as he walked to the center of the counter. As long as he had this liquor worm, he would be able to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm by supplementing it with sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy wines. Of course, this kind of fusion naturally had the possibility of failure. But if Fong Yuan didn't have a second liquor worm, he wouldn't even have the chance to try. Life was like this. Hard work might not lead to good results, and success might not be guaranteed. But if you don't work hard, you will definitely fail. It was the same for the Devil Dao. Most of the people in the Devil Dao were good at overcoming obstacles and advancing bravely. In the eyes of most people, this seemed extreme and risky. I was still worried about how to find a second liquor worm. I didn't think that fate would send this liquor worm to me. The opportunity was right in front of me. How could I give it up? I will get this liquor worm. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. If my cultivation level had reached rank 5 or 4, with great battle strength, I would have snatched it and left without saying a word. If God or Buddha obstructs, God or Buddha obstructs. If they were rank 3 or rank 4, they would have many methods and could steal without anyone noticing. It's a pity that I'm only at rank 2 now, and I'm only at the initial stage. Fong Yuan sighed, inwardly. If that's the case, I can only buy it honestly. He glanced at the price on the counter. Liquor worm, 500 yuan stone. The normal market price of the liquor worm is 580 yuan stone. The marked price here was actually 80 yuan stone cheaper than the market price. But if Fong Yuan really thought that he could buy this liquor worm by spending 500 yuan stone, then his 500 years of previous life would have been wasted. The reason why the price is so low, it was just that Jia Fu wanted to attract people and attract them to buy. This treehouse was obviously Jia Fu's property. Grandma, this liquor worm is only worth 500 primeval stones. A young girl walked over and exclaimed in a small voice. The girl's eyes sparkled as she shook her mother's arm. Grandma, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Didn't you promise me that you would give me a gift? Why don't you buy this liquor worm for me? The girl's grandmother was wearing a white belt with a square piece of silver on the front. The word 3 was engraved on it. Once a Gu master cultivates to rank 3, they would automatically be promoted to clan elder. However, there were differences between the elders. Some of them were elders in power, high position and authority. Some were not. They were in charge of departments with little profit. But this rank 3 old man was clearly not a lousy clan elder. Guyu Yaoji, Fong Yuan recognized her. This person was an elder of the medicine hall. The medicine hall was the center of the entire clan's logistics. It could be said that it was the department with the most profits. Guyue and Yao Ji were very experienced. Even in front of the chief, they didn't need to salute and could just sit and talk. She was the number 1 healing Gu master in the clan and had saved many clan elders' lives. Her network in the clan was extremely strong. Good, good, good. My dear granddaughter, if you want it, Grandma will buy it for you. The old woman's face was full of wrinkles. She leaned on her walking stick and sighed, helplessly. He smiled kindly. Grandma is the best. I know Grandma loves me the most. The young girl happily hugged Guyu, Yao Ji on the spot, pouting her lips and kissing her on the cheek. Then Grandma, let's call the shop assistant here and quickly buy this liquor worm. Guyu Yao Ji shook her head. My dear granddaughter, the Gu worms here are not bought like this. Grandma will teach you. Do you see the stack of paper and pen on the counter? The young girl nodded innocently. I see it. Guyu Yaoji, go take a piece of paper and write down your price for this liquor worm. Then stuff it into the hole on the side of the counter. If your price is the highest among all the people who want to buy it, then this liquor worm will belong to you. So it's like this. Quite interesting. The young girl took a bamboo paper and held the pen, but when she was writing, she hesitated. She furrowed her cute brows and thought hard for a while. Finally, she pouted and asked, Grandma, how high should I write down the price? I'm afraid if the price is too low, the liquor worm will be bought by someone else. If the price is too much higher than others, you will suffer a loss. Guyue Yaoji laughed and deliberately teased. How can it be so easy to buy a liquor worm? It's up to you, my dear granddaughter. Grandma? The young girl acted like a spoiled child, hugging Guyue Yaoji's arm and shaking it. Okay, stop shaking. My bones are about to fall apart. The old woman sighed. Grandma will help you fill it in. The young girl jumped up and shouted, I knew Grandma is the best to me. Guyue Yaoji wrote down a price and attached her name. The young girl stared at her from the side. After the old woman finished writing, she folded the paper and winked at the young girl. Go, put the paper in. The young girl obediently took it and found a hole on the side of the counter and stuffed the paper in. She returned to Guyue Yaoji's side and asked with some worry, Grandma, is this enough? The old woman nodded. It should be enough. But life is hard to predict. Maybe someone will offer a higher price than the price. But that price will be too high. If the price is really higher than the price, then the person who bought this liquor worm is really a fool. Don't worry. This matter is already in the bag. Oh, the young girl nodded with a cute expression. Let's go. Accompany Grandma to the upper floors. Yes, Grandma. Looking at the grandmother and granddaughter's departing figures, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. This Guyue Yaoji, to him, was indeed a strong competitor and could not be ignored. But this situation, Fang Yuan had already expected and prepared for it. The liquor worm was precious, although it could only be used on rank 1 Gu masters, but the liquor worm could refine primeval essence. This was really outstanding. Primeval essence refining and advancing by a small realm, this meant that the primeval essence storage would increase, and at the same time it would have a strong effect on the Gu master's cultivation progress. The only flaw was that the liquor worm's development prospects were not great. According to the most widely circulated secret recipe, the liquor worm was only used as a fusion material, and the new Gu worm that was fused would not have the ability to refine primeval essence. This was really a pity, even to the point where the loss outweighed the gain. Thus, many clans who had the liquor worm would not use it to fuse and advance, but use it in the academy, specially for the new students to use. If Fang Yuan handed over his advancement recipe, he would not be able to do so. Then the liquor worm's market price would definitely skyrocket. It is not easy to get this liquor worm. This grandmother and granddaughter pair is only one of the competitors. I wonder how many other competitors have already placed their pieces of paper in this counter. The liquor worm was a good thing, and good things were naturally wanted by everyone. But among these competitors, some were sincere in wanting to buy, some just wanted to try their luck. Some were rich, like Guyue Yaoji. Some were poor, like Fang Yuan. Luckily, I took back my family property, and these days I sold the rank 1 vitality leaves as well as renting out the tavern and bamboo buildings. I accumulated some yuan stone. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the qualifications to compete. But the time he had accumulated was too short, and on the other hand, he had many Gu worms to feed. In terms of wealth, how could he be a match for elders like Guyue Yaoji? Sai, let's go. Lord Yaoji had just placed her piece of paper in front of everyone. I saw it too. It seems this liquor worm is not fated to be with me. The Gu masters around this counter all left dejectedly. Only Fang Yuan was still standing. His eyes were like a deep spring, shining with cold light. The Gu masters who left were all frightened by Guyue Yaoji's imposing manner, taking the initiative to leave. But how could Fang Yuan be frightened? Sometimes the opportunity is right in front of you, but people just give it up. I still have a chance. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned in his mind, sinking into deep thought. In terms of wealth, Fang Yuan was definitely not Guyue Yaoji's match. However, This did not mean that Guyue Yaoji's price would definitely be higher than Fang Yuan's. The liquor worm was precious, but it was still a rank 1 gu worm. The price of any commodity would fluctuate, but it would not rise or fall without limits. All price fluctuations were within a certain range. So, the key now was what price Guyue Yaoji would offer. She did not lack money, and for her beloved granddaughter, how much could she offer? As long as Fang Yuan offered, even if it was just a little bit higher than Yaoji, it would be Fang Yuan's victory. This was a new battle. The strong might not necessarily be the victor, and the weak might not necessarily lose. Guessing and gambling made the battle a different kind of excitement. If it was someone else, they might not be able to guess it. Guyue Yaoji, you purposely said those words just now to scare off some competitors? But in front of me, you are still too tender. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, revealing a confident smile. This world's trade was actually very interesting. If it was on Earth, when a seller wanted to sell rare gu worms like the liquor worm, they would usually use the auction method. But in this world, auctions were not popular. One important reason was the supreme value of kinship, which was the cohesiveness of the clan. If an auction was held, the clan members would subconsciously feel a sense of common hatred towards an outsider like Jia Fu. Once the price of the auction goods rose a little, many competitors would automatically withdraw. They would even negotiate with each other on the spot, making some compromises, exchanges, and compensations. In this world, almost everyone had a point of view. Losing to a family member was nothing, but to let an outsider earn money, that was a humiliation to the entire clan. Unless several clans participated in an auction at the same time. Like this, there would be competition and the smell of gunpowder. But this kind of auction was very difficult to hold because transportation was not convenient. Transportation was the foundation of commerce. If transportation was not developed, commerce would wither. This was because commerce was fundamentally about the circulation of goods. Each village occupied a mountain, and they were far away from each other. The road in the middle was difficult to travel, with beast groups, steep cliffs, harsh weather, and dangerous wild gu worms. It was full of difficulties and obstacles. With such inconvenient transportation, it was hard to organize people from all sides to participate in an auction. Even on Qing Mao Mountain, there were 3 villages adjacent to each other. Jia Fu did not dare to organize an auction. Firstly, where would the auction be held? It was not safe to hold it in the wilderness. If it was held in Guyue village, the other 2 parties would not be at ease. He was only a rank 4 cultivator. The 3 village leaders were also rank 4. He could not control the situation. Compared to Earth, this world's commerce was not developed. It had its own unique rules. In his previous life, Fang Yuan relied on the business theories he learned from Earth. He had earned money, but also suffered losses. After experiencing many lessons of blood and tears, he gained true knowledge from practice. Combining the rich business theories from Earth together with his personal experience, it was not an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan's understanding of this world's commerce was definitely at the top of the world. Just an old woman who lived in a village and had never left Qing Mao Mountain wants to stop me from getting the liquor worm? Old woman, you are too inexperienced. Chapter 113. Grandma, what goo is this? The young girl pointed at the counter in the middle of the 3rd floor, asking curiously. This treehouse was divided into 3 floors. The first floor specialized in buying rank 1 gu worms. The 2nd floor sold rank 2 gu worms. The 3rd floor sold rank 3 gu worms. The higher the floor, the fewer gu worms, and the higher the price. Of course, the gu worms that could be sold in the treehouse were all rare. Guyue Yaoji followed her granddaughter's gaze and saw a tall and thin tree stump with 5 branches and leaves growing on the stump, like 5 human fingers, intersecting in the middle. A spherical gu worm, only the size of a thumb. It was twined by the small branches, and under the cover of the green leaves, it emitted a silvery white light. This is a white-silver relic goo. It can only be used once. It can instantly raise a rank 3 Goo Master's cultivation by a small realm. Guyue Yaoji slowly explained. Relic goo was also a series of goo worms. Rank 1 was the green bronze relic goo, specially targeted at rank 1 goo masters. Rank 2 was the red steel relic goo, only effective for rank 2 goo masters. Rank 3 was the white silver relic goo. At rank 4, there was the yellow gold relic goo. The price is 30,000 yuan stone, so expensive. The young girl stuck out her tongue in shock. Guyue Yaoji nodded. This goo can be sold for at least 50,000 yuan stone. All right, we are almost done here. Let's go to the counter at the first floor's entrance. There should be results for the liquor worm. The rank 1 goo worms in the treehouse, as long as a price was placed, would only be displayed on the counter for half a day. Goo worms that no one cared about, they would be displayed until someone placed a price. Rank 2 goo worms would be displayed for a day. Rank 3 goo worms would be displayed for 2 days. This rule seemed strange at first glance, but it was actually the most suitable way to buy and sell goo worms. At the counter, the liquor worm has already been bought by someone else. Guyue Yaoji frowned after getting the results. She felt that her price was already very high. She had at least a 30% chance of getting the liquor worm, but she did not expect that she would fail. Humph, who is so bad as to snatch my liquor bug? The young girl asked angrily. Yao Lu. Guyue Yaoji reminded the girl. The girl pouted her cherry lips. He obediently stopped talking. The shop assistant behind the counter was a rank 2 female goo master. She bowed slightly. He replied to the girl's question, I'm sorry, but the customer's information is not disclosed. We have our own rules. Please forgive us. It was precisely because it was not announced that many customers were able to dispel their worries, allowing them to bid freely. Sometimes there were many things that one clearly wanted, but because of feelings one could only give in. After all, they were all members of the family, and they would often see each other. But using such a selling method, by doing business in secret, he would be able to avoid this problem. Why must I give such a good thing to you? Just because you are my elder, relative, or friend? Never underestimate the dark side of everyone's heart. Private transactions would allow this dark side to be revealed even more. Guyue Yaoji pondered for a while. I know the rules. Don't worry. Little girl, I won't ask for the name of the person who bought the liquor worm. I only want to know the final price. The female goo master bowed again. I'm really sorry. The price is also confidential. But the final price will definitely be the highest of all. Please don't worry. The Jia family is a merchant. We have always valued sincerity. Humph, little girl, do you know who I am? Guyue Yaoji's face sank, snorting coldly in displeasure. What happened? At this time, a rank 3 middle-aged male goo master rushed over. This treehouse had always been under the surveillance of goo masters, so he naturally knew what happened. Lord Manager. The female goo master immediately greeted the middle-aged man. The man waved his hand at her. You can leave first. I'll handle this. He then turned to face Guyue Yaoji, smiling. So it's Lord Yaoji. This must be your granddaughter. So intelligent and lovely. Seeing that this man was also a rank 3 goo master, Guyue Yaoji's expression softened, but she still wanted to know the final price. The male manager felt it was a little troublesome. He was an old member of the caravan, and also Jia Fu's trusted aide. He had been a merchant for many years and had a deep understanding of the situation in the Guyue village. He knew the background of this old man in front of him. To them, they would rather offend Guyue Lian or Guyue Emochen than offend Guyue Yaoji. The latter's influence was second only to clan leader Guyuebo. The male manager thought for a while, saying, "How about this? Since Lord Yaoji wants to buy the liquor worm so much, then I'll make the decision and secretly transfer one over. To be honest, there are 3 liquor worms in the storage, and the selling location of each was decided by Lord Jia Fu himself. Lord, you should know how precious the liquor worm is. As for the price of yuan stone, we'll calculate it according to your price." Guyue Yaoji shook her head slightly and slammed her walking stick on the ground, making a light sound. She said, "I don't want to take advantage of this. The price, we'll calculate it according to the final price of the liquor worm." The manager hesitated. Of course, he could see Guyue Yaoji's motive. Guyue Yaoji pretended to be unhappy and continued to pressure the male manager. "What, is the price too high? And you're afraid I can't afford it?" "Of course I don't mean that." "Sigh. All right then, we'll do as you say." The manager sighed and gave a price. The young girl heard it and sighed in relief, but soon became indignant. "What? It's only 20 yuan stone more than us." Guyue Yaoji narrowed her eyes, but didn't say anything. At the same time, Fang Yuan, who had left the treehouse, had already arrived at the wine shop. The second liquor worm was already in his hands, and now all that was left were sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy wines. "I already have sweet wine. When I completed the family property mission, there was a lot of golden honey wine. Spicy wine and sour wine shouldn't be a problem. What I'm worried about now is the bitter wine." Fang Yuan thought to himself, faintly worried. If there was bitter wine, he could start refining the 4 flavors liquor worm tonight. If there wasn't, who knows how long he would have to wait. Many things in life, what you're afraid of will happen. Fang Yuan's worry came true. He spent several hours running through countless tents and found spicy and sour wine, but he couldn't find bitter wine. 10 out of 10 things in this world don't go your way. Fang Yuan was helpless. In this way, he could only shelve the liquor worm fusion plan. Without the 4 flavors liquor worm, his cultivation speed would be very normal. That afternoon, he came to the treehouse again. Many counters on the first floor were replaced with new goo worms. Many of the counters on the first floor were replaced with new goo worms. On the counter where the liquor worm was placed, it was already occupied by a cleansing water goo. The cleansing water goo was like a leech on earth, commonly known as a leech. But it was much cuter than a leech. Its whole body was light blue, emitting a watery glow. Cleansing water goo can eliminate the strange aura in the aperture. For Qicheng, this is a must-have goo. Seeing this cleansing water goo, Fang Yuan thought of Qicheng. He knew that Qicheng only had C-grade aptitude and relied on his grandfather Guyue's primeval essence to forcefully raise his cultivation. Thus his aperture was mixed with Qi Lian's aura. If he did not cleanse it to Qicheng's prospects, the danger was huge. Qi Lian will definitely buy this goo for Qicheng. Let me calculate. His price should be between 630 to 640. This price was already more expensive than the liquor worm's market price. The main reason was that Qicheng really needed this goo. If I can bid 650, I should be able to get this cleansing water goo. If I add another 10, this cleansing water goo will definitely fall into my hands. As for the liquor worm I bought this morning, my price should be about 20 yuan stone, more than Guyue's Yaoji. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He had such confidence. This confidence was formed from his 500 years of experience, in addition to the business theories on Earth that were several times more advanced. It was already above the mortal world. According to Fang Yuan's experience in his previous life, when he had an extra 10 yuan stone, he had an 80% chance of getting the item. When he bought the liquor worm, the reason why he had an extra 10 was because of Fang Yuan's cautious style of doing things. Fang Yuan did not bid in the end. The cleansing water goo was not what he needed. At the same time, once he got it, it would attract Qi Lian's investigation. Of course, the main reason was that Fang Yuan needed to save his money and see what good goo worms he could get in the next few days. I am currently lacking 2 goo worms, one for scouting and one for movement. Next year, the wolf tide will erupt on Qingmao Mountain, and the caravan will not come again. Although there is the flower wine monk's inheritance, it was left behind in a hurry after the flower wine monk was injured. Who knows if it is complete or not, and what goo worms will appear next? In his memory, the next year's wolf tide would be very dangerous. Fang Yuan did not want to lack goo worms, causing him to be injured or even lose his life in the wolf tide due to his lack of goo worms. The current him, if he were to be surrounded by the wolf pack, it would be a disaster. Thus, before that, he needed to make the most preparations, and he could not be lacking in cultivation or goo worms. For the next 3 days, he came to the treehouse many times. On the 3rd day, on the 1st floor of the treehouse, he found a surprise. A black boar goo. Black and white boar goo were goo worms that could increase a goo master's strength. Fang Yuan had already used the white boar goo to increase his strength by 1 boar. If he continued to use a second white boar goo, there would not be any increase in strength. But the black boar goo was different. The strength of the black and white boar goo could be stacked together. Thus, when noon came, he had another goo worm in his hands. After that, there was nothing else. Some scouting and movement goo worms appeared on the counter, but they were not to Fang Yuan's satisfaction. These goo worms were displayed on the ordinary counter, and the market price was not good, so not many people bought them. Fang Yuan also heard that the caravan would be staying for 8 days, so he waited patiently and was not in a hurry, all the way until the 7th day. On the 2nd floor of the treehouse, Fang Yuan found a red steel relic goo. When a rank 2 goo master uses it, they can immediately raise their cultivation by a small realm. The price was 3,000 yuan stone, attracting countless rank 2 goo masters to bid for it, throwing the paper into the counter, and the scene was extremely lively. If I get this red steel relic goo, I can immediately push my cultivation to the middle stage. With the middle stage crimson primeval essence, be it the moonglow goo or the white jade goo, I can activate them many times. Cultivation was a goo master's foundation. Once it rose, his battle strength would rise accordingly. In terms of effect, it was much better than Fang Yuan's scouting and movement goo worms. Moreover, these 2 types of goo worms in the treehouse were all ordinary goods to Fang Yuan, and there was nothing that caught his eye. But I bought the liquor worm and black boar goo, as well as some wine. This red steel relic goo's final price will definitely exceed 5,000 yuan stone, or even reach 8,000. After all, everyone knows the wolf tide is coming, and raising one's cultivation by a small realm at this time would be of great help to me. To get this relic goo, I might not have enough yuan stone. Fang Yuan instantly realized that a difficult problem was in front of him. Chapter 114. Although he had inherited his parents' inheritance, to Fang Yuan, the amount of time he had accumulated was still too short. He could not produce vitality leaves every day, as it consumed a lot of time. Usually, the 9 vitality leaves that he produced would be used up in half a day. Fang Yuan pondered for a while. This red steel relic goo was only available for sale for 1 day. To raise such a large amount of yuan stone in such a short time, the only way was to pawn off his wine tavern or bamboo buildings. There was nothing to feel pity about. A year later, it would be the wolf tide. In his memories, under the siege of the wolf pack, Guyue village was on the verge of collapse several times. The most dangerous time, even the main door was broken. The clan leader and the elders restrained the Thundercrown wolf, while Guyue Qingshu used his life to block the door, stabilizing the situation. The wolf tide would cause severe losses to the 3 clans of Qingmao Mountain. Although it would not be 9 out of 10 empty houses, at least 50% of the population would be gone. At that time, there would be many houses, but few people. What would be the point of renting out the bamboo buildings? The wine tavern was also close to the eastern gate. Who would dare to drink at the front lines? Even if someone wanted to drink, the wine tavern would have already been taken over by the clan and transformed into a defensive tower. Right now, many people in the clan had greatly underestimated the severity of the wolf tide. At this time, if they could get rid of the wine tavern and bamboo buildings, they would be able to sell them for the best price. Wealth is just an external object. Only one's own cultivation is the foundation. However, selling it to the clan is still a bit cheaper. If I sell it to an individual, the price will be higher. But who has such a large sum of money to buy my bamboo buildings and wine tavern? Such a huge transaction. It is not something that can be negotiated on the first meeting. Both sides need to inspect and bargain. This will waste time. And I only have one day. Wait a moment. Maybe there is someone who can... Fong Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking of a certain person. This person was none other than his uncle, Guyue Dong Tuesday. His uncle and aunt were shrewd and stingy. These 10 years, they had been operating the wine tavern, bamboo buildings, and selling vitality leaves. His uncle and aunt were shrewd and stingy. For the past 10 years, they had been running a wine shop, a bamboo building, and selling vitality leaves. Moreover, this business was originally managed by them. Knowing the bottom line, they could save a lot of time to inspect. More importantly, they urgently needed a portion of the family's assets to continue operating. More importantly, they urgently needed a portion of the family's assets to continue operating. No matter how much money they had, it was like water without a source. Seeing their yuan stone dwindling, anyone would be worried. It could be said his uncle and aunt were the most suitable trading partners. Thinking so, Fong Yuan no hesitated. After leaving the treehouse, he walked towards Guyu Dong Tu's residence. The one who opened the door for him was Shun Chui. "Ah, it's you." She was shocked. Soon, she realized that she had made a slip of the tongue, and her face paled in fear. Fong Yuan was now a rank 2 Gu master, but she was just a mortal. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. More importantly, Fong Yuan even dared to kill the Mo family's servants. Then, after dismembering the corpse, he would send it back to the Mo family. This servant greets young Master Fong Yuan and welcomes young Master Fong Yuan home. Shun Chui was so frightened that her whole body trembled. Her knees softened, and she knelt on the ground. Home. Fong Yuan strode into the courtyard. He looked at everything that was familiar to him, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. There was no nostalgia. After a year, he came here again. Compared to his impression, this place was much more deserted. Just like what Fong Jing said, some of the servants had been sold or fired. Fong Yuan's sudden arrival naturally alarmed uncle and aunt. As the housekeeper, Mother Shin rushed over immediately. She bowed and groveled as she welcomed Fong Yuan into the living room and personally served him tea. Fong Yuan sat on a chair and looked around the reception hall. Much of the furniture had disappeared, and the layout was much simpler and shabbier. However, this didn't mean that his uncle and aunt didn't have any savings. Guyue Dong too is quite shrewd. This is his way of protecting himself. He has already retired, and his battle power has declined sharply. Most importantly, he lost the 9-leaf vitality grass, which means that he has lost his trump card to maintain his social network. He can no longer exert his influence. A man's wealth is his own ruin. After Fong Yuan inherited the inheritance, he attracted the jealousy and covetous eyes of many clansmen. As for his uncle and aunt, They were also facing the same problem. The large amount of savings in their hands was both a blessing and a curse. To them, not revealing one's wealth was the right way to survive. At this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Then his aunt appeared at the door. "Fang Yuan, how dare you come here?" When she saw Fang Yuan, she was instantly enraged. She screamed, "You ungrateful little wolf cub! How did we raise you? In the end, you treated us like this. Do you still have a conscience? Was your conscience eaten by a dog? You still have the face to come here, and still have the face to sit here and drink tea? Did you specially come here to see us in dire straits? Now that you've seen it, are you satisfied?" She pointed at Fang Yuan with one hand and placed her other hand on her waist, scolding like a shrew. If not for Fang Yuan wearing the eye-catching rank 2 Gu master attire, reminding her, she would have already pounced on Fang Yuan and torn him apart. Fang Yuan was pointed at by his aunt and scolded, but his expression didn't change, as if he didn't hear anything. After a year, although his aunt's yellow face was filled with anger and malevolence, it couldn't hide her haggard appearance. Her clothes had already been changed into simple hemp clothes, and the accessories on her head had lessened. She didn't wear any makeup, making her look like a monkey. Fang Yuan taking back the family property had a considerable impact on her life. Towards her scolding, Fang Yuan didn't take it to heart. He calmly picked up his cup and drank a mouthful of tea, speaking in a leisurely tone. "This time I want to sell the wine shop and bamboo buildings. I wonder if Aunt and Uncle are interested?" "Hey, you ingrate, what kind of good intentions do you have?" "Humph, you want to sell the wine shop and bamboo buildings." His aunt's anger suddenly stagnated. She finally reacted, her face showing a look of disbelief. "What? You want to sell the wine shop and bamboo buildings?" Fang Yuan put down the cup in his hand, leaning back on the chair, closing his eyes to rest. "It's better to call Uncle to talk to me." His aunt gritted her teeth, still in disbelief. Her eyes seemed to be spewing fire, fiercely glaring at Fang Yuan. She gritted her teeth and said, "I know, you're purposely playing with me. That's why you said that. Once I agree, I'll suffer your ruthless taunts and ridicule. Do you really think I'm a fool for you to play with me like this?" This was purely the heart of a petty person. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, then said one sentence. This caused his aunt's attitude to change. "If you continue to talk nonsense, then I'll leave. I believe that others will also be very interested in this family property. When the time comes, when I sell it to others, don't regret it." His aunt was instantly stunned. "You really want to sell these properties?" "I'll only wait for 5 minutes," Fang Yuan said as he opened his eyes a slit, then immediately closed them again. He heard his aunt stomping her feet, followed by a series of footsteps that became softer and softer. Not long after, his uncle, Gu Yue, Dong Tu, appeared in front of Fang Yuan. As for his aunt, she didn't come with him. Fang Yuan looked at him. His uncle had obviously aged a lot. His face, which had been well maintained before, was now showing signs of aging. His originally well-maintained face had also become thinner, with many white hairs on his temples. These days he was worried to death. After losing this family property, he suddenly lost his source of income. Especially without the 9-leaf vitality grass, he lost his external influence. The so-called hidden elder title was no longer in name, although he had a large amount of savings. But without this layer of influence, these yuan stones seemed to be a bit of a hot potato. The family's policy was to encourage clansmen to compete with each other for resources, especially the policy of gu fighting. It seemed to be heartless and lacking in humanity, but this could prevent parasites and the appearance of hedonistic young masters, causing everyone in the family to maintain a sense of crisis. This allowed the family's battle strength to always be at a strong state. In this world, Only strong battle strength could ensure survival. Hurricanes, floods, ferocious beasts wouldn't reason with people. Over these years, Guyue Dongtu's life was stable. His battle strength had already declined a lot. In order to reduce the cost of feeding some of the powerful goo worms in the early years, he had already sold them. If someone challenged him, he would definitely lose more than he won. Facing his uncle, Fang Yuan directly stated the reason for his visit. Fang Yuan, then I'll be frank. There are some things I don't understand. Why did you sell the wine tavern and the bamboo building? If you keep them, you will have an endless supply of yuan stone in the future. Uncle also didn't believe it, but his tone was more tactful than Aunt's. Because I want to buy a red steel relic, Gu. Fang Yuan said, honestly, there was no need to hide this matter. So it's like that. Uncle's gaze flashed. Then, do you also want to sell the 9-leaf vitality grass? That's impossible. Fang Yuan shook his head without any hesitation. I only want to sell the wine tavern, bamboo building, farmland, and the 8 servants. The 9-leaf vitality grass was the most valuable item in the inheritance. Fang Yuan needed its healing properties, and at the same time, he could sell the vitality leaves to earn yuan stone, which could support his cultivation and feed his other goo worms. Moreover, with the wolf tide next year, the price of vitality leaves would definitely soar. With this 9-leaf vitality grass, Fang Yuan didn't have to worry about rank 2 yuan stone. But if his uncle obtained the 9-leaf vitality grass, then his influence as a hidden elder would recover. Fang Yuan didn't want to see this happen. Seeing Fang Yuan's firm attitude, Guyue Dong too was very disappointed. At the same time, he was quite helpless. Both sides talked for more than 2 hours before they signed a strict transfer contract. Guyue Dong too got the wine tavern, bamboo building, servants, and farmland again, while Fang Yuan led 3 servants, each carrying a chest filled with yuan stone, towards the treehouse. Both sides took what they needed, and heard the news, and rushed over. She looked at the stack of house and land deeds in Guyue Dong Tu's hands, and her eyes widened, revealing an ecstatic expression. Master, that kid has become stupid from cultivating. He actually sold this money-making property. What an idiot. For eggs, he gave up the hen that laid the eggs. Will you die if you don't speak? Shut up. Guyue Dong too, however, was somewhat irritated. Master, Aunt mumbled, I'm just happy. Don't get carried away. With this wine tavern and bamboo building, we need to be even more cautious and keep a low profile. A tall tree attracts the wind. Although Fangzheng is our adopted son, but we can't use this relationship arbitrarily. After all, Fangzheng hasn't grown up yet. Who knows what will happen in the future? Guyue Dong, too, let out a deep sigh. Yes, master. His aunt listened as she took the deed and looked at it. She was grinning from ear to ear. Guyue Dong Tu's expression, however, was gloomy. Although he would have an income if this deal was completed, it was not a big deal. The yuan stone he spent could be replenished after 2 to 3 years of business. But he didn't feel any happiness in his heart. His mind was filled with Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan sold his property without hesitation for a relic goo. This was equivalent to giving up on his comfortable life in the future. Uncle Guyue Dong too put himself in his shoes. Could he do this? He couldn't. Even if he didn't like Fang Yuan and was filled with disgust and hatred, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Being able to give up, what great courage. Chapter 115. The competition is really intense. I wonder who will be the final winner. I've been standing here for 15 minutes, and more than 10 goo masters have already placed their pieces of paper into the counter. Sai, this is a game for the rich. We don't even have the qualifications to compete. On the 2nd floor of the treehouse, the goo masters gathered around the central counter, discussing and sighing. As evening approached, the competition for the red steel relic goo reached its peak. Many rank 2 Gu masters who had been observing in the dark started to bid during this last period of time. Some Gu masters even bid several times in a row. The final winner of this competition should be either Mo Yen or Qi Shan. Someone guessed. Very likely, Mo Yen and Qi Shan are both rank 2 upper stage. After using this relic Gu, they can advance to peak stage and be on par with Qing Shu. In recent years, Gu Yue and Qing Shu have been pressuring them. I don't believe they have no thoughts. This matter is hard to say. Not only us rank 2 Gu masters. Some rank 3 clan elders also bid. In the morning, someone saw Lady Yao Ji place her piece of paper. That's right, I heard about it too. Lady Yao Ji's granddaughter Guyue Yao Lu is participating in the awakening ceremony this year. It seems Lady Yao Ji is preparing for a rainy day and wants to pave the way for her granddaughter. Sigh, how good would it be if I had such a doting elder? Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, listening to everyone's conversation with a calm gaze. No one mentioned his name. In everyone's eyes, Fang Yuan was just a lucky person who had just inherited a fortune. In everyone's impression, he was not on the same level as Qi Shan, Mo Yen, and Qing Shu. Very good. The less attention paid to me, the easier it will be for me to get this red steel relic Gu. But my continuous purchases of Gu worms should have attracted his attention. Fang Yuan was confident that he could get this relic Gu, reaching 99%. He started to think about another problem. If the following events really developed according to his expectations, then his hard work these few days would have a perfect result. Time was up. The leaves on the counter suddenly grew. The relic Gu was tightly wrapped. The green leaves obstructed everyone's vision, and when these branches and leaves unfurled, the red steel relic Gu was no longer there, replaced by a revert Gu. Revert Gu's appearance was like a flat oval rock, palm-sized. There was a slight bulge on the surface of the stone. It was smooth and round, forming the pattern of an eye. The bottom of the stone was flat and rough to the touch. The stone was black. The eye pattern was made of white lines. Approximately every 2 seconds, the eyes on the surface of the stone would blink once, and the eyeballs depicted by the white lines would also move once. It gave people the feeling that this rock was rolling its eyes. Revert Gu's effect was very special. It targets Gu worms and can decompose rank 2 Gu worms into rank 1 Gu worms. For example, Fang Yuan's white jade Gu, if it was broken down by revert Gu, it would turn back into white boar Gu and jade skin Gu. This process, it was called reverse refinement. Fang Yuan glanced at it and lost interest. He did not need revert Gu. The surrounding Gu masters also started to clamor. Revert Gu could not replace the red steel relic Gu and become everyone's focus. Everyone was curious about the final owner of the red steel relic Gu. Some people went to the caravan Gu masters on this floor. Some even went to the main counter to wait. The crowd gradually dispersed, but Fang Yuan stood on the spot, not moving. Young Master Fang Yuan, please come to the 3rd floor. Our caravan's Lord Jia Fu would like to have a chat with you. A voice suddenly entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan was not surprised. There were many kinds of Gu worms in this world that could secretly transmit voices. Following the voice's instructions, he came to the 3rd floor of the treehouse and walked to a wall. The wooden wall was covered in green leaves, stacked together, looking lush and green. Swish, swish, swish. The leaves automatically parted, revealing a secret door hidden inside. Fang Yuan pushed open the secret door and saw a small spiral staircase. He walked up the stairs and came to a small study room. In the study room, Jia Fu was busy dealing with some accounts, his hands moving quickly. Hearing Fang Yuan's footsteps, he raised his head, revealing a new scar on his face. He gave a friendly smile. "Little brother Fang Yuan, we meet again." "Greetings, Lord Jiafu." Fang Yuan cupped his fists and bowed. "Come, please sit here." Jia Fu pointed to a seat closest to the table. After Fang Yuan sat down, he pushed with his left hand and a stack of bamboo papers on the table towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a look and immediately recognized the bamboo papers. They were the prices he had made in the past few days to buy goo worms. Below every price, there was his signature. He smiled complacently in his heart. Things were really as he had expected, but on the surface he showed a doubtful expression and asked, "What advice does Lord Jiafu have?" Jiafu's smile faded a little, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Fang Yuan. "I looked at your bids these few days, including the price you used to buy the red steel relic goo. To be honest, little brother, your talent in doing business surprised me. Do you know, every price you made was very close to the final transaction price. These few days, although you only successfully bought a black boar goo, a liquor worm, and that red steel relic goo, your bids for the other goo worms were only a dozen or so yuan stone away from being successful. Little brother, are you interested in working for me?" Jiafu tried to recruit Fang Yuan. "That's it." Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. These few days he had made many bids, purposely failing most of the time. Only the black boar goo, the liquor worm, and the red steel relic goo succeeded when he was only a dozen or so yuan stone away from the final transaction price. Just as he had hoped, Jiafu was very interested in the business talent he had displayed. He took the initiative to recruit him, but in fact, as long as Fang Yuan was willing, he could almost guarantee that he could successfully purchase all the goo worms. Fang Yuan hesitated, then shook his head. "I am indebted to Lord Jiafu's kindness, but I do not want to leave the clan." "Oh, is that so?" Jiafu's gaze flashed. "Little brother, you might have some misunderstandings about me. A year ago, I did suspect you, but after using that bamboo gentleman, you've been cleared of suspicion. Little brother, Jia Jinsheng was my brother. I hope you can understand my feelings after his death. Let me tell you another piece of good news. I have already invited divine investigator Tai Shuelong. In his eyes, there is no mystery that cannot be solved. I believe he will definitely find out the truth, and at that time, he will be able to return justice to you." "Divine investigator Tai Shuelong, this is troublesome." Fang Yuan muttered this name in his heart. To him, this was not good news. This world's detection methods. There were many mystical places. Similarly, there were many mystical methods to counter detection. When Fang Yuan killed Jia Jinsheng, he was only a rank 1 cultivator. Even though he knew many methods, he could not use them. And in his memory, Tai Shuelong had a high cultivation and was a person who could not tolerate even a speck of sand in his eyes. He spent his entire life punishing the evil and promoting the good. He was filled with a sense of justice, and his thoughts were meticulous. He was most proficient in finding the most minute clues from the smallest of clues. I have long heard of Divine Investigator's great name. I wonder if this Lord Divine Investigator will be able to reach Qingmao Mountain. When can we reach Qingmao Mountain? Fang Yuan put on an expectant expression. He asked directly. Jiafu laughed awkwardly. Divine Investigator is very busy. According to his reply, I'm afraid it will be the year after next. Fang Yuan's heart immediately felt at ease. He still had a lot of time to prepare. Little brother, I have high hopes for you. I hope you can consider my suggestion. Jiafu continued to offer a bunch of tempting benefits. Fang Yuan tactfully rejected. Now was not the best time to leave Qingmao Mountain. If he went to an unfamiliar environment without strength, he would definitely be bullied and ostracized. The caravan was also full of bullying and unwritten rules. That is a pity for your talent. How about this? You can take this token. If you want to rely on me one day in the future, this token is proof. I welcome you any time. Jiafu's failure was not surprising. He deeply understood the cohesiveness of a clan. If he knew now that Fang Yuan was Jia Jinsheng's murderer, who knows what expression he would have. Fang Yuan felt ashamed and took the token from Jiafu, as well as the red steel relic Gu. He hid these two items on his body and returned along the original path. A young female Gu master was caressing the green leaves on the wall when she suddenly screamed. The branches and leaves suddenly parted, revealing a door inside. The door was pushed open from the inside, and Fang Yuan walked out expressionlessly. You. The young girl stared with wide eyes, staring blankly at Fang Yuan brushing past her. Some of the surrounding Gu masters saw this scene. Some were not surprised, some smiled knowingly, and some looked at him in astonishment. Fang Yuan did not care about the gazes on him. He went down to the second floor, and some Gu masters were still here, excitedly discussing the ownership of the red steel relic Gu. Some people were guessing boldly, while others provided all kinds of information, such as Emo Yin showed a mysterious smile when she walked out of the treehouse, Qi Shan's face was ashen, and so on. There were even some people who directly said that so-and-so bought this relic Gu. When they said it, they made a solemn vow and even swore. Fang Yuan walked through this boring crowd. No one knew that at this moment, the red steel relic Gu was so close to them. When he walked out of the treehouse, Fang Yuan bumped into Qi Shan. His expression was indeed ugly. While Qi Cheng was looking around for the location of the red steel relic Gu, after seeing Fang Yuan, Qi Cheng snorted and turned his head, purposely not looking at him. And Qi Shan silently nodded towards Fang Yuan as a greeting. Fang Yuan also nodded in response, with a smile on his face. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the young man's face, and he was indeed somewhat happy. With the red steel relic Gu, his cultivation could instantly rise by a level. And that token, a year ago, Fang Yuan befriended Jia Jinsheng, wanting to use his identity to participate in the future Gu battles. In this gathering of experts, he would reap benefits. Unfortunately, the world was unpredictable, and the final result made Fang Yuan not know whether to laugh or cry. He actually killed Jia Jinsheng with his own hands. But even without Jia Jinsheng, using Jiafu was the same. This token was equivalent to an admission ticket to the future Gu fighting convention. Carrot dash happy face dash carrot.